issue, men not having access to the children.
It's a huge issue, Nat. And Larry, you're right, we are having this issue compounding and sadly increasing in Australia. I have men reaching out to myself personally all the time, telling their heartbreaking stories about how a system that is supposed to be helping them in theory is actually tearing them and their families apart. We're sure you're seeing the same thing in the States.
I most certainly am. There's so many causes. I don't know how deep you want to get when we're celebrating men and boys, and I know we want to try and keep positive. Yeah. But one thing that I've tried to do is part of the system is because the attorneys make it just for rich people to get your day in court because it's unaffordable to 95%. So I focus on self-represented litigants and ways to empower the average worker who can't afford a several hundreds of dollars an hour attorney to do a high conflict litigation that can cost hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. So that's where I aim at doing that. And it's because I went through the system, which was a brutally antagonistic system, and I had the resources to make it through the other side, and it's my way of giving back because I was blessed and am blessed.
Oh, that's amazing, Larry. Well, I know a bit about what you do, so yeah, certainly from on behalf of Dads for Kids, thank you for your great work there in the States, Larry. And yeah, like you said, definitely this day is really about trying to accentuate the positive, and that's our focus. So I mean, in that vein, is there a good story that you could share with us? Maybe something that you've seen in your work that has really highlighted why fathers are needed. Can you think of maybe a good outcome you've seen in your time advocating for men and boys?
Well, I will definitely say this, that I am such an optimist at heart. And one of the pushback that fathers get is because, and we really have to remember, 60 years ago or so, women had it worse or maybe longer. But, what I believe what we're seeing is an overcorrection. Of course, men and women do suffer in family court, so let's acknowledge that right away. Whoever has the resources is going to come out ahead. But everything else being equal, men have it hard now only because society has done a overcorrection, in my opinion. And really, I want to stop that pendulum swinging from favoring men, from favoring women. How can we really want to try and find that balance and then really just help the weak and not worry about if it's men or women, and stop fighting against our sisters and our daughters, and just really just support the good parent who just wants to parent and co-parent after their hearts were ripped out of their chest because a loving relationship didn't work out.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're spot on, Larry. And look, we're going to hear a little later from Jerome Tilak Singh, the founder of International Men's Day. And Jerome is really, his heart is to accentuate the positive as well. So look, we're with you, Larry. We're also optimists. So thank you. Look, what would you say maybe single dads watching, or I actually don't know. We hopefully have a few viewers joining us live now, but maybe a word of encouragement, Larry, that you could share with the dads watching? They may be not able to see their children, or maybe they're sadly they're in the middle of a court fight. What's some advice or some encouragement you could give to single dads watching right now?
Well, that this isn't rocket science. What the lawyers are doing, and they're charging you an arm and a leg, it's not that you need to figure out how to be a brain surgeon. It's not quite that bad. It's doable. You can learn and do it yourself if you feel powerless, helpless, and you feel like you're never going to see your children again. I recommend playing the long game. You can parent from afar. I underparented my son because I would have loved to see my child 24/7, and I was that every other weekend dad at one point. And as he started turning into a young man, it occurred to me how little time I actually had to parent. And there's the time becomes more intense. You have to be more emotional during that time, but there are ways to adjust and adapt. And even if you are out of custody, do everything and anything that you can, every phone conversation, every Zoom, get a MetaQuest headset and communicate with him from afar and do stuff together. We now could be in the same room with these things and have immersive experiences together. So just play the long game and realize that you're connected by your soul. Even though you don't get the joy of a hug, a high five, you still can bond and connect on a deep level.
100%, Larry. No, that's great. Thank you so much. And yeah, look, at Dads for Kids, we say the same thing. You know, play that long game, and because one day your children will want to know. They'll want to know who their father is. So thank you so much. This isn't on the script, but I just wanted to mention as well, because obviously today is International Men's Day. It's the 19th of November, but November is also Men's Equality Month, isn't it, Larry? Can you tell us a bit more about Men's Equality Month?
Why, certainly. Thank you for asking. So we chose March is Women's History Month, and it's been for a long time. And that was the only month that would celebrate women and mothers, just like there was a Mother's Day. Shortly afterwards came a Father's Day that came afterwards. So my boss and the president of our company, in all his wisdom, said, well, we have March, International Women's History Month, and so now we need, of course, a month for fathers and men. So November, which coincided, of course, with International Men's Day, and there's also false allegations or violence against men awareness or acknowledgement in the same month. So it was an obvious choice. So now one way that we want to change the narrative and realize that we need to have gender equality for men also. Both genders suffer. Men's Equality Month was an obvious thing to do, and for us to promote and raise awareness and celebrate men during the whole month, not just one day.
I love it. I think it's fantastic. Where can people go to find out more about Men's Equality Month? Larry, is it a website?
Thank you for asking. Yes, there is. Please just remember menandboys.net, not com, net, not org. menandboys.net, even though we are a nonprofit. We have a load of information where we're not, men and boys are statistically falling behind. We're not complainers. We are pointing out that, hey, gender equality is something that really should apply to both sexes. So menandboys.net. Again, thank you for asking. You can learn a lot more about us there.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, beautiful. Definitely check it out, menandboys.net. So look, we've got a few minutes left. I don't know, Andrew, did you want to jump in with anything?
Well, I just love what Larry's saying then about this idea of the pendulum has swung too far. Yeah. And it needs to swing back into a more centrist position. I'm curious to know, Larry, what are you seeing around the world? What are you seeing in your own work? Are we seeing that pendulum return to where it should be? Are there positive signs?
Are you guys can still hear me? Just the visual just blinked. Good. So, yes, an example of this is that there's very progressive television programs. There's something called The Daily Show that's very liberal, very progressive, and they are inviting men's rights activists to talk. For instance, Richard Reeves, Scott Galloway, and they are now open to that discussion, which is really to be celebrated. Because when I first took the job a year and a half ago, and I posted the 12 areas of male inequality and just the website, and it was a liberal group. All right. I was originally in my neighborhood with a liberal group, and I invited all my conservative friends, because then I found the fathers' rights movement or parents' rights movement. Let's not talk about fathers. Parents' right and strengthen the family is traditionally a conservative message. So we had all these conservatives come into this liberal group, and I've been keeping that going, just really playing referee and just stopping my own friends from fighting from one another. And I was met when I posted menandboys.net, I was met with insults about being a misogynist. So in a year and a half, that changed. now that there's a it's receptive. You'll still see it, but there's more of a discussion happening, which I want to celebrate, and that's where my optimism comes. And the other theme on this day, because I know my time is running short, I just want to say that I hope that people talk about one thing that we want to celebrate men and boys, and also teach our boys or single fathers or men to love our significant others.
Absolutely.
That a good, strong relationship between a man and a woman, there's something called MGTOW, men going their own way, and there's all these influencers telling them, hey, man, you don't need women. You do.
Yeah.
And we can learn to communicate.
Right, exactly.
We can be respectful to women, and we can demand respect from them if we show leadership within the relationship by communication, hard work, patience, tolerance, forgiveness, humility, all the Christian values, or all the love your neighbor like you love yourself. You apply those basic principles, we can make this work, even though it doesn't look like we can, and even though it seems like dark times for our teenagers, for our young men. The statistics are awful, but we can beat it, and that's what I want to see us all, we dads and men, fight to teach our growing teenage boys how to communicate with the women they love.
Brilliant.
Or find the women they love, of course.
That's it. Well, no, look, Larry, we couldn't agree with you more. So, look, thank you so much. And look, I think on that note, we'll leave it there. But look, that is a great way to end too, Larry. It's about finding those commonalities we have with each other, and it's so wonderful to speak to. You're literally on the other side of the world. We're here in just south of Sydney in a little place called Fig Tree. But it's so great to have you join us, Larry, and thank you again.
Thanks, Larry.
Well, thank you again for having me, guys.
All the best.
Brilliant.
All right. I think
Great start.
That's great. That's great. A strong start. So, no, thank you so much, Larry. I love the accent. It's hopefully our international viewers can understand what Andrew probably has a bit better pronunciation than I do, maybe. I'm
known for my refinement. Not true.
He's also got a good sense of humour. So
that was a really strong start. I love the fact that Larry is championing there for everyone a very important part of this whole conversation, which is for us to advocate for men and boys and to celebrate men and boys is not an automatic default stance against women, which is often what people like us get accused of, that we are in favour of what men need. And the way we're going to achieve that is to disadvantage women. Nothing could be further from the truth. And he nailed that beautifully, don't you think?
Yeah, he did. He did. It's not either or. It's both and. So
yeah, totally.
If we're going to hear from lots of great guests today, but certainly I think that's a great takeaway from Larry. So thank you again, Larry. And I believe, do we have Paul Whittle? No, Paul's not with us yet. Soon. But no, look, I think, and I love too how Larry talked about bringing that pendulum back a bit, because, I think, it's something about human nature. We tend to go from sort of extreme to extreme.
Absolutely.
We definitely need to be bringing that pendulum back, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely. And look, while we've got a moment or two waiting for our next guest, it's probably a good moment to let everybody know, if you're watching, please jump in the chat, drop a question in there, say hi, tell us where in the world you are. We are watching the chat here on our computer, and we can actually do our best to respond to you. So leave us a comment, maybe drop a question, try to leave a message for one of our guests if you're really encouraged by it. So do that, because we want you to be part of what's happening in this historic and amazing celebration of International Men's Day.
100%. That's good, Andrew. And I'll give a few shout-outs here. There's Scott Nailon. Good to see you, buddy. Scott looks after our website, so he's number one here on the chat already. And hi to Rachel Morgan. Andrew's jumped in there too. And we've got to give a big shout out to Dave Maywald as well. So hi, David.
G'day, Dave.
Great to see you in the chat, mate. And David will be joining us later as well. So videos. All right. So we're gonna now see some videos. We will, when we get a nod from our team. Here is. I can't remember who the first was. We just talked about it. But, of course, I mentioned him before. Founder of International Men's Day is Dr. Jerome Tilak Singh, and here he is on video.
Hi, I am Jerome Tilak Singh, and I hope you are enjoying this webcast. It's the first webcast, of its kind. It will be for almost 9 hours. We'll be crossing time zones, and I'm really happy and overjoyed that you are part of this webcast, this historic journey. It's the first webcast. You're part of history of International Men's Day. It's a webcast dedicated to all those supporting International Men's Day.
Hello, we're back.
We've been denigrating men and boys for decades, undermining fatherhood, ignoring male disadvantage, and painting masculinity as a problem to be fixed. Boys are failing to launch, and young men aren't reaching manhood. The result is a crisis for males, and therefore a crisis for our communities. Will men and women continue to combat each other, or will we collaborate together? This book is for everyone who believes that when men and boys thrive, society also flourishes.
The Western world is facing a crisis of fatherlessness. In Australia, around 1 in 6 children live without their biological father at home. In the United States, approximately 1 in 4 children live in a household without their father. Studies show that fatherlessness contributes to nearly all the social issues facing the West today. The statistics are grim, but there is hope. Since 2002, Dads for Kids has worked tirelessly to turn the tide of fatherlessness. Each year, we reach millions of people with messages of excellence in fathering through our community service announcements on Australian free-to-air television, on social channels, radio and print media. Since Father's Day 2002, the weekly Dads for Kids email newsletter has reached tens of thousands. Dads for Kids has hosted hundreds of fatherhood success seminars, conferences and national summits. And twice yearly, we run the Courageous Online Fathering course to help Aussie dads be the best they can be. Thanks to the support of generous donors through Dads for Kids achievements, thousands of men and their families have been positively impacted. The tide is turning, but there is still so much more to do. The reality is, when manhood falters, so does fatherhood. When fatherhood falters, so does society. Dads for Kids needs help to continue the important, much-needed work of encouraging men and fathers, especially through International Men's Day. For the sake of the Western world's children, your support is needed. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit internationalmensday.com/donate to give what you can. Your partnership as we build men, grow fathers and change generations is certainly valued and deeply appreciated. Donate what you can today. Scan the QR code on your screen right now or visit internationalmensday.com/donate to give. Thank you for your support. All right, we're back. So we've got my good friend Paul Whittle here, who's coming to us live. So we're live here in a place called Fig Tree, just south of Sydney. Paul is live in Canberra. Are you in Canberra today, Paul?
Yeah, Canberra Parliament House. Don't know if you can see it behind me, but I'm standing in the front of Canberra Parliament House in front of 2,529 empty souls.
Yeah, wow. Look, mate, I know about your great work, and it's an honour to have you on the webcast, mate. But can you tell us a bit about the shoes, the work you've been doing, and maybe what inspired you to do that?
Well, at the end of the day, it's I'm an advocate for male suicide reduction. I'm lobbying to get a minister for men and boys' health and welfare at state and federal level across Australia and every state. The reason I do it is because someone's got to do it. Basically, the reason we lay down the shoes is to give it a visual representation to male suicide. As a lot of people would know, it's not always mental health, and quite often it's predominantly situational distress, that family relationship breakdown, loss of access to children for financial reasons. Hospitals can't help that. That's the only place men have to go when they're going through those struggles. So, once you get involved with this type of thing, you sort of can't stop.
Oh, well, mate, look, for those watching, Paul Whittle is absolute national treasure, guys. So, mate, we just love Dad and I, Dads for Kids founder Warwick Marsh and I. We just love what you're doing, mate. And we've been supporting Paul's work there on the lawn of Parliament House. Just to give you a bit more context, for the last 3 or 4 years, each year Paul and his team go down to Parliament House in Canberra, and they've laid out 2,500 empty shoes, which represents, and that's a conservative number, of the number of men that die by suicide each year here in Australia. So, look, Paul, I salute you, mate, and we're seeing the shoes there live. If once that is in focus, yep. So there we go. So there's some shoes there, and it's an absolute.
This one, it says Nanny's eyes are broken.
Yeah.
And they leave notes. See, they leave the notes here for the public to read, and God bless him.
Yeah, amen, mate. No, look,
I'll take you for a walk through. I can keep talking.
Yeah, how did today go, Paul? Were you happy with how it went?
Yeah, we had about 300 advocates out here today. That we pulled down the signs and the banners. It was a very, very, it was a great day. So many families got some closure, and there's so many families that thought they weren't heard, felt heard. I'm not sure if it's very focused.
See if you can turn the filter off, Paul. I think it's blurring the background, or you've got a filter on there maybe.
Yeah, probably. As you know, mate, I'm not tech savvy.
No, you're right, mate.
Sorry, everybody.
You've had a big day. You probably haven't had much sleep either, have you, Paul? So.
No, I haven't.
But
just don't know how to do it. But I'd like to give you a real good look at it. So if I walk, not sure how we'll do it, but look, in Australia, we had a rise of 110 suicides this year.
Wow.
A decline of 17 in our women, which is great to see. That's the disparity. The mental health system is working for our women, and that's great, but it's not working for our men. In 2022, we had a rise of 105 suicides. 97 were men and boys. The other 8 were women, and nothing's happening in our country. And the more we bang on these doors of Parliament, it seems to be the more, I'll be honest, guys, the more ignorance we seem to get.
Yeah.
I'm an advocate, so I do say things pretty straight, guys, to those watching. I'm walking amongst these shoes now. The shoes themselves, inside the truck, one sole for each man or boy that lives their life in Australia weighs 2.1 tonnes.
Yeah, wow.
So that's just one sole. But what we did do, so while I've got you here and being an advocate, we did something different this year. We laid down 150 kids' shoes to represent those kids that are striving to see their dad, and they're stuck in family court because of what mum's doing or whatever's happening. It doesn't matter. But I'm going to show you some of these kids' shoes. I think it's right in the middle of the display, and that was a big part of today. A lot of the people here really like that. So I'm going to quickly just run up.
That's great,
and
Paul.
Show you the kids' shoes.
Paul, while you're doing that, you mentioned it just before, but obviously men's mental health is a big issue. But one of the things I love about your work is that you talk about, situational distress. And can you tell us a bit more what you mean by that, Paul, when you talk about situational distress contributing to male suicide?
Well, what situational distress is, it's a suicide without a diagnosable mental health issue. It's the best way to explain it. What it is, like, you have these instant reactions as well, but situational distress, we all find ourselves in situations that we struggle with all the time. And when it's family relationship breakdown or family court loss of access to children, financial problems, there really is not many services we can go to. And look, our men and boys are great at reaching out. We hear all the time that, it's 8 weeks to speak, but the problem is our men and boys do speak. But we struggle to find places to turn to them, just to send them to.
Yeah.
Situational distress, we all face situations in our life and I'm telling you, everyone in the world, we all face these situations where we think, bugger it, I've had enough, I'm going to end my life. In men, if you've got those three main situations going on, those men are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're spot on, Paul. And look, we've only got a few minutes left. Larry, we just had Larry from the United States on. Just in closing, what would be your message to the men of Australia, but to the people of the world? What would you say on this day, International Men's Day? What would your message be? How can we celebrate men and boys?
We can celebrate men and boys by acknowledging our men and boys, by reaching out. Someone said something today, every morning, something you can do, just push ABC on your phone and just hit a button and send a message, and you might just save a life. It's something tricky, but when you see a man or boy that's in those situations, family relationship breakdown, loss of access to children, court, even if they've done a crime, doesn't matter what the person's done, they still need support. Okay, people make mistakes. We all make mistakes, but we all need support. Yeah. So even if someone's done something horrible, that person's still going to need help, so they don't do something horrible again. Of course. So we need to understand that our empathy comes first. It's all about empathy, and we all make mistakes. We all get in situations. Reach out, and I'm telling you, if you reach out for help, and no one hears you, scream for help. Someone will hear you. There's so many people in this world that love and care about you, and when you're in those moments where you feel like you want to just give up, that's okay. But if you reach out to someone, they'll help you. They will.
Yeah. Oh, well, I know you're one of those blokes, Paul. So, look, thank you again for the great work you're doing. And, look, congratulations on your hard work today. Please give our regards to all the team as well, mate. But look, we'll have to leave it there. But look, thank you so much, and like I said, thank you again, and we'll catch up soon.
No worries. On the back of wings, we fight. I love all the work you do. Happy International Men's Day, Australia, and to the rest of the world. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, mate. Thank you so much.
What a legend.
Oh, he's a legend, yeah. I love Paulo. He calls a spade, and as far as I'm concerned, he's a national treasure.
I think today's a day where we're celebrating men like that as well, isn't it? Because to stand up and be an advocate is not easy. Yep. And you're going to attract flack, but here he is continuing year on year. It's brilliant. Yeah,
it is. He puts in the hard yards. And I should say, he doesn't get paid. Paul runs an amusement company. That's what he does, his day job. He does this out of the love of his... he does this in his free time. It's literally a work of love that he's doing. So thank you again to Paul. I believe we have Lisa Britton is online on Zoom.
Yes.
Yeah. Hello, Lisa. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm good. I think we've met once on Zoom, but I'm Nathaniel. This is my friend Andrew.
Hi, Lisa.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Great to have you with us. I think Paul is all right. Great. So no, look, thank you so much, Lisa. Whereabouts in the world are you today, Lisa?
I'm on the East Coast of the United States at the moment. I'm based out of Los Angeles, though, but I'm on the East Coast.
Yeah, great. So, we're all over the place with time zones today. But look, no, thank you so much. Can you tell us a bit about yourself, Lisa, what you do?
So I'm a writer for Evie Magazine and an advocate for boys, men, and fathers. And I've been doing this for about 7 years now.
Wow. Well, thank you. And it's so great to meet a woman who's advocating for men and boys.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We can see your web address there, Lisa. It's great. We love it. We can see your web address there is Helping Boys Thrive. Talk to us about that for a moment.
So my main focus is creating an environment where boys feel valued and heard, and we have compassion for boys. One of my main focuses is to switch it from the future is female to the future is everyone.
Beautiful.
So that's something I've coined a few years ago, and that's my goal, is to shift the narratives where we start focusing more on lifting everybody up. And we need to focus on our boy crisis today.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure people will be curious to understand, where has that started for you? What was the catalyst to really feel like you wanted to get into this space and empower others in this space? Where did it start for you?
It started with, like many women who are in this space, I started off as a feminist. And I traveled to Africa and I was helping girls in a village there. And when I came back, I started shifting. I saw almost like a victimhood mentality in girls and women in the West. So I started shifting into that space. And in my travels to DC, a senator's staff told me that they loved what I was doing for women and girls, but they thought that I should maybe look into boys because they really need our help now. And rather than just dismiss them like most people would do today, I went home and just started looking at the research, and I discovered, wow, we have a huge boy crisis and nobody's talking about it. Yeah. So it was pretty soon where I realized why nobody's really talking about it, and that's that it was a very taboo topic. So as soon as I shifted into the space of boys and men, that's when I really started getting pushback. My meetings in DC, some members wouldn't meet because it was just too taboo to talk about at the time. So that's when I was like, okay, I need to step it up. I need to raise public awareness. And I started my Twitter, now X account. And I have a growing, very steadily growing Twitter following that's very engaged. So that's kind of how I've broken out. And then Evie Magazine started publishing my articles. So my articles for Evie focus on boys and men's issues. And they're a very feminine magazine, and they've been very supportive. And the founder of Evie has 2 daughters, but she's very concerned about what the world would look like if we don't start addressing our boy crisis today. So look out tomorrow. Evie's putting out a little message for International Men's Day. And I think they're going to be the first women's magazine to ever acknowledge the day and send a loving message out. So stay tuned for that one.
That's fantastic. I can't wait to see it. So, no, look, thank you, Lisa. That's amazing. And I love what you said. The future is everyone. Is that? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's the theme this year is celebrating men and boys. I'll have to talk to the International Men's Day team, but maybe that could be a future theme. The future is everyone. I like
Definitely.
that. I like that.
Use it, run with it. I want to spread the word to every school, to every country. The future is everyone.
Yeah, 100%.
Lisa, you mentioned that when you started out in this space that it was sadly so taboo to talk about the need for men and boys to be advocated for. And we've already had a couple of guests on our live stream today talking about how the pendulum is beginning to shift back. And my view there, Nat, would be that the pendulum doesn't come back just by itself. It has to be pushed back into place by people like Lisa. Talk to us for a moment about what you experienced. Why have we reached this place where it's taboo to celebrate our boys?
I think it's ever since, for the past 50 years, the dynamics between men and women have turned more into a competition rather than a collaboration. So as soon as we started shifting into more women entering the workplace and those kind of things, it became more of a competition. Sure. And because of that, we've focused so much of our time, energy, resources, compassion, and support to lift up women economically and professionally, that has tipped into their favor. And most of the time, people, whenever I mention that I stand up for boys and men, a lot of people still say, why do we need to help boys and men? They get everything. The world was made for them. And all of these narratives that I think have been fed into us for decades. I grew up in the 90s. I was a girl in the 90s. And I remember in elementary school, it was always the future is female, girl power. And we were taught, go, go, go. So especially women around my age, millennials, we have this idea that it's girls and women that need the help. It's kind of been instilled in us since we were young. So now it's hard to shake off those beliefs. I have a lot of compassion for people who don't understand what we're doing, because I was one of them. So I always say that we need to give people space to grow and to understand the issues, because it's complicated when you've been told for decades that it's girls and women who only need support, and boys and men are doing just fine.
Yeah. No, thank you, Lisa. That's great. To that point, maybe what's a way that we could bring the pendulum back without, obviously, as we said earlier, and I'm sure you would agree, we don't want to take anything away from women and girls. Yeah, that's not what this is about. We believe that we can lift both men and boys and women and girls. Maybe you've obviously thought about this a lot. Maybe what's one way or a few key ways that us men and women watching, how can we lift up men and boys without taking anything away from women and girls? But maybe what would your message be to people about that?
We often say that compassion isn't a zero-sum game. So it doesn't mean we can care about both at the same time. We can provide resources to both at the same time. And we can lift up both at the same time. I think the most important thing, Larry was mentioning earlier, I was watching, there has been movement. There has been an increase in popularity on talking about this topic, especially in the United States. Like, it might not be at the same place in other nations around the world, but at least in the US right now, it's a pretty trendy topic to be talking about our young men and the struggles. So as it's becoming more less taboo to discuss, thanks to people like Richard Reeves, Scott Galloway, John Haidt has been speaking out about it a lot lately. So because it's becoming less taboo, now I feel like that last wall that really needs to be broken down is for more women to see the light and to stand up for their sons, for their husbands, for their brothers, for their fathers. So I believe that again is where women in this space can actually really help, because as a woman, you can kind of push it that step further. And I'm so happy that boys and men are able to talk about it more and they're being taken seriously. But I feel like for that last wall that needs to come down, women kind of have to step up and tell other women, hey, look, we need to help our boys and men.
Oh, for sure. I love what you said. It's not a zero-sum game. What would you say to women watching? How can we, I think this is something that we're all grappling with, but how can we make sure it's not tearing down women? What would your message be specifically to women, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I always say something that Dr. Warren Farrell says a lot, is that if you only root for one sex to win, both sexes will lose. And so I think that's the message for women, is that if we don't support boys, men, and fathers, we all lose. Society crumbles, families crumble. Young men, if we don't have strong young men who are motivated and they have the resources for mental health, and if we don't have male teachers and we don't have fathers, that creates chaos in a society. So if we want a strong society, we need strong boys and men as well as strong women and girls. And then we can work together, because humanity is based off of the relationship between men and women. So if one of us are failing, all of us fail.
Exactly, yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, we love the way that you are phrasing that, Lisa. It's exactly what we're all about here on International Men's Day and advocating for men and boys. It's not for them and against the other. It's actually for us together. And I love the way that you've so clearly pinpointed we need more mums, more wives, more daughters to help us in this cause, whilst at the same time we have more husbands and brothers and sons who are advocating for women and what they need as well. It's a synergistic approach that's going to work for us, right?
Yes. And for a long time, it was difficult. Something I learned early on in my advocacy work was the importance of women stepping up, because if only men do it, it's very easy for them to be dismissed as misogynists or these negative terms. And then some people can double down on the efforts that led to the crisis in the first place. Yeah. So it needs to be a collaborative effort with men and women speaking out, because then it's much harder to dismiss women as just misogynists. More if people disagree, they wonder why. Why are you thinking this way? And then that opens up the conversation rather than them just dismissing, oh, it's just misogynists afraid of losing their privilege and, all of those things that they say. So this is the way that we can kind of break down those walls.
Absolutely.
That's great, Lisa. Look, thank you so much. We've got a minute or two left. Is there anything, how can people, you mentioned Evie magazine, yes, and Andrew mentioned briefly your web address, but maybe can you just run through where people can follow you? How can we find out more about the amazing work that you're doing, Lisa?
The best place to find me is on X, formerly Twitter. My handle is @LisaBritton. And there you'll find all of my work. I'm constantly posting my work. And there's a link to all of my Evie articles. It's great if you have women in your life who's interested in the topic, send them the articles. Even men, a lot of the men read the articles too, and send them to your friends, put it out. It's a very soft approach to these issues. So it's a great breaking the ice if somebody is kind of on the fence, curious. So definitely if you go to my X page, you will be able to stay updated. And I'm constantly tweeting, and tomorrow I'll be tweeting a lot for International Men's Day.
Brilliant.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much, Lisa. We're often looking for articles for Dads for Kids. Look, I'll definitely be in contact. But look, thank you so much.
Excellent.
And you're getting in early here because it's the 19th of November here, yes, but it's still the 18th there.
Exactly. It's almost midnight where I am right now. Yep. So the countdown begins.
The countdown is on. So no, look, thank you so much, Lisa, for your time. We really appreciate your time and the great work you're doing. Keep it up, and on behalf of all of us, thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for putting this on. This is a great year for boys and men, and I think it's only going to grow from here. The popularity of this day.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
All the best. Now we have, speaking of Warren Farrell, Lisa mentioned Warren Farrell. We have Warren about to join us, I believe. You'll hear later from Dads for Kids founder Warwick Marsh, who also happens to be my father. But Warwick has had some great discussions with Warren. I've known of Warren Farrell's work for many years. I'm gonna get in early here and hold up some of his books. I think Warren has published over 12 books. Is my understanding. And look, it's actually a massive deal to have Warren with us today. My trusty assistant's going to hold up your books there, Warren, so thank you, Andrew. He's a very handsome man, so I think he's also good at modelling books. But look, thank you so much for joining us, Warren. It's an absolute honour and privilege to have you with us today. Hopefully it's probably quite late there where you are, is it?
Oh, it's fine. It's about 8:45 my time. We're just trying to catch up with Australia.
Well, no, that's quite civilised. So, no, look, thank you. Thank you so much for being with us today. And look, I know a little bit about your amazing work, but can you tell us a bit about yourself and how you got into advocating for men and boys and writing amazing books like The Boy Crisis?
Yes, I started out with the National Organization for Women in New York City, and in the 70s I saw a huge increase in divorces, and I saw the first literature that showed that children of divorce did not do very well if they didn't have their fathers involved, and that sort of got my attention. And then I brought that up to the board of NOW, and they all looked at me like, Warren, our feminist membership wants for women to be able to have the choice of whether they're the ones involved or whether they want the fathers involved at all. If they meet a new man who's better for them and they want to move away to a different location where maybe he has a job or they want to live, so another father will be just as fine and probably better. And so I said, that's not what the early research shows. And I could feel a silence on the board of just, and one of the people finally spoke up and very honestly said, Warren, almost all of your recommendations for speaking engagements, and therefore about 90% of your income comes from recommendations from us as feminists. And, if you're going to be saying that at the time of divorce, that fathers should, have, that the children need their biological dad, I'm not so sure that we can approve that, and that doesn't encourage us to recommend you. Mm-hmm. So I knew I had a decision to make, and I can't say it was easy because I was being interviewed, at all the major TV shows and written up, and everything I wanted I got, and 10 times as much. And I was, drawing large audiences, and women were worshiping me. And so I sort of had a sense that was all going to go away, and it more than did. I went from being sort of the darling of many millions of women to, sort of like he's the enemy. And it was an early cancel culture.
Wow. Well, look...
We've lost Warren for a moment, but we'll get him back.
We'll get him back.
He's got a lot to say for us today. Yep. And when we get him back, I want to ask him. We might hear he's back again.
Yep.
Can you hear us?
I disappeared for a moment. It's sort of funny. We said cancel culture, and all of a sudden,
don't say that phrase again.
Yeah. The internet doesn't like it.
No,
so, but no. Yes. Look, thank you. That's amazing, Warren. I think Andrew had a question.
Yeah, well, we know that Warren has been in this space for a long period of time and been advocating for men and boys. And if I am researched properly, I believe GQ magazine actually referred to you as the Martin Luther King of the men's movement. I think it's awesome that you were just quoted as anything by GQ magazine. I'm yet to reach that milestone in my life, but that's probably a phrase that doesn't sit overly comfortably with you. However, my question is around the idea of us unlocking and releasing more advocate voices. How do we do that? How do we get more men and women taking up this role of advocating on such a crucial conversation?
A lot of young people want, this is the first time in human history that people have not had to be so focused all their life on survival. And in the developed nations around the world, in the middle and upper middle class, people want to have meaning because they're already able to take care of survival issues. And so we have to reach out to boys and say, when boys don't do well, when there's a boy crisis, there's also a girl crisis. When there's a man crisis, there's also a woman crisis. When a man commits suicide, his wife is usually extremely unhappy, and the mother and father say, "What did I do wrong?" And the daughter and the son say, "Oh my God, my father will never, be with me again. Maybe I'm going to commit suicide at that age too. Maybe it's in the family. Maybe it's in the genes." So many people are impacted when men don't do well. We're all in the same family boat. And when only one sex wins, both sexes lose.
Yes.
And so young men, we need you to put that message out in the world. We need you to know that when you say things that boys and men need help, you are also helping women. Women who are seeking future fathers have no interest in going around unemployment lines looking for them, or in the basement of their neighbors looking for a guy that's living in the basement at the age of 30. And so this is a win-win situation. And you can do something that will probably be more meaningful than any other thing that you can do, which is helping not half of humanity, boys and men, but all of humanity.
Yeah. No, that's a great message, Warren. And look, we couldn't agree more that when we lift up men and boys, we actually lift up women and girls as well. So,
absolutely.
Look, you're a very published author. You've written over 12 books, Warren, and I really enjoyed your interview with Jordan Peterson a few years ago too. So, look, we'll get to that in a minute, but go and check Warren out on YouTube. He's all over the internet. But Warren, I wanted to ask you, mate, what are some positive strengths of masculinity? And maybe you could zero in. We're celebrating men and boys today, so maybe obviously boys become men, but I think there's some things distinct to boys that they're great at, or they bring to humanity their strengths, and men bring their strengths. Maybe you've obviously researched this a lot. Can you tell us a bit more about what are those specific strengths, your thoughts on boys and men?
Yes, I'm living here in the United States. That we would be speaking German under Nazi rule, if it wasn't for the willingness of men to die, so that we could have freedom, and that and the same in Australia. There was a huge problems there during World War II and so on, and Australians men died even more than American men did, sacrificing themselves so that others would live. And so that is one of the enormous strengths of man. And it also creates our toxicity. If we are in boot camp and a sergeant is saying to us, makes a comment, let's say, about Jewish people, and one of the guys in the boot camp is Jewish, and he says, officer, that you made a comment that was anti-Semitic, and I'm Jewish, that really offended me. The response of the sergeant would be, isn't that sweet, little boy? Why don't you do 20 push-ups and show everybody that you have some muscle in there somewhere? Now, why is the sergeant doing that? Because we're all training to become part of a war machine. We're training not to be sensitive, not to think of ourselves, not to, because in a war machine, the squeaky wheel makes the war machine not functional. And so the job of us in service is to forget about our feelings and to not acknowledge vulnerability, to just go ahead, and when the going gets tough, the tough get going, and be willing to die. So that's a strength for the nation, but it's not a strength for the boy. Feminists often say that men have male toxicity. We do have male toxicity, but not because of male privilege, but because of men's willingness to sacrifice everything about them that is human so that you can remain a human.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, those strengths, when used for bad, are toxic, but actually used well, directed in the right way, managed or focused in the right direction, are great strengths, and they're a great strength of humanity, aren't they? So, look.
Well, I'm going to interrupt there, if I may. Actually, those strengths, the outcome of that, being willing to die for others, is a strength for everybody else. But the process that it takes to be willing to repress all your feelings does create toxicity. So the things that save us, that save the larger population, create toxicity for the actual male. And so one of the things that we really need to work on is, how men can have the right balance of heroic intelligence and health intelligence. And that's the next generation's work with men. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. No, thank you, Warren. Speaking of the next generation, here in Australia, we have a problem where, and I believe you've written about this, but the education system in Australia often lets boys down for a variety of reasons. I'd love to get your thoughts on this, but I wanted to specifically mention, often boys in Australia are being diagnosed with disorders like ADD or ADHD. My view is that often that's just kind of the boisterousness of boys is there, and it's that often obviously not all cases. There are medical professionals that come to these conclusions for valid reasons sometimes, but I think my view is that often it's really just boys having that energy that they have. I mean, can you tell us a bit about that and how that it's in boys, but it's often looked down upon negatively. But we're probably looking at it the wrong way, aren't we?
Yes, I think we are. So first of all, exactly what you said is true, meaning that sometimes ADHD is legitimate and needs to be worked on and needs to be treated. It doesn't need to be treated necessarily with medications. John Gray wrote the last third of the Boy Crisis book on ADHD and looking at cures for ADHD that were not medication-oriented types of cures. So I would encourage a read of that, especially if you know anyone that has ADHD. However, there are some schools in the United States that have found boys to be very much that way and have created schools where these boys come to the school, and what the most successful ones do is the first 2 hours of the day is devoted to sports and to physical activities. And the boys get their energy out of their system. And then the coaches do not continue for the rest of the day coaching other people because they've done those first 2 hours. They rather go around to the classrooms and see if any teacher is having a student that is having problems, and let's say you're having an algebra problem, that coach goes in and works with the boy to think of that algebra problem as the other team that they just trained to beat. And so it takes that doing approach, that athletic approach, and it applies it to the boy's intellectual processes as well. And so the boy is able to be much more effective in that type of way.
I don't know. Do we have any schools like that here?
Not that I'm aware of, but I find that quite fascinating, actually, that notion of taking an existing internal process and mechanism and then harnessing the strength of that to point at different outcomes. Are there other examples of where we're seeing that effective?
Very few schools. The name of the school that I just talked about is called Urban Dove, D-O-V-E. And it's in New York, the New York area. And I talk about it, and this program's in the Boy Crisis book. So if you wish to sort of dig into some of the details of that, that's really helpful. But overall, boys need to do first. Yeah. So when I was a teacher, one of the things that I did this is way before, this is back in 1965 or 1966, and I had before probably both of you were born. And when I was teaching,
that's before my time, Warren. But yeah, I mean, you have to ask Andrew.
You see what I've got to put up with here, Warren? It's unbelievable.
Sorry, I interrupted you. Go on.
No. So let's see, where was I?
1965 was it? That's around when Andrew was. No, sorry.
Yes,
stop.
That's what I was teaching. Yeah, and when I was teaching, I just loved to get people involved in things, and so I was teaching political science at the time, and so I was getting everybody to be Republicans or Democrats in a convention, and I had them act things out and so on. And the supervising teacher this is when I was student teaching. The supervising teacher came up to me later, and he said, some of the people that didn't do very well during the year are really doing well now. And I didn't realize at the time that the 4 kids that he mentioned were all boys. But what I was doing before I knew what I was doing was my natural propensity as a teacher is to involve and require somebody to do something and get out there. And that's that for any teacher can do more of that. Make sure you give boys and girls projects. Make sure you have them do things. Make sure you have them work together. These are ways that boys are more likely to thrive in school.
No, that's fantastic. Look, there's so many things we could probably talk about, Warren, but I really, because you've written so many books, but could you tell us your top 3 things maybe that you'd want the world to hear today? I mean, today is International Men's Day, and I think we've got quite a few people on the live stream now, but we've got people watching from all over the world. Obviously, the States and Australia, there's some. We're quite influenced by America culturally. Yes. We're probably, culturally speaking, 5-10 years behind America, I think, generally speaking. But, there are things certainly common to the Western world, but other countries too are grappling with some of these issues. Maybe what are your top 3 messages? How can we support and encourage men and boys around the world today? I know it's a big topic, but feel free to drill down into 3 specific things if you can. Yeah.
The number one thing that we can do is to train couples, mothers and fathers, to be able to communicate effectively. And within the framework of communicating effectively, the most important single barrier for almost all couples is the inability to handle personal criticism without becoming defensive. If we, and one of the things I've done in the last 30 years is to do a workshop called Role Mate to Soulmate that I just did in book form recently. And in Role Mate to Soulmate, what I teach people to do is to develop a whole way that before they handle criticism, they prepare themselves to do it by having mindsets that alter the natural biological propensity to be defensive in response to criticism. So if you learn how to do that and learn how to create in your home a conflict-free zone and learn how to develop a disciplined system of specific appreciations for your partner, those 3 things are crucial, and they're all in the Role Mate to Soulmate book in much greater detail. But those things are the 3 most crucial things that bond a couple. When a couple is bonded and communicates well, and they can hear, and the children are watching their parents solve problems where they disagree, but in ways that they can fully hear each other, that allows the children to have a role model of how to communicate about differences with somebody without getting into arguments with them, without trying to defeat them, and so on. And so that's number one. And so what happens then is you have fewer divorces. If you have fewer divorces, so the good communication leads to fewer divorces. The smaller the number of divorces, the less the dad deprivation is. When there are divorces, very frequently for a number of reasons, the dads start having less contact with the children. That's terrible for girls, but it's even more terrible for boys. I'm not just talking about terrible in abstract terms. I'm talking about the telomeres of boys, the inside of our cells of our body. We have telomeres. And the longer the telomeres are, when we are 9.5 years of age, the longer we are likely to live. And boys and girls that have father involvement at the age of 9.5 have longer telomeres than those that don't. And boys then again have 40% longer telomeres when they have father involvement versus those of girls, because both girls and boys are negatively affected by dad deprivation, but boys are significantly more affected by it because they don't have a male role model, and they look in the mirror and they see that their body language looks a lot like their dad's, and their eyes and their nose and their hair look a lot like their dad's, but they don't really know their dad, so they feel abandoned. And this is one of the reasons why being a stepfather is a wonderful thing, but it doesn't substitute for being a biological dad. And so also it's really important to understand how the differences between dad-style parenting and mom-style parenting. From a mom's point of view, a dad roughhousing often looks like she just has one more child to monitor. So, but no father ever tells a mother. One of the reasons I want to do roughhousing with my kids is, one of the reasons is to have fun. Yeah. But another reason is because that it teaches the way that I do roughhousing, and the way most fathers do it, will teach the children that if they're too rough, they will lose the roughhousing. And so therefore they have to pay attention to their children's, their sisters and their brothers' needs as well. So if you stick your elbow in your sister's eye and she starts crying, that's the end of the roughhousing. Yeah. And so what does that do? We now have data that shows, are we still connected?
I can hear you. Yeah, we got you, Lauren. Okay. Keep going. This is great. Thank you.
We have data that shows that when the children do that roughhousing, because they're forced to think about their brothers and sisters' needs, their empathy increases. Now, have you ever heard a dad say, I want to do roughhousing in part because I want our children to be more empathetic? I mean, the mother would require the data for that, and she wouldn't be able to believe it. But the data is there, and it's in the Boy Crisis book, and it's really so important for the mothers and fathers to understand the 7 basic differences between dad-style parenting and mom-style parenting, and then learn with that how to create what I call checks and balance parenting, where the children get the best of mom and the best of dad.
Wow. That's amazing. There's a lot there, Warren. So we had the 3 things. The first one was great, good marriage, good communication in your marriage. One thing we often say at Dads for Kids is the best thing a father can do for his or her children is to love the mother. So that's couldn't agree with you more. And then the second,
everyone wants to love their partner. That's why they got married.
Yeah.
But no one knows how to do it well. No one, because it's biologically. When you hear criticism, historically and biologically speaking, you felt there was a possible enemy. So it was functional for survival for you to become defensive, so you didn't get killed, or to kill the enemy before the enemy kills you. That was functional for survival. It's just dysfunctional for love.
Yeah.
So it takes an artificial process that I call the caring and sharing process to train, to have people move from that naturally defensive response to an unnatural response of being able to provide a space that allows your partner, no matter what she or he has to say, no matter what the tone of voice, you support that partner. And so that's the process that I talk about in the Role Mate to Soulmate book.
Yeah, just what's the name of that book again? Just say that again for us, Warren.
It's Role Mate, ROLE, Mate to, not cellmate, but soul mate.
Feels like a cellmate maybe sometimes, but yeah. To all our viewers, check out that book, Role Mate to Soulmate. Obviously, we have the Boy Crisis as well. And Warwick mentioned to me, Warren, that are you writing a new book as well at the moment? Can you tell us a bit about that too?
Yes, I'm writing a book called The Man Crisis, and looking at sort of some of the different things as men get a little bit older. What's the impact of the hashtag Me Too, helping everybody understand the degree to which men may sometimes had moved too quickly and had problems, and left women feeling victimized. And so we had through hashtag Me Too a much deeper understanding of women, but there was no hashtag Me Too for men. And men also have feelings, and men also feel rejected, and men also have. So we've looked in the last years at the female experience of powerlessness and the female experience of male power. But no one has looked at the male experience of powerlessness and the male experience of female power. And so that's what one of the things I'll be looking at in the Man Crisis. And I did look at that with some different slants on it in the Myth of Male Power that you and that Australians supported amazingly well. It became #1 in Australia, as you may or may not know.
Right.
And but the moment it became #1, Random House published it, and the Random House head was a feminist. And when the feminists protested it, they didn't do a second printing of a #1 bestseller.
It's a bit of a common theme there, isn't there, Andrew?
There is, indeed.
Yeah. Warren, Andrew hosts a show called The Man Show. So I think The Man Crisis it's the kind of book that sounds all right up your alley,
Yeah,
mate.
absolutely. Yeah, the name of the YouTube channel is The Man Show with Andrew Gray, and we talk about all of those kinds of issues that you're touching on there. And I think one of the factors that comes up in our conversations a lot is the role of fatherlessness for men of all ages. And it's an impact on a man's life that runs right through his life, whether he's a young boy, a young adult, or a grown man in his senior years. What's your take on that? What are you seeing? What are you observing? What is the data telling you?
I have 3 things to say about that. Yes, yes, and yes. And here's why. So the lack of father involvement is the single biggest predictor of a young male committing suicide.
Wow.
When I ran for governor of California, I spoke around some prison populations, and I asked the men in the prisons, how many of you had an active, involved father? About 5 to 10% raised their hand.
Yes.
The other 90% said they did not. And when I talked with those prisoners about the importance of fathers, I had men coming up to me afterwards, pushing me aside so nobody would hear them talk to me. And they had muscles like I will never have. And with these tattoos, they were saying to me, for the first time in my life, I feel like I could contribute something to prevent my children from making the mistakes that I made that put me in prison. Up until now, I had no reason to get out of prison. I thought I was just a total loser. Fathers have so much to contribute.
Yes.
In the back of the boy crisis, I got so much there that I just decided to make an appendix out of it. I ended up with 55 proofs or highly correlated or causal connections between father involvement and boys being much less likely to drop out of high school, being much more likely to be employed,
Yes.
Being much more likely to be able to have the single biggest thing that fathers contribute. I hinted about this with when I was talking about the roughhousing. The single biggest thing is postponed gratification. And postponed gratification is the single biggest predictor of success or failure. So, for example, when women and men supervise children, the women will set an earlier bedtime. Men will set a later bedtime. But when the children actually get to bed earlier with the dad than they do with the mom, even though the mom sets an earlier bedtime.
Interesting.
Why? Because with children, when let's say the bedtime is 8:30 by mom and 9 o'clock by dad, at 8:30, maybe one of the children will come up and say, "Mom, I'm so freaked out. I didn't finish my homework." And mom will say, well, I did tell you to get off the phone with your girlfriend a few hours ago, but you're right. I don't want you to go to school without your homework being done. Okay, don't do that again, but you should you go ahead and do your homework. Okay, Mom, I finished my homework, and you can read me a story. Isn't it great that I finished my homework? Oh, okay, I'll read you a story, but you should have done your homework sooner anyway. And so the mother will repeat, that is, she will set the boundary and repeat the setting of the boundary. And of course, sometimes this is reversed. The dads do the mom thing and the mom does the dad thing, but the mom will more frequently then give in, seeing the value of what like going to school with your homework done. Dads will do that the first time around, but usually the second or third time around, the dad will go ahead and say, "Sorry, this time you go to school without your homework being done. You didn't pay attention to what I said." And so therefore, ultimately, the children will know they can't get around manipulating their father to a later bedtime, but they can get around manipulating their mother to an earlier bedtime. If you're listening to this and you're a mom, please pay attention to this, because you are putting so much energy with a good heart into doing the right thing for your children, but you're teaching them to not respect you. When you repeat boundaries without enforcing them, they learn to manipulate you, not respect you. And that is a crime for the children, for you, and for the dad.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you, Warren. That's fantastic. I mean, there's so much there. We could talk all day or all night in your case, but look, thank you so much. And to everyone watching, check out The Boy Crisis. Is there a website people can go to learn more about your work, Warren, to keep up to date?
Yeah. Yes, warrenfarrell.com. And when you go there, check out the couples communication, which has the Role Mate to Soulmate, but also in the Role Mate to Soulmate book is access to a 10-hour video course that you and your partner can do with each other that actually helps you implement what's being said in words in the book.
Great. Well, to everyone watching, there's some fantastic resources there, so make sure you check them out. And look, thank you, Warren. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time, and keep up the great work. You're a great blessing.
Thank you. And Andrew, I just love that you're doing that show, and please keep that up and let me know more about it.
Absolutely. Thanks, Warren.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So now we have Phil joining us. Is Phil Gouldson there? He's there.
I'm here.
Yeah. Hey, Phil, how you doing?
Good.
It's good to see you. So everyone, we've jumped from the US. Now we're back in Australia. And I've had the pleasure of speaking. I've spoken with Phil a few times on the phone. We've never actually met in person, but we're meeting here on Zoom. Phil's worked with my father, Warwick, a bit. But look, Phil, thank you so much for joining us today.
Oh, thank you. It's an honour just to be with you guys and listening to people like Warren and that. It's just awesome stuff. Yeah.
He's an absolute legend, Warren. So, but here we are. We've got an Aussie legend with us, mate. So, look, Phil, tell us a bit about yourself. I know that Phil actually founded International Men's Day. Our crew are signalling something to us.
We want you just to bring your camera down just a tiny bit, Phil, because we want to see more of your handsome face.
There we go. That's better. There we go. They were doing this to me. Phil, they were doing this. I'm thinking they're worshipping Phil.
Nats thought they were worshipping him, but I had to interpret. We needed to see more of you, Phil.
Brian, you don't have to do that for me. You know?
No, look, Phil brought International Men's Day to Sydney. I won't say when. Well, I'll let you tell us the story, Phil. Tell us a bit more about yourself.
Just briefly, I had battled with suicide through most of my life, and that came to a head in the year 2000. And a whole series of events happened where I decided to resign and work with men. In fact, I had Steve Bidoff come across, and I was working in the Commonwealth Department of Finance at the time, and I had a group of men just there for having lunch, about 20 men. And we went around the room and said, how many of you have thought about suicide? And about 80% of them said yes. And it was just, for me, that was, yes, we need to do something. And you'd never guess them, of course. And so from that, I started two things. I needed to establish a voice across Australia, which is International Men's Day, which is important. But then at the other level, I run programs for men themselves, thousands of men, and I do it face-to-face with men going through a whole range of things about how to help them basically cope with life, because most men don't get the tools or the techniques, and that's particularly in manufacturing areas or construction areas where they don't have the tools, and that's where a lot of suicide and depression is. And because the organisations don't realise that they have to teach the men how to cope with life, the simple things, how do you get over problems, things like that, because particularly young men, because they're going through divorces, marriages, getting a fine or whatever else. Yeah, so that's probably in a nutshell, and been continuing that ever since,
Oh, well, good on you, Phil. And look, thank you for, we've had some wonderful conversations, and your enthusiasm and is just infectious, mate. So I just really want to honour you and thank you for really that decades of work you've been doing. Can you tell, this is International Men's Day, obviously, it's the 19th of November. Can you tell us a bit about that story? Because was it 1993? Have I got the year right that you first celebrated?
We first formally celebrated it in 2003.
Okay.
We created the concept earlier than that. And to do that, I established a health and wellbeing association. You need some sort of body to stand on to be able to give you a better voice. And then in 2003, we had the very first celebration as such, which was a barbecue, of course. What else would you do,
Well,
very mannish.
You can't argue with that, can you? So, yeah, I love a good barbecue.
Yeah. And we had 6 people attend.
Yeah.
there's some debate about the 6.
Recount.
Some I think were just walking by at the time.
Count them, Phil.
But
Count them all.
They grabbed a sausage. We counted them.
Well, you had 6 less sausages.
Exactly.
So that's how you worked.
Exactly. So that was just a start. You had to start somewhere, to shake the can. And in fact, the very first talk I gave about International Men's Day was with the Australian Federal Police in Canberra at their head office. They'd done a lot of work with women, and they asked me to have a talk about men, and that was sensational.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Well, look, thank you for. We're hearing from Dr. Jerome Tilak-Singh throughout the live stream today. There's debate, as there always is with these things. There's debate about who started first, but really, Jerome, based in Trinidad, was the first to really celebrate IMD. But it's pretty clear to me, mate, that you brought it to Australia. So thank you for that. And we were chatting with Lisa Britton earlier, and obviously Larry, our friends in the US. It does feel like there's been a bit of I use the word vibe shift. It's sort of from that great Australian movie, The Castle. Any of our international viewers, do yourself a favour and go and watch The Castle. It's got a bit of colourful language, but that'll give you a great insight into Aussie culture. But it does feel like there's been a vibe shift in maybe in the last few years. I think Lisa even mentioned that it's almost becoming trendy to talk about men and boys, which is probably inconceivable for you, isn't it, Phil? I mean, you've been at this for a long time, but are you encouraged by what you're seeing? I think you're a glass half full kind of guy, but can you tell us maybe some of your hope for the future?
I have been in organising the forum here in Canberra for Friday and talking with a whole lot of men and women. My heart is really pumping over and being excited about the amount of work that's going on at the grassroots level. And it's just phenomenal. And people are just getting on and doing it.
Yep.
They may have a bit of money, or the butcher might sponsor them a bit, but they're not waiting. And the other thing is the women's involvement. Their voice of women is extremely powerful. And it adds another dimension to it. So I'm really excited about it, that there's a whole lot of positive things going on.
Yeah.
I don't think we have any strong politicians who are prepared to put their head up yet. I think they're scurrying around, the back doors of the House, But I think, I'm excited by it. After 25 years sort of stuff being in it, it's noticeable. The one thing that worries me and saddens me still is the loss of our males, particularly our young men.
Yep.
And in particular, which is what I was talking about there, is our boys. Boys just get neglected.
Yep.
Everyone just thinks they're going along all fine, but they don't. And if you look at what impacts on boys, it's sport and all, and their colleagues and all that, in their 10s to 14-year-old, and that's what shapes them. But we don't. I go to a lot of sport here, watching my grandson play cricket or football, and you can watch the coaches literally damage a young boy in minutes by yelling at him, saying, that wasn't what we wanted. Instead of having a view that as sporting organisations, we have a responsibility to grow these boys and girls while they're in our care.
Yep.
If they happen to learn a bit about cricket, fabulous, or whatever else.
Yep.
But the purpose is, in those critical years, they should all be about growing them, how to problem solve, how to get over a failure, how to get over this. They're the lessons that are going to carry them. But we just assume that they'll have them. And sport and that and social activities, organised ones, play an important role, but they don't have the same philosophical approach or understanding that these kids are in their care to grow them.
No, it's a great point, Phil. And yeah, I think coaches, especially for maybe kids who don't have a father at home, coaches are great role models, and they're actually in a quite a position where they can influence for good or for bad. So, to any coaches watching, any men coaching soccer teams, hey, keep doing what you're doing, but as Phil's saying, focus on the positive, especially kids there who might be struggling. You can really have a good impact on those children. So, look, thank you so much, Phil. I think we're about to run out of time, but you mentioned briefly Friday. I'll be there at the forum on Friday. Thank you so much for the table for Dads for Kids. I want to publicly thank you for that too, because it's very generous. And I've got to give a shout out to one of our board members, Rob Day, and my good friend Rick Saywell will be joining me on the table. I've got a few spare chairs. Andrew and I haven't had a chance to talk about it, but look, can you give us a plug about Friday? Tell us a bit more about the forum on Friday in Canberra, Phil.
Well, the first thing about it is Rebecca and I decided that we need to change the nature of it. And one is it was about society working together. This nonsense of male and female, it's just a nonsense. And so we've got a whole range of males and female people who are doing incredible work within the community. And it's also about having a view about the broader things that impact on boys and men. And some of the hidden negative ones are alcohol, drugs. And none of those businesses really stand up and take responsibility. And so it's and the main thought about it is we'll have some breakout sessions where I want participants themselves to write what they think we should be doing more of for boys, young men and older men. So we've got something solid that we can take away for them.
No, that's great. Look, I'm looking forward to it. Is there a specific website that people can go to, Phil, to find out more, or can they email someone if they're interested? Have you is there seats or tables, chairs still available? Is there spots available?
Oh, yeah, we still have, because we've paid for a whole range of tables. No One Left Behind is if you Google that, you'll come across the website. No One Left Behind.
No One Left Behind. Yep. All right. Well, to all our viewers watching, check that out. Look, it's less than 2 days away now. So, but look, Phil and Beck are doing great work. And thank you again for your support of Dads for Kids in that way, Phil. And I'm looking forward to being there. But yeah, it's at the Hyatt Hotel in Canberra. It's 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. this Friday.
Yep.
And
and get together after that, just to with refreshments and have any time to chat.
Great. Well, look, Phil, I think we have a little bit more time, but what would on this International Men's Day, the theme is celebrating men and boys. What would your message be to the world? I mean, really, we've got people joining us from all over the world watching the live stream at the moment. I mean, you're a veteran of this here in Australia, mate, an absolute legend in my books. What would your message be what would your message be around how can we celebrate men and boys? How can we lift up men and boys and by doing that, lift up humanity?
There's probably two phrases I would use. And one is the theme we have is a community stronger together. Having that stronger community approach, just all stronger together is important. Yep. And the other one is silence in any form does not work.
Yep. It doesn't help. It doesn't help anyone, does it, Phil?
No. And we need men, I think, also, it's almost like men are too scared to speak up here in Australia. It's time for them to raise their voice and say what's going on and what's good, is to not sit back, speak louder, get up there and be proud of your masculinity or what you're contributing to families or communities, don't let it be pushed aside.
No,
so that's about my two.
Thank you. Very, very wise words. And I think we're going to hear from Jerome we've got some videos to play. But look, again, I just wanted to thank you and honour you, Phil. And I'll see you on Friday. Looking forward to shaking your hand.
Look forward to that.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day. And yeah, to all those viewers, there's still spots available. Check out Google No One Left Behind. And it's an all-day event this Friday in Canberra. And look forward to seeing you there, Phil. Thank you again.
And it'll be free of charge. Thank you very much, Nat and Andrew. It's lovely chatting with you.
Thanks,
Keep
Phil.
up the great work.
Thanks, mate.
Fabulous work.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. All the best.
All the best. I'm humbled to be with you. Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. We're going to hear from Jerome Tilak Singh. Got some videos here to roll.
Hi, I am Jerome Tilak Singh, and I hope you are enjoying this webcast. It's the first webcast, of its kind. It will be for almost 9 hours. It'll be crossing time zones, and I'm really happy and overjoyed that you are part of this webcast. This historic journey, it's the first webcast. You're part of history of International Men's Day. It's a webcast dedicated to all those supporting International Men's Day.
We've been denigrating men and boys for decades, undermining fatherhood, ignoring male disadvantage, and painting masculinity as a problem to be fixed. Boys are failing to launch, and young men aren't reaching manhood. The result is a crisis for males, and therefore a crisis for our communities. Will men and women continue to combat each other, or will we collaborate together? This book is for everyone who believes that when men and boys thrive, society also flourishes.
The Western world is facing a crisis of fatherlessness. In Australia, around 1 in 6 children live without their biological father at home. In the United States, approximately 1 in 4 children live in a household without their father. Studies show that fatherlessness contributes to nearly all the social issues facing the West today. The statistics are grim, but there is hope. Since 2002, Dads for Kids has worked tirelessly to turn the tide of fatherlessness. Each year, we reach millions of people with messages of excellence in fathering through our community service announcements on Australian free-to-air television, on social channels, radio and print media. Since Father's Day 2002, the weekly Dads for Kids email newsletter has reached tens of thousands. Dads for Kids has hosted hundreds of fatherhood success seminars, conferences and national summits. And twice yearly, we run the Courageous Online Fathering course to help Aussie dads be the best they can be. Thanks to the support of generous donors through Dads for Kids achievements, thousands of men and their families have been positively impacted. The tide is turning, but there is still so much more to do. The reality is, when manhood falters, so does fatherhood. When fatherhood falters, so does society. Dads for Kids needs help to continue the important, much-needed work of encouraging men and fathers, especially through International Men's Day. For the sake of the Western world's children, your support is needed. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit internationalmensday.com/donate to give what you can. Your partnership as we build men, grow fathers and change generations is certainly valued and deeply appreciated. Donate what you can today. Scan the QR code on your screen right now or visit internationalmensday.com/donate to give. Thank you for your support. All right, welcome back to the International Men's Day Global Webcast. My name's Nathaniel Marsh and I'm the CEO of Dads for Kids, and this is my good mate Andrew Gray. He hosts a fantastic show on YouTube called The Man Show, so make sure you check it out. And we have our next guest joining us.
Yeah, we're going well so far.
Yeah, I think so. We can't keep putting the chats in the comments and things and doing all the things. We're powering ahead. And I do need to give a shout out to our founder, my father, Warwick Marsh, who's going to be joining me later. So you'll hear from him a lot later on. But Warwick, one of his many superpowers is bringing people together and organising and doing all those things. So he's done a fantastic job bringing us all together, and we're about to hear from Torben. But I don't. Did you want to reflect on anything, or just quickly mention something, Andrew? Or?
I'll just be quickly before we go to our next guest. I think it's just really pleasing to hear all of our guests talking about this same notion of a day like IMD is not just about advocating for men and for boys. It's actually about the power of us, that men play a crucial role in advocating for wholeness and healing for everybody. Yep. It's not us against something, it's us for something, and that's been really powerful.
Yeah, for sure. It's not that zero-sum game that we've talked a bit about. But look, we have joining us live, we're crossing now to Europe. So now, hopefully I pronounce this right, Torben. I'm sorry, my Australian, right. Us Aussies, we butcher English. But we've got Torben Haugaard.
Yes, that's right.
Beautiful. I love the accent. And you're in Denmark, is that right, Torben?
Yes, I am Denmark, and it's early in the morning. It's 6:30 in the morning.
6:30 in the morning.
Wow.
Legend.
Well, thank you for getting up early for us.
I'm so pleased to. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Well, look, Torben, tell us a bit about yourself. I understand that you're chairman of the Danish Men's Council.
Yes.
Can you tell us a bit about maybe the work the council does, and what inspired you to do this work?
Yeah, the Danish Men's Council was established back in 2019, and I've been with from the beginning. And it is a group of men who has been through the system with divorces and fighting for our kids and so on. And some of us has been doing that since 2006, 2007. So we have many years of experience working with the system in Denmark. And we have now worked for 6 years. And we are focusing both on the family court, the divorce problems, the boys falling behind in the schools, which also is a theme here in Denmark. We are also focusing on the regulations that in Denmark they have passed some laws which is against men. It's about stealthing. It's about agreeable in having sex and all that, and that is really a problem. And for since the Me Too arrived here in Denmark, we had the first wave in 2017, 2019 was the second wave, and then it hit us really much. And since then, we have had this impression of men being talked down in the society. The masculinity has been talked down, has been problematic, has been toxic, and all that. And that's what we want to stop. We want to talk men up again as a very important gender in our society. We need to talk about all the positive things about masculinity and also the boys, and that's what we are aiming at. And we have been fighting a lot because we are a voluntary organization. We are not getting any money from the state, but we have around 20 women's organizations in Denmark getting more than 1 billion Danish kroner per year from the state, from funds, from everything. So that's what we are up against. And that is, in my point of view and our point of view, one of the biggest challenges is the big payment, both of the women's organizations here in Denmark, but also on a European level. We have European Women Lobby with 2,000 organizations connected to. They have got 200 million euros to their work against men over the last years. And it also comes from the UN Women. So in our point of view, we have found out we are able to define all the symptoms, what is wrong in our society. But in my point of view, we need to get down to where is the key areas. And the key areas is that all these organizations are getting so much money. And when they are getting all these money, both from the state and funds and so on, they have a lot of political influence.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a political influence both on the EU level, but especially in all the countries. These women organizations are running the countries behind the scenes. And this is really one of the things that we need to address very, very highly, and we will do that today. We have a big event today. It's the biggest event that we have held since we started in the afternoon, and the Minister of Gender Equality will come for the first time and speak on our event.
Brilliant.
He will open the event. And then we have the chairman for the Justice Committee in the Parliament. He will come and talk about the rights and right security for men during his speak this afternoon. So we are very pleased for that, because that is a kind of a blue stamp that we are recognized as a good organization that is doing a very, very important job for men and boys and fathers.
That's fantastic, Torben. That's very informative to me. I didn't realise the situation was that dire in Denmark. I mean, here in Australia, it's not too dissimilar. Sadly, certainly the political and cultural elites are very much captured by that sort of feminist ideology, I would say. So sadly, it's similar here. I mean, today is International Men's Day, and the theme this year is celebrating men and boys. It's great to have someone with us from Denmark. What would your message be to those in Europe watching, those around the world? What would your message be this year about how can we lift up men and boys? Obviously, as Andrew mentioned before, this is, and I'm sure you would agree, this isn't about bringing down women or diminishing women and girls in any way. It's about lifting up men and boys who are so often disadvantaged and certainly sometimes persecuted in the court system. What would your message be to the world this International Men's Day?
It's very simple. Speak up.
Yep.
What we have realized over the last years here in Denmark is that many men are very annoyed with the situation. Also, a lot of women are very annoyed with the situation, but they don't dare to speak up because it has consequences.
Right.
Either on the social media or in their jobs, they are afraid of getting fired if they're opening up for their opinions about what is going on. It is a very bad situation, and the reason why I can do it because I'm an elderly man, and the men in our organization is elderly men who has said we don't care anymore. They cannot hit us on our jobs and so on. So that's the reason why we are speaking up. We will not accept this talking down of the men. That is very, very important. And then and another thing is very important too. Here in Denmark, the government is supporting women to get children on their own. Now they are paying for the second child. I think it is a disaster in the Western world that men are being taken out, or being our children being done fatherless, even before they have been given birth. And I think that is a catastrophe, that we are not telling the society that men and fathers are extremely important in the upgrowing of children.
Yes.
That is what we need to fight for, because if we have accepted that women, and it's increasing in Denmark, that more and more women are getting children on their own, supported by the government, I think that is a disaster. And we need to get that back on track, that men and fathers and mothers are equal, and they are very, very important for a child's upbringing.
Yeah, absolutely. Torben, congratulations on all the hard work you and your team are doing. We love your energy. We love your passion for this subject. We love your spurring other men to speak up. In fact, our last guest that we had was talking about a similar concept, trying to spur people everywhere to take up that mantle to speak. And I heard you say something really quite insightful at the start of our chat, and I'm wondering if you could give us a comment on this. Lots of people are scared to speak up. They're worried about the criticism. They're worried about backlash. Is it possible that people can actually begin with what they can speak up for? And what I heard you say was talking about the positive things about masculinity, talking about why there are good aspects to this side of society. Is that the start point for people who might be a little bit timid about speaking up? Begin with the positive and then engage with the more aggressive nature of this narrative?
Yes. One of the things that has been, been talked about for several years since the Me Too and all that is that men and women are equal. And that is not right. We are very, very different. I have 30 years as a psychotherapist. I've worked with people next to my career in the labor market, and I have a lot of experience of the big difference between men and women, and we need to accept that men is stronger. Men has more power and aggression, and that is a key word, this aggression, because it has turned out to be some negative things. Aggression is very, very important in order to survive in life. Mm-hmm. If you're not learned to handle your aggression in your upbringing, you are struck. This is so important to know, and also that we have this competition. We want to win. We want to fight. We want to get further in business, get further in life, and that's what is very important. And we used to say here in Denmark, the mothers are the roots for the kids, and the fathers are the wings for the kids. It is the fathers that push children out in life so they can challenge themselves in order to grow. And that is very, very important to know. And women has very, very good competences, which is very necessary for the kids as well. But we don't want them to be mixed. If you're mixing, if a man wants to be a woman and a woman wants to be a man, you get two very, very bad. What can I say?
Confusion.
Confusion. Yes.
Chaos.
So chaos. Yes. So we need to accept that men and women are very different,
That's
and
right.
we have very good things to support each other with.
Yeah,
so we need to get back to have that knowledge and that because it's common sense in my world.
Yes.
So that is very important for me to say.
That's great.
Brilliant.
No, that's great, Torben. I'm just going to jump in. We're almost out of time, but I just jumped into the comments. Obviously, we're live here, and there's a great comment here from our good friend David Maywald, who we'll be hearing from later. But I just want to read this out to you, Torben, if you could just respond briefly, because I want to get this in there. But David says, "Hi, Torben. Great to see you during Australian Daylight Hours. Your book from 6 years ago was ahead of its time." And he's got the Danish title, which I'll probably butcher, so I'm not going to...
I'd love for you to have a go at the Danish title.
Okay, I'll try. Et samfund i ubalance?
A society on balance.
He did pretty good.
Yeah, he did.
But then again, Torben would know the title of his own book.
Well, you would think so. Yeah, he nailed it. But that's. Can you tell us just briefly, Torben? Just tell us a bit. There it is. Yeah, just give us a quick 30-second rundown on the book, Torben.
It is a book where I've been interested in the societies since many years ago, and I have discovered all the things that was going on, what we are on our way to. So I have written this book because I could see that there is an unbalance, and most people think that is in the favor of the women. That is, they are the ones who has a hard time. But I'm not agreeing with that. It is the men and especially the children that's having a hard time, and that was the reason why I wrote this book back in 2019. Yes, that's yeah.
No, that's
so I
great.
could see it at that time.
Where can people get that book, Torben? Where can people go to purchase that?
I think it's only in Danish, unfortunately, but it is on Saxo, SAXO in Denmark. There you can buy the book.
Okay, great. Well, everyone watching, learn Danish and get the book. I didn't know David Maywald spoke Danish, so there you go. You learn something new every day. But look, thank you so much, Torben. We could speak for longer, but we'll have to leave it there. We've run out of time. But look, thank you for making time for us, and all the best today as you celebrate International Men's Day. Thank you again.
It has been a pleasure for me. Thank you very much, and a very good day.
Thanks, Torben.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we have Andrew Jobling joining us. Is that right, Andrew? Yep, I'm getting the thumbs up from the team.
That is right.
Hey, Andrew, there he is. Hey. Now, I mentioned David Maywald. We'll hear from David later, but this is David's book, The Relentless War on Masculinity. I'll just get a quick plug in there for that. We'll hear more about it later. But here we have Andrew Jobling. Now, Andrew, I have to read out your intro, if that's all right, from Warwick, because it's very compelling. And my father has put this in, so I need to read this out. But
you better read all of them, mate. Don't miss one little bit.
All right. Challenge accepted.
All right.
Andrew Jobling is an unlikely athlete and an accidental author with limited skills. It sounds like you're selling yourself short here, mate.
I am a little bit, yeah.
But some physical prowess.
Typical male thing, hey?
You played professional Australian football for 7 years, and you have 33 years experience in the health and wellbeing industry. So that's quite an intro, mate. Can you tell us more?
Well, how long have you got? I know this is going till midnight, isn't it? And so I'll probably take most of that. No, look, unlikely athlete. Yeah, look, I think, because I want to be relevant for what we're talking about today, and that's men and the struggles we have and trying to help men be healthy and live abundantly. I think, I've got two things that have significantly influenced me as a man over my years. And I think the first one, which again I see with a lot of men, is lack of self-worth. I was a middle child and I had an older brother. And at primary school, he was always a year ahead of me. And I always went into the same grade that he was. And almost every year, I'd hear the same words from teachers: "Why aren't you more like your brother?" and so I'm a kid. I'm like, I was 6, 7, 8, 9 years old, hearing "Why aren't you more like your brother?" So processing in this little brain was not good enough as you are. And it's interesting how that drove me to prove that I was good enough. And again, I see a lot of this with men that just don't feel good enough or worthy enough. Got to go out and prove it. So for me, the tantrums weren't working. Running away from home only gave me short-term comfort. And so I thought, if I'm going to get attention and I'm going to be validated, I need to do something big. And I just made this crazy illogical decision that I'm going to be an athlete. And that's why I call myself an unlikely athlete, because I really wasn't that good at it. I mean, it was this skinny little sooky mama's boy. But I had this, I thought, okay, professional athlete, in front of a massive crowd, adored, admired, I'll feel good about me. And, obviously very flawed thinking, but, when you're that age, I was probably a teenager at the time, and relentlessly off I went. And at the age of 16, I ended up getting invited to come and train at the St Kilda Footy Club. For those of you that are not Australian, you'll have no idea what that means. For those of you that are Australian, you'll know that's one of the professional national teams here. And now, this is back in the 80s when dinosaurs roamed the earth. And so I ended up playing 7 years at St Kilda, and I'm proud of what I achieved. Did I ever feel better about myself? Not for a moment. And it just led me to want to chase more and try and find more. The other thing that significantly impacted me as a man was in the 1980s at a pretty toxic professional club. the examples of men from men, in some ways were amazing, the dedication, the discipline, but in a lot of ways, the abuse, coaching was abusive. The shut up, don't show weakness, don't cry, get up, jog it out, the jog it out principle. Broken leg, that's okay, jog it out. And
walk it off.
Walk it off. And just watching men behave badly, misogynistic behavior, just treating women, objectification to the max. And I was a teenager, I was 16 years old there. And for the next 7 years, this was my modeling to be a man. So as you can imagine, that's impacted my life for the last, I'm 61 now. That's impacted my life for decades. And I've had to undo and unlearn and heal and so much stuff. And it's led me through 3 marriages, 3 divorces. But it's all, it's led me into businesses that have failed miserably. But it's also led me to a place where I know where my mission is, my purpose is, and what I can offer, not just men and boys, but everyone.
Oh, that's fantastic. You mentioned you're an accidental author.
Yep.
So you got to tell us about this. Sure, I've done a little bit of writing, and it's hard work for me. So,
well, let me tell you, I had done none. When I decided to write my first book, I'd never even thought about writing a book. It was never on my goal list. It was never something that I aspired to. English was my worst subject by a long way. I didn't, at that stage when I made this decision to write a book, I didn't read. I didn't write. I had 2 businesses working 7 days a week. I had no time, no background, no skills, no qualifications, no idea what I was doing. And it really was a random decision. I'll tell you why I made the decision. Well, I mentioned I had 2 businesses. I was a personal trainer working about 80 hours a week. And for some ridiculous reason, I decided to buy a cafe and try and think I could run 2. Again, this is this man thing, the harder I work, the more successful I'll be, the more validated I'll feel. Ended up working 7 days a week in 2 businesses. The cafe failed miserably. I ended up in $100,000 debt and in one of the darkest places I have been. And I was not far from saying, okay, I'm over this now. I just want to end it. But thankfully I didn't. What happened in that moment was I just questioned my life, and I asked myself, and this is a question I want everyone to hear this. The question I asked myself was, Andrew, how do you want to live? Because this isn't it. Rather than what are you going to do? What do you want to do? Because I realized that what do you want to do question got me here. Yeah. So the question was, Andrew, how do you want to live? And I sat in that moment, that dark moment, visualizing this life that was almost a fantasy land where I felt good about me, a life where I was having a positive impact on lives, a life where I was making money. And I was loving every moment of my life. So I'm sitting there in this fantasy world, and out of nowhere, and honestly, out of nowhere, as a Christian, I now know that was God just planted that seed in my mind, was write a book. And I'm sitting there going, what do you mean write a book? I can't write a book. I'm a footballer. Footballers don't write, they grunt. And but something in me moved me to go, Andrew, you need to do this. So without any idea what I was doing, working 7 days a week in 2 businesses, finding pockets of time every day. Over the next couple of years, I wrote and published my first book, which became a best-selling book, and that was 2004. And my life changed in that moment of decision when I decided I'm going to do this, and this is going to create this vision that I have for my life. And I've been living that life for many years now. I retired from personal training a couple of years later, got out of debt, and I've now written 8 books, 9th coming, and help mentor authors, and I really love my podcast I have now, and mentor people and do a lot of work with men, and I just it's just this now I can see that everything I've been through in my life has led me to this moment where nothing bad has happened to me. It's all happened for me to be who I need to be an example, create a ripple effect that can impact lots of lives.
That's amazing, Andrew. No, look, that's very inspirational to me. So
yeah, absolutely. I'm curious to know, Andrew, is there a singular or momentary event or trigger that you look back on and would put your finger on and say, that was the moment or that was the season? Where did it start to turn around for you?
Well, I think that moment I decided to write a book, that was one moment, right? And that sort of led me to really, I guess, identifying a vision for my life. But probably more significant moment was when my 3rd marriage ended, and that was just before COVID, and I spiraled into like self-hatred, self-loathing. And then, as we all know, what happened in early 2020, the world, and I live in Melbourne, the most locked-down city in the world, and I found myself isolated in a house with all alone with the person I liked the least.
Wow.
And I was faced with a choice, and that choice was either deal with it or hide from it. Now, my previous pattern was hide from it, distract myself, go out and drink and mates and dates and all kinds of stuff. But I was forced to deal with me, to understand me, to learn to accept and love me, to get closer with my relationship with God, to reach out to people that I knew could help, reading books. And the guy that you guys know, Dr. Alan Meyer, who's a great friend of mine, it was his book, From Good Man to Valiant Man, that started this journey of identifying who I was and why I did the things I did, why I behaved the way I had over the years, to start to go, okay, there's nothing wrong with me. I always thought I was broken. I thought I was broken. I kept saying, Andrew, what is wrong with you? And what I realized was there's nothing wrong with me, that I am who I am, and my flaws are my greatest strength. The things I've been through are the platform I get to stand on to help and inspire other people. And over probably a 2-year period, certainly quite an intense 6-month period where it was tough, life changed, and I'm a different man now and more inspired than ever to talk to men and writing. And now one of my books, my next book, or one of my books, is called The Male Machine, and that is for men and women to try and understand how this crazy machine works, because I still don't get it, but a lot of the things I've learned have given me some insights that have really helped enormously.
Yeah, brilliant. We appreciate you sharing your story. It's such an important factor in the journey of the whole thing we're celebrating today, is that there are men out there watching who need to hear stories of men who struggled, but were able to bounce back from that and to locate some keys and some tools that help them to make a turnaround, right?
Yeah, 100%. We'll just wrap up. We'll have to leave it there, Andrew. We've run out of time, but quickly, where can people get your books? And maybe in closing, what would your message be to the men of the world watching? What would you like to say to the men on International Men's Day?
Well, I think the message is pretty clear. You're not broken.
Yep.
Your past is not your future. You can use what you've been through, and I know a lot of men struggle a lot because they've been through abuse or some kind of trauma, and they lack that worth. You are God's creation. You are good enough. You are valuable because you exist, not because of anything you do. Yep. And I think the greatest insight for me was, I'm good now. It's not because being an athlete was nice, but it didn't make me better than I am now or more loved than I am now. And what I'm doing now from a place of self-love, I'm doing what I do right. I do it because of self-love, not to get self-love. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I think the first step for every man, every human, really, is to just love themselves and know that they're good enough as they are. If people want to find me, my website is Andrew Jobling, that's JOBLING.com.au, and everything they want's there.
Great. I think are we putting that in the chat,
yep.
Andrew? So, yeah, great. Thank you. Well, look, thank you so much, Andrew. Thank you for sharing your story. And
welcome.
Yeah.
Good on you for what you're doing, man. You're doing an awesome job.
Oh, thanks, mate. No, look, thank you for your time. And, happy International Men's Day, mate.
Thanks, Andrew.
You too. See you guys.
All the best. All right. So now we're crossing to Norway. Back to Europe, the wonders of modern technology.
We are just global, aren't we?
This is, it's weird. It's anyone would think this is International Men's Day. So,
exactly.
Yeah. All right. So we've got Tommy. Are you there, Tommy? Can you hear us, Tommy? I think Tommy's muted. Sam, is that? Might need to unmute yourself there, Tommy. While we're working that out, Tommy Carlson is the Vice President of the Norwegian Men's Forum. Again, I'm butchering that. I'm sure Tommy says that with a much nicer accent than mine. But they are Norway's most significant membership-based organisation for equality with a focus on boys, fathers and men, among other things. and they help fathers struggling with custody and welfare system issues. So their website, we'll get, Tommy will tell us more about this, but it's mansforum.no. Now, man's got two N's.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, mansforum.no is their website. And have we got Tommy yet, guys? Or
can you hear us?
Yeah, let's try now.
Oh, there we go.
We've
Beautiful.
got him.
Yeah.
Hey.
We've got his deep tones coming through. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Tommy. And it's probably not as early now. Is it what 7 a.m.-ish yet, or?
Yeah, 7 in the morning, so it's early for me at least.
Well, thank you. Thank you for joining us so early. Tommy, can you tell us a bit about yourself?
Sure. I'm about to turn 51. I'm a father of one. It's a boy. So I have to prepare the future for him. That's my motivation. And when he grows up, he's not going to be a secondary parent. And that's my motivation. So,
sorry, just say that again, Tommy. I think we lost you for a second there.
Okay.
When he grows up, what will he be?
Yeah, he's not supposed to be a secondary parent just because he's being a dad.
Yeah, understand.
So he's supposed to have equal rights, and he's supposed to be considered equal as his mother.
Yes, yeah,
as the mother. So that's a big thing for us.
Yeah,
equality.
Yeah, look, it sounds like certainly here in Australia, some people crazily think that dads aren't important, that they're not needed, and it sounds like it is a similar situation in Norway. Is that right?
Yeah, well, it's on its move actually. Dads are being considered more important now than before regarding that caretaking role, right? We've always been important by taking care of the kids economically. Mm-hmm. So we've had a move in the situation approximately for the last 30 years with paternity leave and everything. So it's a political movement that has been performed. So it's getting better, but it's still very difficult for many people.
Mm. And so you've been through the system, Tommy. Can you tell us a bit more about how you came to be such a passionate advocate for men and boys?
It's a long story, though. As a young man, I was fortunate enough, and I say fortunate, to read a newspaper article about a couple of dads that lived in a small room because they couldn't afford their own home. They were paying child support for kids they weren't able to see or weren't allowed to see. And I thought to myself, well, if I'm going to be a dad, I'm going to be a dad in my child's life. Mm. So I think it was in my 39th year that I had my first kid. Mm. Yeah. So, and I realized this is not good. I'm not able to become a father without being able to be a dad. So I just decided not to.
Yeah. So you're a father of one. Did you say, Tommy?
Yeah.
Yeah. And how old's your son now?
He turned 12 in May, so he's 12 and a half now. Yeah. He's a great kid, and with me and his mom, we're divorced. He's been living 5 years now with a 50-50 custody situation, and we have actually a very good cooperation between the parents. Mm-hmm. And that's for my side of the story. That's actually thanks to Mansforum.
Mm. Oh, that's great. Look, it sadly in Australia that is often rare,
very rare
for dads to have that. So,
yeah,
I would imagine we have hopefully in the sense that but I'd imagine there's some single dads watching. And I talk to single dads every week in my work with Dads for Kids, and many are really just doing it tough. What would you say to encourage single dads in Norway or here in Australia or right around the world, Tommy?
Well, there's always hope, and as a dad, even if you don't see your kids, you're still their dads. Yeah. Never forget that.
Yeah.
And someday they probably will contact you anyway. And keep your hopes up.
Yeah.
And please, please, please don't do anything stupid to yourself, because too many of us do that.
Yeah. No, that's good.
Yeah, absolutely. Tommy, I'm just curious to know, in the work that you're doing in supporting other men, what are the common themes? What are the common patterns that are coming up in your conversations? In what ways are other men needing support from you?
Well, the biggest issue, I think, is that most men, most people don't understand the depth and the frustrations and the emotional pressure it is to be in a situation where your world just turned around. Because you're in a loving relationship, you have a partner, and we're loving each other, and suddenly one day you don't. Your ex-partner becomes your biggest enemy. At least you become hers, and you just can't understand what happened here, right? So you figure out you have to do all the legal stuff. You have to fight for your rights and everything to be able to see your kids, and this often turns back on you because actually in Norway you don't have any rights as a father or a mother. It's the kids that have all the rights, and as an adult, the only thing you're supposed to do is to administer those rights, right? So if you fight the other parents, you can't win. And there's only one loser in all this.
Yes.
That's the kid.
Yes.
Stop fighting. Take care of your ex. Be considerate. Understand that if you are afraid, she's probably more afraid. Right? So this is a stressful situation, and no one knows the outcome. And if you keep fighting your ex-partner, well, she will fight back. So stop doing that. Help each other out. Be the masculine model, right? Be the dad, the man, the father, and take care of the people around you, even if it feels extremely unnatural.
Sounds like a very similar situation to here in Australia.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we do when we help people is to we use anecdotes, we use pictures to illustrate the situation, to make people understand that, well, it might not be anger and attacks and accusations. This thing you're hearing responses of fear.
True.
So, yeah, keep your safety keep your safe zone up, and include the kid and your ex in that safe zone.
Yeah, very good.
It's difficult. I'm just saying it's difficult, but it's a journey.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they're great tips, Tommy. And look, thank you. They're very, very wise. We can tell you're speaking from experience there. So, and I think it's unfortunate, but it's great that you can share that wisdom with single dads or any dads watching, really. So, because yeah.
Can I just say one thing?
Yep.
since we're at it, it's experience. It's experience, but it's a common experience.
Yeah.
So I'd just like to say that the cooperation I have with my son's mother, it's very good. I'm thankful, very thankful.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of gratitude there, and really that's the theme of today, Tommy, is celebrating men and boys. And again, we'll hear from Jerome Tiluksing shortly, but really the heart behind International Men's Day is to, wherever possible, to find that common ground between men and women, and that's what I'm hearing you saying, that when relationship breaks down, yes, it's difficult. Yes, there is a tendency to want to sort of get back at each other, but what you're saying is always seek that sort of better way of, working together as much as you can, and that's a great message. So, where you mentioned pictures that you use, or are they like illustrations, or is there something that people can access online, or?
No, these anecdotes that we use one-on-one when you talk to people, but I can give you one.
Oh, Oh, look, we'd love to know more. Is there somewhere people can go to learn more about your work? Or
we have on our website, Kamerathjelpen. It's a Norwegian word, but kamerathjelpen.no. That's the landing site for.
Hang on, sorry,
I'm going to try and type that. I was ready to go, and you said it twice, and I was none the wiser.
Well, I'm going to say Andrew's been telling people on the chat that I can speak Danish, which isn't true.
He was fluent for about 3 seconds, Tommy. It was magnificent.
I'm wondering if Andrew maybe actually can speak. Can you speak Norwegian or?
The only thing Danish that I know, Tommy, is a Danish slice, which is a delicious, magnificent thing here in Australia. So we thank you for the Danish slice. Nice try, Nat.
That's perfect.
Is that URL something you could spell out for us, Tommy, or is it?
It's quite a long word, but yeah.
We might have to get that off you later.
Yeah.
You can find it on the website anyway. So you mentioned our website, Mansforum.
Yes, I have put that in the chat.
Yep.
Yeah, and there are links on the website for a helpline. So.
Oh, that's great, Tommy.
Beautiful.
Look, thank you so much. Thank you for your time, and we'll have to leave it there. But just in closing, is what would your message be to the men and women of the world? This International Men's Day, what would you like to share with us all?
Stop fighting each other. Stop fighting together, and become strong together. Men and women all over the world.
Yeah, that's great, Tommy. Look,
excellent.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom. And look, happy International Men's Day, and thank you again for your time.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Thanks, Tommy.
Our pleasure.
Yeah, have a nice Men's Day.
Thank you. All right, so moving along, we're jumping back to Australia now. And so, Eric, I understand Eric's on the line.
Yes, I am.
Hey, there he is.
Hello,
Eric.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Now, is it Agiema? Your last name? Agiema?
Arjun, close. Arjun.
Arjun. See, I'm butchering it all over the place here. People are going. I'm going from Danish to Norwegian back to English. So look.
Wow.
Thank
Doing
you.
Well.
Thank you. Look, thank you so much for joining us, Eric. And I've had a look at your website, which is fantastic. Eric's from the Royal Hood. I love the name too, Eric. But can you tell us a bit more about what you're doing and your work?
Yeah, absolutely. So before I share that, just really quickly, obviously, thank you for the opportunity. So the work that I do actually came out of a bit of a lived experience. So my family moved from New Zealand to Australia in 1997. I lived in a very white area in Melbourne. Was the only African at my school, so very heavily racially bullied, which made me feel very, low self-esteem, all of that. And so then I went on to high school and I began to act out. And I had 4 suspensions. And my dad in the year 2000 sent me back to Ghana for a 3-week holiday. That became 7 long years. And I ended up finishing high school in Ghana at a boarding school. And so really throughout that experience was where I also discovered my faith as well, which was quite pivotal because I was suicidal in 2002. And so that was really what gave me hope. And so from that, finished high school, came back to Australia in 2010, and then I was asked to share my story at a school where I did that, and things just began to roll on from there. And so a lot of what I do today is around boys becoming noble, respectful men, but also we run a ministry that seeks to position fathers with their sons, to build meaningful connection and memories as well. And it's around the whole idea that, if a father and son relationship changed the world, imagine what a healthy, strong father and son relationship in our families can do for our society today.
Brilliant.
Oh, that's so good, Eric. Look, and you're speaking my language because that's, at Dads for Kids, that's our heart too. But your story sounds amazing. I mean, have you written a book too at all, Eric? Or
yes, I have a couple.
Okay, great. Well, we'll get to that in a minute. But tell us a bit about how do you do the work? I know a little bit about how you do it, but can you tell our viewers how do you actually do that practically? Yeah.
Yeah, so practically, we do Monday to Fridays. We do like a program in schools, term-long mentorship program. I'm a big believer in consistency, rather than just a one-off experience, because that really doesn't bring lasting change. It sparks change, but doesn't bring lasting change. So we run that in schools, and at the end of that program, we actually have the boys prepare a meal and invite some of their teachers. And actually read out some speeches and messages of appreciation to these teachers. So it's all around the idea of respect, number one, but number two, also service. We live in a generation where a lot of boys are very, very self-centered. It's all about me, me, me. Even you have catchphrases being thrown around boys such as, make me a sandwich. And so we try and flip those things around for the boys to actually prepare something. And the whole idea is that, hey, one day you're going to be the man, you're going to be the leader of your home, you're going to be serving. So you might as well start now. You might as well start these habits now. And so that's part of what we do. And then we also do, obviously, a 10-week rites of passage program for boys as well, because we just believe that, it's very noisy now with social media. There's so many voices, so many influencers. You got Andrew Tate saying that women can't cheat, but men can cheat. So I just believe that there needs to be role models that are relatable to our young people, that can cut through the noise and give them a very, very simple roadmap on what it means to go from being a boy to being a man. And so that's what we do in that 10-week rites of passage program that we've seen boys come through, fly all over Australia to come and attend the program. And it's been really, really powerful. One of my favorite highlights is one of the weeks, we call it family weeks. They have to prepare a meal, cook the meal, serve their family, and they're also in charge of like a games or cards night afterwards. And it's this whole idea that we want them to begin to place value on connecting with their family, because so many of our boys have headphones on in their room, door shut, they're gaming. And my heart breaks when I think of their future. Like, how are they going to connect with their spouse and their kids when all they know growing up is headphones, gaming, nothing else? And so that's part of what we do as well. And then lastly is the father and son camp, which is like a 3-day experience where fathers really get to bond and build memories. And we have this thing at the end, a ceremony. It's called passing the baton. So the father writes some words of wisdom from his experiences and mistakes that he hands to his son. And then the son also writes a letter of honor and respect, a commitment to his dad. And that's all out of Proverbs, where the Bible says that, there's a generation that curses their fathers and do not respect their mothers. And so we want to turn that around. So that's the 3 programs, 3 expressions.
That's great. I think Andrew's got something, but I so love that you mentioned rites of passage, Eric, because that's we at Dads for Kids, we love to advocate for rites of passage. Can you, Andrew, I think, has got a question, but before we get to him, can you tell us a bit about, so for those watching, rites of passage were, up until recent history, most cultures had a rite of passage where boys would be ushered into manhood, but really we've lost that, certainly in the West. I know there's probably some African countries where they still have rites of passage, I think, isn't there? So can you tell us a bit about rites of passage, the idea behind it?
Yeah, well, the idea behind it is to provide a moment where a boy is marked into a man, a moment where he recognizes responsibility and the difference between a boy and the man. I think it's also that pivotal turning point where his identity is also being shaped by those around him, whether it's family members and those that speak positive words into his life. And so I think it's a pivotal stage in any young man's life that I think every boy deserves to go through, because without it, our boys hit 18 years of age and they think to become a man is to drink alcohol or to go sleep around. So I know so many young people, even through our program, who've gone on to, uni and workplaces, and they still talk about that experience, that night where their dads prayed over them and said, "You are my son, I love you, I bless you, I release you." I think it's something so powerful that really, truly marks them. On a bit of a spiritual level as well, I believe that, the baptism of Jesus, when he came up from the water, God says, you are my son, I love you, I'm proud of you. I think every son, every man is yearning for the affirmation of a father or a father figure every man is, yearning. And without that, they go seeking that in other places. So I think that's partly the purpose of rites of passage.
Brilliant.
That's great. Yeah.
That's brilliant, Eric. Congratulations on the work that you're doing. It's very inspiring. As Nat said, this is a conversation and a topic that both of us talk about often and we're super passionate about. Personally, myself, I spent over 10 years as a youth pastor in a large church. I've continued to do a lot of mentoring with young adults, adult men since that time. We're starting to hear some reports of, I guess you could call a revival or an awakening of sorts, a turning in the minds and hearts of young men, particularly in North America, interestingly on college campuses, but also across the UK and beginning to spread into Europe. It's not quite happening here in Australia yet, but I want to ask you, do you see that coming? And if you do, what gives you hope that we can start to see a bit of that surge for our young men here in Australia as well?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a great question. And if I'm allowed to, I'd like to reference Charlie Kirk.
Do it.
The work that he did on those university campuses, and obviously the tragic way he left the world. But I believe that was quite pivotal in part of that awakening.
I agree.
Where people are flocking to church for the first time in many years, saying, there must be something. I want to connect. And so obviously his calling was really to the young people. And so we're seeing young people. And I think it's something that, I've been through, most of us have been through, where you go through the phase, you try the trendy things, and you just realize that it just doesn't hit the spot. There's this emptiness that needs to be filled with something. And so people are hungry. People are searching. And so, we're seeing a wave come through. I've seen some videos from America, night-long prayers and worship, which is incredible. I've seen it go through the UK as well. And I believe that there's hope in Australia that sense is going to rise up as well, because people are hungry. But if I can just say, my heart for leaders, and I know there's a lot of pressure on leaders and a lot to carry, but my heart would be that we would go back to, the foundations of the early church to see revival, rather than focusing on maybe perhaps programs or, routines, the prayer, let's go back to good old prayer, because we know that's what births. The early church was birthed through them praying, revival hit. When that comes, the boldness comes to be able to witness in our workplaces, that we can see revival in our workplace and not just the four walls of the church, And so I think from a leadership point of view, if we can see, if we can see that level, then I really believe that the hunger that people are already, going through, they will be filled, and they will be like, you know what, I'm going to give my life to God right here, right now. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think one of the positive things we are seeing in more and more places is not just young men, but young women as well, but people of all ages, in fact, beginning to take a look at the system and the environment around their life, and they're beginning to connect the dots between the world has worked this way for a period of time, but it's produced this result. Something's broken. And so I think that at the very least is a positive thing as well, that people are starting to lift their eyes up to other answers.
Absolutely.
100%. Yeah. No, that's great, Eric. Look, thank you. I love your enthusiasm, mate. It's fantastic.
Thank you.
And where can people go to find out more about what you're doing?
Yeah, so for all the ministry stuff, it'll be theroyalhood.com, www.theroyalhood.com, and fatherandssoncamp.com.
Yep.
And then for all the school-based stuff, it's just www.ericagyeman.com, which is AGYEMAN.com. Yeah.
Got it.
Fantastic. Well, I think Andrew's putting that in the chat right now. So everyone watching, make sure you check out Eric's fantastic work. And look, Eric, thank you for joining us. We haven't mentioned this, but we've got our Men's Leadership Summit, which actually Alan Meyer is speaking at next year in August. Andrew will be there.
I will.
I'd love to chat to you, Eric, because I'd love you to consider being there, but I'm sure we'll work together more in the future as well. So.
Yeah, absolutely. We run the Father and Son Camp with Dr. Alan Meyer. So If he's going to be there, I might as well be there.
Very good.
We've got Alan joining us later today as well. But no,
amazing.
He's a great man and a great father. He has a real father's heart.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
So do you, Eric. And we just want to commend you on your great work.
Yeah, well done.
Ushering these boys into manhood, and thank you for what you're doing.
Yeah, no, thank you, and thank you for what you're doing today as well, and praying that it's a very successful day and the good work that you do continues as well through the charity. So thank you so much.
Thanks.
Appreciate
awesome.
you both.
Thanks, Eric.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
No, well, I think we're going to hear from Jerome. Sorry? Okay. All right. Sorry, everyone. This is live. It's live TV. So my schedule's saying we're going to Jerome, but anyway, I have been corrected, Andrew.
Yes, we're going to another guest. Are they there? Are they ready to go? 30 seconds. Well, while we're waiting for them, let's just chat about Eric and the work he's doing. I think one of the things that people can pick up as they're watching is to be inspired to do something at the level you're at. You don't need the world's biggest platform to be effective, right? Start where you are and do something.
Exactly. I mean, that's part of why we're doing this, is to inspire you, to hopefully give you some ideas. As Andrew said, it's not about, Eric's running these fantastic programs. Our friends in Europe are advocating for single dads. Just find, we all have our own experiences, our own lived experience, our own skills, talents, abilities. Find what works for you, and just do something. I mean,
that's it.
I think of Paul Whittle. He gets 2,500 boots, chucks them in the back of the truck, and takes them up to Parliament House. I mean, it's a lot more work than that. That makes it sound easy, but we're seeing an impact of the work he's doing. Politicians are starting to listen and take notice. So,
brilliant.
You're spot on, Andrew. It's just about finding some other like-minded people in your local community and working together.
That's it. Start where you are.
Yep. All right. So, Ola? All right. We've got Ola Akinwe. I'm butchering.
I'm going to say
name.
Ola Akinwe.
Hey, see?
Did you like that? We'll get corrected or affirmed on that in a moment.
Yeah. I'm butchering names left, right and centre here.
Hello.
Can you hear us, Ola?
Can hear you. Good to see you. Happy International Men's Day.
Hey, man.
Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Did he get the last name right?
I pronounced your name Ola Akinwe.
That's perfect. That's good.
I passed. That's a pass mark. It might not be a strong
You're
pass
doing
mark,
it.
but it's
You're doing
close.
it. Ola Akinwe. It's great. Yeah, it's great.
Oh, thank you
Happy International Men's Day.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you for joining us, Ola. Where are you joining us from? Which country are you in, Ola? Oh,
Africa, Lagos, Nigeria.
Nigeria.
Lagos, can you hear me?
It's mostly.
Why don't we tell our viewers a little bit about Ola while we're waiting for the stream to clear up?
From Nigeria.
Yeah. Can you tell us about yourself, Ola? That's okay. I will introduce Ola. So Ola is the founder of the Boys Mentoring Advocacy Network.
Wow, thank you.
BMAN. And he's also an author. He's written a book called Growing Boys, Unveiling Personalities. So hopefully the internet gets a bit better and we can hear more about that. But Ola is a passionate advocate for the boy child. He champions a global movement dedicated to guiding boys toward healthy, responsible manhood. I like the sound of that, Ola. That sounds great. Can you tell us a bit more about your book?
That's what that's my calling. Artist is a book that centers on how we do not put our boys in one size fits all. Because what you observe about growing boys generally is that we do not go into the unique world of the individual boy. And every boy have his or her own, his own uniqueness. Let me put it that way. And until we begin to cultivate them, aligning their boyhood development in that area of their unique personalities. So in the book, I have 28 archetypes of boys. And you see the analytical thinker, the social butterfly, the bully boy, the angry boy, the agitator, the intellectual, the ambivert. So what I have done in that book is that I've been able to let us understand these unique personalities, their individual traits, their challenges, and their strengths. So in the book, you also find their behavioral management strategies, how you can manage these behaviors, and you also find 2 case studies for each boy. And also in the book, you're going to meet what environment or activities helps each of these personality archetypes to thrive. They don't thrive in the same environment. You understand? So each of these boys or men generally will thrive in separate environment. What activities will I engage myself in that will help me to thrive? So in managing that, parents, mentors, teachers, they do need to know the uniqueness of that individual child. And basically, you also find in the book the common concern of parent teachers about, for instance, if your son is the aggressive boy, how do you help him to manage his aggression? What strengths are in aggression? So all of these are there in the book. It's a powerful book. I have it here. Maybe I could just show you a copy of it.
Hold it up so we can see it.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, just a minute. You can see it here.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, beautiful. That looks great,
Ola.
Ola.
In it, let's say you want to talk about Mr. Popularity now. The image that describes Mr. Popularity is here. You open it, you're going to see the traits, the strengths, and the challenges. So in it, for instance, this boy now, you feel like, okay, you have a 10-year-old Jaden, always surrounded by his friends, effortlessly navigated different social groups. However, his parents noticed that he sometimes struggled to express his true feelings, often agreeing with the majority to avoid conflict. There's an issue here. So how you manage this boy is here. Encourage his authenticity. And activities and environment that helps to be Mr. Popularity here is a team-based activities, such like sport teams, debate clubs, volunteering, and leadership camps and workshops. So what are real life application and scenarios here? My son, who thrives on being liked, seems stressed about maintaining his social status. What do you do? So in the book, you find it. Is it wrong for my son to enjoy being popular? All of these things are concerned, but in the book, it captures everything you need to know about each of these personality archetypes.
Very good.
And I put there, we have 28 personality archetypes in the book.
Yeah, very good. We love that. We love the idea that you're drawing out there, especially on today's International Men's Day, where it's about celebrating men and boys. I think one of the best ways that we actually do that practically is to celebrate the uniqueness of every boy, especially the fact that each personality is different and they see the world differently and they communicate differently. And I think such a powerful message that you're bringing out there and encouraging, I think, mums and dads, encouraging them with that, encouraging educators and schools who often will try to push boys into one mold, but actually to take a broader view that they're all very different.
Exactly.
And they need different learning styles and so forth. What do you think, Nat?
Oh, 100%. It sounds like a great book for both parents and educators. And can you tell us maybe some outcomes you've seen in Nigeria, Ola? Have you had some feedback from the book? Have you had some feedback from the book in Nigeria? Can you hear me, Ola?
I'm currently running. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you. What I'm doing currently is that I'm reviewing the book so that people can get the more awareness about the book. So that's what I'm doing right now. Every week, I take on one personality key traits and explore it and I share it, so that those who are cultivating our young boys will understand the need to understand the boy before whatever things you want him to learn from you. Because this is where a lot of boys get frustrated, even in learning. Because the need for us to first understand their basic interests, uniqueness, is what helps them to carry out the tasks you want them to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, thanks, Ola. Where is there a website people can go to find more about the book, or can people order it online?
Order online is on bmenadvocacy.org, and it's also on sclar.com. That's seller.com. It's there for anyone who wants to get a book. It's just what is missing when it comes to boyhood development. Is the game changer. You got to know. If I don't know you, how do I understand how to help you meet your needs? So
Exactly.
That's the basics about the book.
Yeah, no, look, it's fantastic, Ola. I think Andrew touched on it, and I asked one of our earlier guests about this, but certainly in Australia, it may be the same hopefully not the same in Nigeria, but here in Australia, I would say that many of those traits of boys are sometimes sadly looked down upon, and sometimes even discouraged and sometimes even medicated because they're seen as negative things. But what you're really saying is it's about seeing the positive and helping boys to use those good traits in a good way. Is that right?
And one thing about when you talk about behavioral disorder in boys, there's no child born behaving well or behaving irresponsibly. It all depends on how we see the boy and what we communicate to the boy. Is aside of maybe who is having some maybe biological disorder. But behavioral disorder is basically because we don't see that boy how we should see him. And that's what causes that.
Yeah,
for sure.
No, that's great. That's great, Ola. Thank you so much. Well, I think we're going to hear from Jerome Tiluxing now. But look, thank you so much, Ola, for your time. And it's a bit. What's the time there in Nigeria now? It's not too early, I hope. That's okay. It's all good. Well, thank you so much for joining us. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Jerome Tiluxing again. I hope you're enjoying the webcast so far. We have a few hours past. I hope you've been enjoying the speakers. I hope you are understanding what they're saying, that you are remembering what they're saying, and you're learning from them. It's a learning experience. I know some of you might have some comments. Feel free to leave your comments. Send it to Dads for Kids. He will try to, Warwick and others will try to answer your questions. So we really want to feedback from you. We want to support this year, and we want to support in the future. Continue doing a good job, and thanks again for supporting us.
We've been denigrating men and boys for decades, undermining fatherhood, ignoring male disadvantage, and painting masculinity as a problem to be fixed. Boys are failing to launch, and young men aren't reaching manhood. The result is a crisis for males, and therefore a crisis for our communities. Will men and women continue to combat each other, or will we collaborate together? This book is for everyone who believes that when men and boys thrive, society also flourishes.
The Western world is facing a crisis of fatherlessness. In Australia, around 1 in 6 children live without their biological father at home. In the United States, approximately 1 in 4 children live in a household without their father. Studies show that fatherlessness contributes to nearly all the social issues facing the West today. The statistics are grim, but there is hope. Since 2002, Dads for Kids has worked tirelessly to turn the tide of fatherlessness. Each year, we reach millions of people with messages of excellence in fathering through our community service announcements on Australian free-to-air television, on social channels, radio and print media. Since Father's Day 2002, the weekly Dads for Kids email newsletter has reached tens of thousands. Dads for Kids has hosted hundreds of fatherhood success seminars, conferences and national summits, and twice yearly we run the Courageous Online Fathering course to help Aussie dads be the best they can be. Thanks to the support of generous donors through Dads for Kids Achievements, thousands of men and their families have been positively impacted. The tide is turning, but there is still so much more to do. The reality is, when manhood falters, so does fatherhood. When fatherhood falters, so does society. Dads for Kids needs help to continue the important, much-needed work of encouraging men and fathers, especially through International Men's Day. For the sake of the Western world's children, your support is needed. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit internationalmensday.com/donate to give what you can. Your partnership as we build men, grow fathers and change generations is certainly valued and deeply appreciated. Donate what you can today. Scan the QR code on your screen right now or visit internationalmensday.com/donate to give. Thank you for your support. All right. We're back.
We are back.
So for those maybe who have just joined us, I'm Nathaniel Marsh, CEO of Dads for Kids. This is my good friend Andrew Gray, host of The Man Show on YouTube. So
yeah, we're having a great stream so far, I think. Lots of great guests, lots of diversity, lots of common themes and patterns coming through, actually. What have you been hearing so far?
Oh, look, I loved Ola has, really gone to a lot of effort there with his book. And, I mentioned it during the interview, but, I think certainly here in Australia, but in Western nations across the world, masculinity or, men and boys are often sadly seen as almost like a problem.
Yes.
And so he's actually gone through and looked at all the different personality traits of boys and looked at, how you can encourage them, maybe what the weakness of that is, because there's always a good and a strength and a weakness to everything.
Yes.
And it looks like a fantastic book. So.
Yeah, well, I think he's happened onto something that's actually a really important part of the conversation, this idea that it's not a new idea, it's actually a very old idea that needs to become new again. Yep. Boys are different to girls. And they're meant to be, and it's okay, but that therefore means you have to parent them a bit different. Yep. You have to educate them a bit different. You have to coach them a bit different in sport. And if we don't do that, and particularly in the Western world, we're seeing a feminist or feminine approach to how we're nurturing our young boys. It's not working. No. It's making a mess of them in the classroom, on the sporting field, and we've got to get back to what used to be common sense, this idea that the differences and the diversity is both true and good. I'm fortunate, I'm blessed to have a daughter and a son, and there are differences in how I parent them based on personality. But there's also differences in how I parent them based on the fact that one is a girl, one is a boy. My boy is the younger, he's 11, and I fairly regularly say to him in our conversations, when he's asking questions about why this, why that, I'll explain the answer to his question, and I'll say to him, son, part of my job as your dad is I'm trying to get you ready for being a man yourself one day. Because he'll sometimes say, but, he'll name his sister and say, she didn't have to do that. So you don't need to worry about what happened with her. I'm trying to raise you, and it's a different journey for you. And so I think his book pointed out that really crucial detail, that there are differences. And I've had great concerns and grievances actually for a long period of time around the education system, particularly how we don't cater for younger boys. Especially the ones that are not academically inclined, and we lose them through the cracks at a very young age.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, David Maywald will speak a bit about that, I think, but
yes.
yeah, really, the Western education system is letting down boys often.
Big time.
So, speaking of David Maywald,
speaking of the man,
the man, a great man, and I've got to plug it again. Here's his book. Is it actually out yet, David? Can people purchase it already?
Today's the day.
That's right. Yep, today was the big day. It's done the global launch.
Let me help you.
Yeah. So as you can see, Nat and Andrew
we're
now
both holding it.
Holding up the proof copy. That was one of the original first printed copies of the book. I've been signing copies of my book today at Paulo's Zero Suicide awareness. Fantastic event. Like, wow, emotional, informative, so timely. He's such a good guy. And I love you guys too. You're some of the good ones out there. So it's fantastic to be here. I've been watching for the last 3 hours, and it's been a wonderful live stream.
Thanks, mate. You're very kind, David. You're very kind. Thank you. And, David's a great supporter of both of us, and we're so thankful for your support, mate. And the book is just, it's fantastic, much needed, and maybe we'll talk a bit about the book, but just for those, we have the pleasure of knowing you, David, but maybe can you tell us a bit about your story, how you came to be here, how you came to write the book?
I'm a proud Australian man, a father, a husband, and I was blessed and am blessed to have a son and a daughter. And I've had a passion for boys' education for 30 years now, going back to the mid-90s. I've been tracking this space of boys and young men in education, men's health, longevity, suicide for decades. I started posting on social media in 2014, talking about the disparities between men and women in Australia, education, health, longevity. For example, here's a stat for you. 1/6 of Australian men will die before retirement and die before getting their superannuation.
Wow. About
double the number of women. So we think about the golden years, but men retire later, die sooner, and 1/6 of them will never enjoy the golden years.
Yeah.
So the disparities are just enormous. I come to it sort of from a stats or maybe like an intellectual perspective, but also carry my own stories and feel, passionately for my children and all the other children at the school where we're involved in. But I've been aware of these disparities for a long time, and I think it's great now that people are starting to pay attention and to talk about them and show a bit of intellectual honesty about what's going on.
Yeah. 100%. And we spoke earlier about that it does seem like there's a vibe shift, certainly in the States. It's maybe we're still yet to catch that here, but I mean, thanks to Andrew's work, your work, David, and there's so many people doing great things. It does feel like maybe the pendulum's coming back.
Yeah, a little bit.
So let me talk about that for a second. There's this fabled, mythical pendulum. Now, in my book, in the first chapter, I put up a very different interpretation of this. I look back over the last 200 years, and instead of thinking about this as a pendulum, I think it's been much more of a one-way street. There's the image. A bit hard to see from the distance. But what I traced is that we've really gone from having an androcentric society, a deeply androcentric society that favoured and preferenced males and their interests and traits. Now we've gone the other extreme, which is a highly gynocentric society. And, mate, when I look at this, it hasn't been going backwards and forwards. This has been a one-way street for 200 years.
Yeah, wow.
And it wasn't healthy when it was deeply androcentric. It's not healthy now when it's highly gynocentric. So we actually need to see a pendulum. We need to see the pendulum swing. It's only gone in one direction.
Yeah.
And it's way out at an extreme right now. We need to see balance so that the masculine energy and the feminine energy can dance together and so that we can collaborate in the interests of the future generations.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things, David, I am reasonably convinced of is this idea that for a pendulum swing, or if we want to get away from that phrasing, for us to see a shift or a turn in societies, it's crucial that we have individuals who will speak at whatever level and sphere they find themselves in. I think one of the misnomers is that people believe they've got to have a certain size or type of platform in order to open their mouth, but that's not actually true, is it? It doesn't matter whether you're, a local community sports coach or you're a federal politician or something in between. Start where you are. Would that be your view?
Well, the coalition of supporters for men and boys is still pretty small, to be honest. In some instances, it's a bit of an echo chamber. It's a bit insular. It's a bit inward focused. If we're going to achieve real cultural change and then eventually legislative change and institutional change, we have to massively grow that coalition. And you're exactly right, Andrew. We've got to speak to hearts and minds and reach people who don't even think about boys and men right now. We've got to use stories and emotional connections to people to spark their interest, to capture their imagination so that they understand. One of the key epiphanies I believe is happening is that the younger women who benefited significantly from women's empowerment and gynocentrism, as those women reach marriage and childbirth, when they have sons, there's this incredible epiphany. The same things that benefited them in their teens and their 20s and their 30s, they now recognize that those are structural barriers to their own sons.
Yes.
So when I sit down with a mother who has 2 or 3 sons, some of them are distraught and they're in despair.
Yes.
Because their boys are disengaged. The education system doesn't cater to their needs. They're worried about their future. They're worried about disparities legally in family court, losing all their assets. They're worried about suicide. So we need to reach the mothers of sons, the grandparents. We've got to reach religious, traditional. We've got to engage with migrant communities who are often quite socially conservative. They understand this stuff.
Yes.
They know how important family is as a social institution. So exactly, we've got to speak in lots of different ways to piece together this much, much bigger coalition so that eventually we can speak with a louder voice and be heard by decision makers and media and eventually politicians to change the laws.
I think we want people to buy the book, so go out and get the book, but without giving too much away, David, because people will hopefully see this when they read the book, but maybe what are some ways, maybe can you give us your top 3 or 5 ways that we could do that? I mean, what are some ideas that you've thought about this a lot and, props to you for, you've been tracking this a long time. Whenever I talk to you, I always learn something new, David. So what are your, maybe can you share with us the top tips to how can we turn this ship around, so to speak?
So I'll give you 3. Let's talk about education, about health disparities, and about suicide. In education, mothers and fathers are the biggest champions and the biggest advocates for the children. So, I've been involved, I've asked questions at school. Do you have books that are really interesting for boys? How do you teach this subject? Is it actually a barrier? Is there accommodation that meets the needs of each individual girl and boy in that class? In the area of health, there are some enormous disparities here. Australian health research funding, women's health gets 5.4 times as much as men's health, even though men die 5 years earlier, and the mortality for men is 1.5 times the mortality for women. Prostate cancer, for example, the testing for prostate cancer is nowhere near as accurate. The treatments for prostate cancer are nowhere near as effective. So even though men are more likely to get cancer, they're significantly more likely than that to die from cancer. So we've got to call that out. We've got to speak up, and we've got to, demand the funding is spent. We've got to demand that there are improvements in testing and treatment, and we've got to help, speak up for all men, for boys, and to get social balance there in the way that our taxpayer money is being allocated. In suicide prevention, I've been inspired by what was achieved in Finland. They cut the suicide rate by 60% over a period of 3 decades. And early in that long period of work, they did an investigation of every single suicide death. They looked at the circumstances, they collected the data, they understood where the hotspots were, and then they used that insight to work between government, civil society, religious organisations, the specific industries that were mostly at risk. You will see in the book, like, we have a really good idea about where the high levels of male suicide are. We've got a really clear understanding of that. But the National Suicide Prevention Strategy, Paulo today was saying that there's only 5 paragraphs in like 100 pages which relates to men. And the Australian Men's Health Forum is correctly, recalls that only 3 of 117 measures in that strategy mention men or men's services. So we're spending all this money, hundreds of millions of dollars, but male suicide's going up. An extra 100 men and boys killed themselves in 2024 compared to 2023. What we are doing is not working. Female suicide went down last year. Male suicide went up. So we are not getting an effective outcome for that large expenditure of taxpayers' money. Please do read the book, because in chapter 5, I talk about 10 solutions and reforms, in detail, and that's the hope for the future, that we can turn things around.
David, we know that the data is telling us, and the anecdotal material is telling us, how problematic and dysfunctional the family court system is, not just here in Australia, but globally. A multi-part question to you. In your opinion, how big a correlation is the dysfunction of that system to our male suicide problem? Secondly, have we got a hope in our lifetime of fixing that system? And third, how will that happen if we're able to achieve it?
So I've attempted to quantify the response to your first question, Andrew. Currently in the Anglo countries, male suicide is 3 to 4 times higher than female suicide. If you go back before the Family Law Act in Australia, the ratio of male to female suicide was about 2, sometimes under, sometimes about 2. And actually, there are a lot of countries around the world that have a male to female suicide ratio of about 2. India, China, lots of parts of Africa, Middle East, Mediterranean. So it's interesting, isn't it, that some of the wealthiest countries in the world, some of the most advanced and developed societies in the world, have male suicide that's 3 to 4 times higher than female suicide, when there's all these other examples when it hasn't been that high.
Yes.
Now, I do the thought experiment of what would happen if we were at what's a more normal level. So currently in the West, in the Anglo countries, so the 5 large English-speaking countries, including Australia and New Zealand, Canada, US, UK, those 5 countries, we lose 50,000 men and boys to suicide every year, every single year. If we had a level of male to female suicide similar to the rest of the world and to the previous decades, we would be saving 23,000 souls every year, every single year. 23,000 this year, 23,000 next year, 23,000 the year after that. And think about the ripple effect.
Yes, exactly.
Of all of those losses. It's
massive.
Enormous. It's the mums, it's the wives, it's the children, it's the friends.
That's right.
So, mate, how do we change that? Part of it is legislative, right?
Yes.
I think the women who are being honest, a lot of them recognise that we've lost balance. We've lost the fair, equal treatment.
Correct.
For mothers and fathers, for wives and husbands, that it's not working, that this is a key reason of situational distress that Paulo talks about that leads to suicide. Now, part of it's legislative. To change that, you have to have a majority of the Senate. You've got to have the government on board. It would be very difficult without the government supporting it and without having a majority in the Senate. I think actually things will get worse in the next 2.5 to 5 years. I'm really worried. I'm really worried there'll be further changes that result in family breakdown, situation of distress, and more male suicide. Just like I said, last year, 100 more men committed suicide.
Yes.
The other side of this is cultural change. How do we respond to this crisis, this call, this distress? You know, I love that more young people are curious about Christianity, that they are rediscovering sometimes the first person in their family to go to church with atheist parents. Like, I think, you know, the Christian covenant of marriage is much more robust in terms of the relations between men and women and resilient. And it's a much more safe, protective social institution for children than the secular legalized marriage that we have in Anglo countries. People can choose to get married in a church. They can choose to turn to each other, to faith. They can follow God-given design. So it's a two-part answer here. There's some things we can do culturally to respond to this crisis, but to see legislative change, we have to build a big coalition. Men and women of goodwill working together in the interests of our children and future generations.
Yep.
That's excellent. David, we're going to have to leave it there, but we're going to hear from you later, aren't we? Are you joining us again later? So thank you. Thank you. Check out the book, everyone watching. Make sure
congratulations on the book.
Thanks, mate. Well done, and it's a labour of love. But just Google the book, or is there a specific website they should go to?
So you can Google, you can search for The Relentless War on Masculinity by David Maywald. It's available from Amazon, Apple Books, Google Play, from Booktopia. Google, search for it, and you'll find it.
Great, fantastic. Well, make sure you pick up a copy, everyone. And look, thank you so much, David, for your time. We've got to hear from Jerome now, the founder of International Men's Day. But I'll see you later on, David. So thank you again for your time.
Thanks, David.
Thank you.
We are talking today to Dr. Jerome Tilak Singh. Dr. Jerome Tilak Singh is the founder of International Men's Day. He's been working behind the scenes supporting men and boys for over 30 years now. But in 1999, he started International Men's Day, and I've been working with him closely for the last 18 years promoting International Men's Day to the world. Jerome, it's a pleasure to talk to you. We are honoured that you have started this, and it's been a great honour for me to personally work with you. Can you tell us the story of International Men's Day?
Yes. Thank you very much, Warwick, for having me here. I'm very glad and honoured to be here on your program. When I was a teenager, I started to realize that most of the movies, television shows, the articles in the newspapers, reports on the radio, it was negative regarding men. Men were stereotyped. Men were stigmatized. Men were seen as perpetrators of violence, evil, corrupt. And the narrative was very one-sided. And when I became a young adult in my 20s, I said that I wanted to do something that was different. I wanted to highlight positive male role models. And I said, you know what? I cannot just use a role model from the movies, television. I wanted to look within the families. Everybody has a family. And I said, right within my own family, my dad was a role model. And I never realized that. When you're younger, you tend to look out of the family. And here I was, my dad was a role model, molding me and my brother and sister, ensuring the family was intact. So his birthday was the 19th of November. And, it just so happened that the 19th of November, 1989, our football team, our soccer team lost a very important qualifying game to the United States, 1-0, and we didn't get to go to the World Cup. And it's a strange coincidence that loss, prior to the loss, the months before, it united my country. Trinidad and Tobago had many divisions, just like other countries: gender, class, ethnicity, geographical boundaries, religious boundaries, divisions. And that sport, football or soccer, brought us together. We were wearing red, the color of our national football team. We were all behind the team. And even after we lost, that unity, the momentum continued for a few weeks. And I wanted to capture that moment, and I felt that 19th of November would be appropriate because it's my dad's birthday and it's also the day for this historic game, where we were so close, yet we didn't reach the finals. So those were the reasons, the two reasons, choosing my dad's birthday as a role model, trying to change the narrative, and also trying to remember, that great moment in sporting history, where we united a nation, but we lost.
It's an incredible story, Jerome, incredible story. Now, your dad's got a very special occupation, which I got a funny feeling was part of the story of International Men's Day. What is his occupation? What was his occupation?
Yeah, he's an ordained minister of religion. He's a Presbyterian minister. So he has, always taught us the importance of religion, and he's a very open-minded person, meaning that, he would have services and events with non-Christians, Hindus and Muslims, people of other Christian denominations. So he's not someone who is very narrow-minded. And I think this is what I brought into the men's movement, a movement that was inclusive, because I followed what my dad did. Yes, he was a Christian, but he did not, just dealt with Christians alone. He dealt with people from all walks of life. And I wanted the International Men's Movement to deal with men from all walks of life and to also be inclusive.
How do you feel today, Jerome? Because this is now, 26 years since the first International Men's Day. And it got off to a pretty rocky start. Not much happened for the first few years. But now it's become, thanks to your perseverance and thanks to a lot of hard work by us and many, many others. Mark Brooks in the UK, Glenn Poole worked together 15 years ago to put International Men's Day on the map in UK. Uma Challa, my Indian activist friend who told me about International Men's Day in the first place from India, she has also helped put International Men's Day on the map. But right now it's celebrated in over 80 countries. The celebration's taking place all across the world, and men are being heard and boys are being heard. How does it make you feel?
It makes me feel, very proud and happy to see, that a small effort that I did has resonated across the world. I want to pay tribute to people like you and Glenn and Mark, and not just us, but people who are no longer with us, people who have died, people, the grassroots people who have made their contribution and went on. Some people are still alive. They left the men's movement. They were a bit discontented. And, I want to honor those, their criticisms made us stronger. It saw the weaknesses of the movement, and we tried to rebuild and become stronger, So we have many allies, many females, NGOs on board with us. And, I've been telling people that it's a journey that is ongoing. A lot of times we just feel that we should only be a role model for Men's Day on November the 19th, but I told people it's something ongoing. It should be part of your lifestyle.
Yeah, and you, from the very beginning and all our conversations, and we actually helped build that 6 pillars that is on the website, and it's actually on Wikipedia. And those 6 pillars, you talk about it's not just about, the film stars and the music stars and, the superhero celebrities. This is about everyday heroes, everyday dads, everyday men, and celebrating and honouring their sacrifice. Can you tell us a bit more about that vision?
Yes, I started to realize that, in our world, we tend to look at politicians, people who are in the media. We look at artists. We look at, people who are actors. And we tend to see these people who are so much in the public eye as role models. And I started to tell people at seminars, workshops, when I spoke to schools that, we have to look at the simple, humble people, carpenters, plumbers, taxi drivers, teachers, those who are making a contribution, but they are invisible. They're not recognized. They never win awards, no trophies, no medals. But they're keeping families together. They are patriotic. They are advocates for peace. These are the role models, everyday working class heroes. The fireman, the man who collects your garbage, who cleans the sewer. All these people ensure that the world continues to function every day.
And we should celebrate them. We should honor them, correct?
Correct. Like I have known, nurses, male nurses, doctors in the ICUs. They're saving babies every day. They're saving lives. And they often go unrecognized. We see it just as, that's their job, it seems as normal for us. But I think we need to pay tribute to those who are, especially helping save lives, making our lives better.
100%, 100%. Is there any particular moment that you can recall from International Men's Day, like a very personal moment where you felt this day maybe saved someone's life, maybe it just made a lot of difference to them, maybe a story you have heard along the way? Does anything come to mind?
Wow, it has so many. Warwick, that's such a good question. There are so many, incidents that made me decide to carry it on for one more year, despite the setbacks and financial constraints. But I'll tell you one thing, I was in a workshop for National Men's Day about a decade ago, about 10 years ago, and a man got up. He might be in his late 50s, early 60s, and he started to weep. He started to cry. And he said he never thought he would live to see a day dedicated for men. And, he said that it is such a good idea. And he was crying, and he was talking about, that since he was a child, teenager, adult, he was neglected, people bullied him, and, he was never seen as a man. He was mocked, right? And, he suffered from mental health issues. He went to a psychiatrist. It didn't help. He suffered from addictions, drug addictions, but he was able to turn his life around. And for that International Men's Day, he experienced something different. He felt like, he was being appreciated. And, I told him, I said that I have seen people, at Men's Day express their emotions, but never in such a way. And when I saw him crying 10 years ago, I started to tell people that, first time I've seen a man cry. I've seen them, sometimes in a movie, but first time I was seeing a man cry publicly and openly in front of strangers. And this touched me. It started to make me realize that International Men's Day has gone deeper than, what I had created. And it has a more soulful, emotional, psychological impact that many of us are not seeing,
I think it comes back to your dad, who was a man of the cloth, but a man of the spirit. And you've been touched by his life. You mentioned that he was a role model for you. And you have then sought to be an encouragement, a blessing to other people, and particularly men. But it's not just for men in a sense. This is about our whole family, whole society. And that man sounds to me like he was deeply affected by this whole process of appreciating and honouring the men in our lives, because oftentimes they're the ones that are most easily forgotten. Your comment?
Yeah, and so true what you say. And he went through a divorce. He lost custody of his son and daughter. And he said that when his son reached, 18 years or 20 years, the son didn't want to see him. So he had a bad relationship with his son. And it affected him even more mentally, because he always felt that, he could have been a good role model for his son. He always thought that he could pass on, his stories and his upbringing to his son. And his son, didn't want to see him. And it bothered me to see that father-son relationship was so bad.
Yeah. And of course, that's one of the things that we're working on with International Men's Day is we want to see families united. We want to see sons and fathers united. We want to see mothers and fathers. Now, two last questions. This one here. This is not just about men. This is about women benefiting too. Tell us that part of the story.
I think it's very important because when we help our men, we have good men in a family, the wife benefits, the girlfriend benefits. A good man in the family, the children benefit, right? So it's not just we're helping men and they're in isolation or in a vacuum, but it has repercussions. We have a good man means a good worker in a workplace, a good community leader, a good villager, right? So I think I've been trying to tell people, and many of the women said, you know what? They're doing this because their brothers need help. They're supporting it because they have an elderly father who is sick. They have nephews who are suffering from autism, Down syndrome, and they want to stand up. They want to stand up and be proud, of this International Men's Day. So the women are seeing that they also are connected to the men in some way.
It's beautiful. Last question in one sentence, 2 sentences. What would you say to the people this International Men's Day? What would you say to the world?
I would like to see the journey continue to build bridges, to repair bridges, and that we continue being advocates for gender equality, equity, and peace. And it is only then the human family could continue for another generation.
Thank you, Dr. Jerome Tilak Singh. It's a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you very much, Warwick.
Yeah. Where are they?
All right, we're back.
We are back again.
We are back.
You having a good time?
I'm having a great time.
Yeah,
it's
been
a great
good.
time.
Hope everyone watching's having a good time.
I hope so, yeah.
Lots of variety in who they're listening to. Lots of stories.
For sure. For those who have joined us, I'm Nathaniel Marsh. I'm the CEO of Dads for Kids. This is Andrew Gray, host of The Man Show. And we have joining us David. David Yucca, you there, Yucca?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello, David.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
We're doing well. Am I pronouncing your last name right, David? Yucca?
Yeah, Vaca. That's it. You got it right.
Beautiful. Well, thank you for coming on.
Thank you for.
Yeah. Tell us a bit about yourself, David.
Well, I've been a pastor for 30 years, and I'm now a businessman. I'm married to one woman, and we have 4 kids. We are based here in Australia. We have work all across Oceania, but I've just recently moved to Tonga, pursuing a mandate on nation building from a value-based perspective, because I just felt that the nation Tonga, which I was born, is just going through a whole lot of issues and crisis right now: political, economic, social, family, community, and just felt the burden to go back and base there for a season to help rebuild our country, and hopefully it become a model of what a first world little island can be, because right now it is actually a third world little island, but we want to transition from that into a much better position, not only in Oceania, but also in the world. Because I believe that any nation, particularly if any leader of any nation has a vision that is transcending, not just something that is restricted or limited, that leader can actually transform the nation, and that nation can become an inspiration to other nations. And of course, we want Tonga to be an inspiration to the world. So if Singapore can make it, I'm sure Tonga can do the same.
Absolutely. That's brilliant, David. It's a fantastic vision you're talking about there, and quite interesting that you mentioned Singapore's ability to do that, and they are a great case study in how to turn a nation around in quite a short space of time. I'm curious about your view regarding nation building as you phrased it, and how that relates to the strengthening of men and boys. You obviously see a correlation there. Talk to us about that.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just positioning myself in the car because we're just going into my daughter's graduation.
Okay. Congratulations to your daughter.
Our strategy for Tonga is actually based on a sort of like a 7-mountain mandate strategy where we actually work with leaders from all the different spheres. We have 7 spheres that we are focusing on. That is politics, economics, church, family, education, media, arts, and sports. And so being in Tonga for the last 3 months, I realized that for us to have a real impact in Tonga, we really need to focus on the family. And of course, as you zero in on the family, it doesn't take long to realize that men is actually the critical issue in the families in Tonga. So now we have created a program. We're calling it the Kingdom Men Arise, Tonga being a little kingdom. And we're focusing on awakening the men in Tonga to their true identity, to their function, and of course their purpose. And I totally agree with nation building. You can't build a nation, families, if you don't start with the men.
Brilliant.
Well, we often say, actually, there's a video that we've been playing during the live stream that, when fatherhood falters, so does society. So we couldn't agree with you more, David. And it's great to hear what you're doing there in Tonga. I haven't actually been to Tonga, but have you been there?
I have not been. I'd love to go.
It sounds like it's a beautiful country, yeah, David? Are you still with us?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep, we've got you now. We just lost you for a second, but
yeah, Tonga is the paradise of the Pacific. It's the little island that when the sun rises, Tonga sees the sun before any other islands in the Pacific. So Tonga has a very unique position in terms of seeing the sun first, and I also believe that is prophetic of Tonga being first in many things.
Yeah, wow. Oh, that's fantastic.
Brilliant.
That's fantastic. Tell us a bit more about the program. That sounds like a fantastic program. Is that you still developing that, David, or is it up and running?
Well, the program is a program that we have created and operated here in Australia for the last 25 years. But being in Tonga, it's the first time that we're introducing it to Tonga. But it's actually we're rolling it out as a national program for men. So I went and saw the Prime Minister last week before I came back, and saw some of the cabinet ministers, church leaders, business people, because I've been working in Tonga for 30 years. My name is, and I don't want to be blowing my own trumpet here, but after working for so long in that little island, people know you, and I think that's become a leverage position for me to be able to introduce this new program for the men in Tonga. So it's actually not based on anything. It's neutral, and we wanted it to be national because we want the government to support it. We want business people to support it. We want the church, the community to support it. So we just finalized our first committee. We had our first board meeting a couple of days ago, 4 days ago, before I flew back to Australia.
Wow. It sounds like you've been busy. So well done.
Yes.
Look, David, so the theme of this year's International Men's Day is celebrating men and boys. What would you say to the men and boys of the world? We've got people viewing this live stream from all over the world. What would your message be to them this International Men's Day?
Well, I believe that men has a critical role in terms of being the head of the family, the leader that should be starting at home. And also at the same time, we have a very important role in not just in the family, but also in society, in government, in nation building. Again, my background being a pastor, I teach a lot on family and men, particularly fathers and sonship. And I believe that, sorry to be, I don't want to sound religious, but I just want to bring this in, that in the beginning, after God created the universe, the first human being that God created was a man. And there's a reason for that, because he was looking for a leader to take responsibility for taking care of the earth and the planet and creation in the very beginning. And that mandate has never changed. And I know that man has been under attack a lot, particularly recently, with all kinds of ideologies that are basically trying to just to trivialize our importance and our roles as men, and us just being men. I know there's attacks on that, but I also believe that with that intense attack on men, it's also a sign that we need to wake up, awaken the men to their primary responsibility as first to be created by the Almighty, and asking ourselves the question, why? Why were we created first? Which is a question of purpose, a question of identity, and also a question of destinies. Where are we going from here? Because if we don't come back to men as leaders, being created first, be responsible for whatever it may be, our why on earth, I think the family will be lost. The community will be lost. The churches will not be powerful because it will be filled with, sorry to say, but there's a lot of women who are making a lot of noise on Sunday. But where are the men? We're making a lot of noise in other places, but we should be the first one to lead the families in these important spheres and gatherings, which is vital for community, for a little island like Tonga, and particularly in the Pacific region, because family is very intrinsic to their culture, and men is also very important to that family unit. And just being in Tonga in the last 3 weeks, I tell you, I hear a lot of moaning and complaining from women saying, you got to do something about our husband and our fathers, the important programs and events that they should be there, they're missing. And for Tonga, there's a little social gathering called Fight Cover, where the men like to just go to work, they bring the bacon home, and they disappear and hang out with their mates around this little thing called the Fight Cover, where they drink traditional alcohol or cover, and that's their way of just connecting, socializing. And in some cases, it started out really well, but then it started to drift into dangerous territories where men start talking about things that they shouldn't talk about. And that has given room to adultery, family, marriage breakup, absentee fathers, and husband, obviously, not spending much time at home. And that eventually led to much of the dysfunction that's happening in the families in Tonga and all across the Pacific. So men are very important in whatever situation the planet is today. We men need to take our place as first created being by the one upstairs.
Yeah, that's well. Look, you're spot on, David. You're. I think that's really the message of today, and it's not about denigrating women or in any way. It's about men stepping up and speaking up and being the leaders that we've been designed to be. So yeah, we it's a great message, David. And look, I think unless Andrew, did you want to jump in? I think look. We might let you go, David, because you've you're literally on the move. And I think you meant, is it for your daughter's graduation, you said?
Yeah, I flew back from Tonga particularly for this. And again, there's a message here for men. We were talking about the relationship between fathers and daughters and mothers and sons in Tonga. And this is something that I have discovered in the work that I've done over the years, that daughters, if they don't get the love that the fathers are supposed to give to their daughters, they'll tend to look for that love elsewhere. And that's why many of the daughters have ended up with wrong men. They're being abused and hurt and wounded because the fathers are not giving the daughters what only fathers can give them. It's love, whether it's through good, gracious words or just a big hug and say to her that she's pretty, she's doing well. And my daughter said to me, "Are you coming back from my graduation?" And I said, "I will not miss it for the world." And that's why I'm here. And also, we also have spoken about the relationship between mothers and sons. And my son, it's with this particular girl. And I said, "Why did you end up with her?" And his exact words to me was she reminds me of Mom. And I know that is very intrinsic. That's why it's important. I know. And that's why it's important that we need to train fathers and mothers to know that these intrinsic connections, it's there from birth, and we need to nurture, we need to recognize them, and we need to treat them as important, because the sons look up to their mothers and they want to end up with somebody like their mothers. And if that's the case, mom should be the mom of the week or the mom of the month, right? And if daughters are going to end up with guys that reminds them of their dad, then the dad better be the best dad in the world.
That's it. Amen.
Totally agree.
100%. Well, that's what we're all about. And look, thank you so much, David, for sharing your words of wisdom. And have a wonderful time there with your family, and we wish you safe travels as well.
Thanks, David.
Yeah. So
thank you so much for allowing me to come on. You guys have a good one.
Yeah. God bless you. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bless you. Bye.
All right.
Very good.
Yeah. Wow.
We are literally global, aren't we?
We are global. This
Yes.
is international. We're all over the place. We've been to Europe and Africa and then back to Europe. And,
East Coast of America.
Yep. And now we are joined by the great Bettina Arndt. Hi, can you hear us, Bettina?
Yeah, I can.
Welcome.
Hey, hello.
Thank you. Nice to talk to you guys.
Oh, so good to have you join us. And I've got a bio here, but your reputation precedes you, and I'm a big fan of your work, Bettina, and I just want to thank you and honour you for speaking up for men. And I know it's come at a cost at times, but as a I was going to say young Australian man. I'm not as young as I used to be. I'm probably middle-aged now. As a middle-aged Australian man, and white. Look out! I'm white and straight. I just want to say thank you for speaking up for us.
You're the lowest of the low.
I've been telling him that all night, Bettina. Thank you.
It's terrible.
I haven't really.
I know. No. I keep going there. I'm digging a hole for myself here.
Yes.
I can't stop.
I wasn't sure where he was going to stop either, but
no, very dangerous. No, well, I'm speaking up for what I hope isn't an endangered species, but sometimes
Correct.
I think he is. Yeah. Oh boy, are men having a hard time, particularly in Australia.
Yeah.
How could I not?
Yeah.
What am I going to do? I'm a grandmother. I've just had my fourth grandchild.
Oh,
and I could be. I mean, I do a lot of grandparenting, but I could be sitting there, doing my knitting or do all other things grandmothers do. And here I am every day trying to save men, trying to fight for men. And sometimes I think I'm crazy, but I can't stop.
Yeah, well, thank you, Bettina.
Thank you for not stopping.
No, thank you for not stopping, and we just thank you and honour you. And I know a bit about your work. Maybe we've got people viewing from all over the world. Some would not be aware of your great work. So can you tell us a bit about yourself? Maybe give us your short story, and then what leads you to the great work you're doing today.
Oh, I've had a very complicated life in a way. I had a lovely beginning of my career as one of Australia's first sex therapists, which was very joyful work, going out in the 1970s, going out and telling people to relax and enjoy what should be a natural part of life, teaching Australia about sex. And I still run into people who say, you taught me everything I know. Because I was on television and radio talkback programs, just giving basic information about sex at a time when that was a very taboo thing to do.
Yeah.
But then I moved out into broader social issues, writing for many of our big newspapers and other publications. And I was talking about all sorts of gender issues, but I got sucked in because it just made me so cross that almost all the time when people were talking about relationships, they only presented the female point of view. And I kept on thinking, hang on, there's another side to that story. Yep. And I started writing about that other side, and I got so much response, not just from men, but from women, from mothers who had sons they were worried about, from people who had brothers, and all sorts of women, as well as men, are really concerned about the demonising of men in our society. And that's what I've done really for the last 40 years, focused on that issue.
Wow. Yeah, well, look, that's amazing, and thank you, Bettina. And I know when you said the S word, or some of the crew sort of started listening a bit more intently there. So,
well, it was much more fun. I tell you, my sex days were much more. I mean, this is tough work. Some people say I gave up sex and to get involved with, advocating for men because it was more lucrative. No, it wasn't.
Yeah, no.
It's been very tough, being one of the few people in Australia really out there trying to say what is happening to men is so unfair.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I've been jumped on from a very big height. It's very tough, but I think it's extremely important.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It is.
I think I'm pretty sure how you'll answer this question, Bettina, but let's go there anyway. You've used this phrase, the demonisation of men. I agree with that phrasing and that is going on. What do you specifically mean when you use that language?
I suppose what I think most about, I suppose a lot of my work now is focused on domestic violence and a really distorted narrative that, implying all men are violent, that men are really threatening to women. Whereas if you look carefully at Australian statistics, there's less than 1% of women have experienced physical violence from their partner or ex-partner. It's very rare in Australia. Most Aussie blokes treat their partners well. And yet we have this definition of domestic violence which includes emotional abuse and financial abuse and coercive control, and they're endlessly adding to this definition and giving the impression we live in a very violent society. We don't. Yeah. And that's the demonisation that really worries me. And it starts off in schools, teaching little boys to be ashamed of being male because they are being taught that men are violent. I mean, we just have to stop this. And what part of this story is the false allegations. We absolutely incentivise women in Australia to make false allegations, particularly for strategic purposes in family law cases, because they can, it's a lay down for them if they claim to be a victim of violence.
Yes.
They can avoid mediation. They get to throw the guy out of the house. They can deny him seeing his children for years. I've just been writing this week about Telstra, our big telecommunication company, has announced they're going to take the phones away from anyone who's alleged by their partner to have been violent. So they're going to take their phones and shut down the internet services of men whose partner who allege that they've been violent. I mean, it's just utterly outrageous what is going on. It really is.
There's many more people than me who would have thought that a great philosophy for Telstra would be put up some more mobile phone towers for better reception, but who am I to question their incredible intellect?
Why would they annoy one set of customers particularly lots of blokes who, really need their phones and internet services to run business, to support this country.
Yes.
And they're quite happy to annoy them in order to appease the feminists.
Yes.
Australian feminists are some of the most dangerous in the world. We are leading the world in all sorts of measures that are distorting our legal system and our justice system to favour men, to favour women at the expense of men, and it's a really worrying thing that's going on. Whether it's a sexual assault allegation or a domestic violence allegation, men don't get a fair hearing in this country.
Yes. Look, I think we both, certainly I speak for myself, but I think we both completely concur with your sentiment on these topics. I want to go further and ask you, is it too simplistic to simply suggest that the only way we're going to win this war, so to speak, is that we have to have more and more people who are willing to engage the intellectual fight on this subject with the backbone to open their mouth? I realise a lot of people, most people in fact, don't have the stomach for that, but is that the only way we're actually going to win this?
Oh, I think people do have to stand up. And I must say, I was about to say, particularly women. Look, it's easier for women. Men always say that to me. You can get away with saying things I never could, and that's true. And that's what I started a few years ago an organisation called Mothers of Sons, where we brought together a whole lot of women whose sons have been put through our court system and treated most unfairly. And so mums and uncles and, aunts, and all of us need to look at what's happening to our boys.
Yes.
Look at why 6 of the 8 people who kill themselves in Australia every day are male.
Yes.
And the evidence is really clear how much of that is linked to family separation and what happens in our extraordinarily biased family law system.
Yes.
And we have to start, as you say, getting up there, having the courage to talk about it, and getting active and get involved with organisations that are helping men who are in trouble.
Absolutely.
No, look, that's fantastic, Bettina, and thank you. And yeah, one of our earlier guests, Paulo, Paul, he puts the shoes there in front of Parliament House. He's
heroic, heroic man.
He is a heroic man, but he talks about situational distress, which is, mental health is obviously an issue, but for men, the evidence is pretty crystal clear that, suicide for men is often linked to these situational distressing situations. So I think
losing your children. How about that for a good reason to kill yourself?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm amazed how many men actually eventually get through that utter tragedy of being shut off from their children, losing their homes, losing all their money, fighting legal cases to try to see those kids. It's just tragic what we're doing to them.
Yeah. Bettina, I'm curious to get your view on this nuanced part of the conversation. I believe that one of the most important things that we need to see happen is the kind of work you're doing where intelligent, strong-minded, feminine women stand up and speak out strongly. How do we empower more of that? Because, again, my opinion, Nat, would be that is one of the most powerful forces in this narrative.
Yeah, well, that's the question. That's what I've been working on for many years. As I said, with this mothers organisation, I have a Substack, which, is attracting a growing audience of people, men and women, who are concerned about what's happening and, I'm brave enough to at least read what I'm writing. I also do a lot of work with putting together draft letters. We've sent a whole lot of draft letters off to Telstra this week. And I'm helping members of Parliament put questions to people in Senate estimates, to ask questions in Parliament. Particularly the minor parties don't have enough staff to do that properly. And they're very keen to have proper information given to them so that they can drill down and put bureaucrats, to the test. Ask them, why are you doing this? We recently, Malcolm Roberts from One Nation did a great job the other day grilling people who are in charge of our Australian Institute of Family Studies about why they lie and distort statistics that deny women's violence and always present men as much more violent than women. And we gave Malcolm Roberts asked a whole lot of questions about example after example of where this is our biggest government-funded body, which is supposed to be doing family research, and they're absolutely ideological, pushing feminist garbage out there. And I was very glad to see that exposed.
Yeah. Well, like Andrew said, we're so thankful for your work, Bettina, and Warwick and I often say that, you know, one woman is worth 10 men in this battle. But look, thank you so much. And just in closing, I mean, we could keep talking, but our next guest is waiting online. But just in closing, I'd love to, if you could just share a short message. It's International Men's Day. We're celebrating this year, men and boys. What would you say as a wonderful warrior for men and boys in Australia? What would your message be to the men and boys of the world, Bettina?
Look, we have to celebrate what men and boys do in this world. I mean, as we all know, if that men weren't there, the whole society would close down, particularly all the really tough jobs. The men out there collecting our garbage, the miners, people doing all sorts of risky, dangerous jobs. Men are utterly heroic and they're vital to our society, and we need to applaud their presence in this world and celebrate what they do.
Well said.
Great. Amen. Well, thank you, Bettina. That's fantastic, and keep up your wonderful work. And is Substack the best place for people to find you, or?
Well, yeah, I think Substack, if they just look under my name at Substack, I have a website where they can read more about my background, and I do a lot of YouTube videos as well. So
great.
A whole variety of ways of seeing more of me.
Well, hey, there's nothing wrong with that. And no, look, it's a wonderful thing you're doing, Bettina. So thank you again, and we'll catch up soon.
Thanks, Bettina.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. I'm very honoured to be part of this.
Oh,
thank you.
All the best. All right. Now, I think, is it John? Hello, John. John's there. John
is ready. Hello,
he's ready
John.
to go.
Gentlemen, how are you? Lovely to see you.
Good to see you.
I'd like to follow.
Yeah. Oh, hey. Well, you know, you've probably worked with Bettina, I guess, John. Maybe so.
Those YouTube videos go to, I've seen her in action many times.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. That's
still
exciting.
There you go.
I'm still in action. Good.
That's the best.
That's fantastic. Hey, this is live.
I'll leave it. I'll leave now. All right.
Hey, all good. Well, you know, we
thanks very much.
We can hear you. We just can't see you, Bettina. But no, thank you. Thank you. All the best.
Bye.
Bye.
So good.
Hey, this is live TV, everyone. So here we are. So thank you, John, for joining us. John and I were playing phone tag a few weeks back, and I think I owed you a phone call, but the indomitable Warwick Marsh got a hold of you, mate. So thank you.
Not a man to be taken lightly or refused. Right. So
he's a hard man to say no to. The great Warwick Marsh.
No. Terrific seeing you, and fantastic to bump into you in what I found was an extraordinary experience up at the men's gathering.
Yeah, it was a great couple of days, wasn't it?
And just I love, like, I want to reclaim woke, right? You know, because I keep waking up and seeing things with fresh eyes, right? And I looked around up in Queensland, right, with 250 men wandering around. Of all types, right? There were blokes that scare the crap out of you at night. There's blokes who are, who wouldn't look out of place serving you tea, right? And all of us in between, right? And every single one of them spoke to you like a mate. Every single one of them had a heart story to tell and share, and we shared a vision, right? And I mate, just between you and me, right? That was an extraordinarily powerful and kind of new experience, and it's really inspired me.
Yeah, that's great. Look, I'm the same. We were speaking earlier about it does feel like there's been a vibe shift I think we spoke earlier to some guests from the US, and they seem to be a bit further down that path. But it does feel like something shifted. I know things are still pretty grim, and Paulo was at Canberra today, and I think he said he put out 2,950 shoes. So that's, I mean, that number's not coming down. It's only going up.
And over 10 years, it is a blight.
Yeah.
Right. And people handing out bonuses, right? And, patting themselves on the back and making speeches around the money and the activity. And, what direction is it? All the numbers going?
Exactly.
Right. If you measure success on that scale, we are abject failures.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Well, no, look, I think, I'm encouraged too, John. But I mean, we dove straight into it there. So maybe I know a bit of your story, but we don't have long. But could you maybe just? Yeah, I love your sense of humour, mate, and I like how you call a spade, and. You've got clearly got a real heart for men. Tell us just briefly what led you to be, I would say, such a great advocate for men and boys.
Like so many of us, mate, lived experience, a sense of being left and lost. So I was, I was a corporate animal, doing all, chasing all the usual, things that we thought we wanted: money, property. I had a beautiful family. I was a very lucky man. My upbringing wasn't so hot, but my wife, I met her sitting in front of her in English at school, and I got lucky, and she was a real anchor for me. And just when I thought everything was settling down into the long haul, she got sick and died of cancer, and talk about universal kick up the backside, right? So that was me trying to suddenly get left in a place of incompetence, right? Everything I had to do was the things I'd left to my better half to do, right? I was the one I was the show pony out front, and I was floundering. And of course, come from that, the system loves to give me labels, so there was stuff, and that fired up the stuff left over from childhood. And so I got lots of labels, and I got lots of, and I did what I could, and I pretended, I covered up, I made excuses, I gritted teeth, none of which was helping. I had 3 young kids. I was by myself, and what was the single most compelling aspect of that was no one really. There were wonderful people in your community, and they hand out. And I had more lasagnas than I know what to do with, right, which was brilliant. But that was like the usefulness of a lasagna runs out, right? And I was left alone and without much idea of what's going on. And to be honest, that took me to the edge. And in a sense, right, I up to that, right, I would have run out against the All Black trialists any day of the week that faced those long dark nights, right? And that beat me. That turned me into a bit of a humble mess. And I managed to bumble through, and I decided then that my bumbling shouldn't be the situation that other blokes have to go through when they face some of those, situational distress moments, right?
Yeah,
brilliant.
Yeah, that's so good. You didn't want the bumbling to be in vain.
No. And see, the power of lived experience, right? The system wants to tell us we're suffering because that's a good way to sort of, bring us into a very sort of machine-like situation, right? Men need to pathologize themselves to get help. We need to start seeing ourselves as broken just to get support that is a reasonable response to a bad day, right? When the blokes, I help out at Dads in Distress and Bettina, and those, when you go through those breakups, that's just devastating, right? And when you have illness and when you retire from your chosen sport or when you lose your job or when your wife walks out, like these things are just, when your child is sick, right? Blokes aren't, no bloke in the world should be worried or concerned or shamed by needing help in those moments.
True.
Yeah, exactly.
And we've got it wrong because everyone seems to want to tell us that that's what we've done. Yeah. It's a huge misunderstanding. And when we do it right, when we help each other, like that that room full of blokes in Brisbane of all types, when they have that energy, it is so much better.
100%. Yeah, that's great, mate.
It's brilliant, John. I talk to people often about one of my personal frustrations around this idea that we see so much storytelling, particularly in a modern digital context where the storyteller is retrospectively telling us their story from the top of their mountain, so to speak, but they're doing it in a heroic fashion as if they didn't struggle on the climb, which doesn't help us. What's your view? How important is the storytelling and the honesty attached to it?
Oh, it's spot on, man. Like that. I'm a director and podcast host for Kintsugi Heroes, and our mission is to help people share their story so that someone who needs to hear it can.
Yes.
Right? And I'm not interested in what you got to sell, whether it's yourself or a program or hair gel, protein powder. It doesn't matter. What I'm interested in is the real you that was afraid and kept going.
Yes.
Or was despairing and found hope.
Yes.
Or was alone and a mate came and lifted him. Right. Because in that is the stuff we need to hear as men. Right, to normalise that behaviour, and for all of us men not to buy into the bull that we're talking about. This power, that men is power, that men are warriors and icons. Right, we're mindful warriors, we're caring warriors. Right, which means it's just as powerful to hug a bloke as to fight him. Right, and in those moments we are so much more than we think sometimes, or that we show sometimes, right?
Yes.
We are so much more.
Yep.
And when we work together and when we build that energy, life is good for a bloke, right? And if a bloke's good, everyone he loves and all the people around him are good.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. No, I love how you're pointing that out. It's often positioned as either or in the storytelling, but it actually needs to be both and, which is I've had really dark days, but here's how I came through. Some people love to only tell one side, but we need to hear both, don't we?
Oh, and we hear so true. And we hear the blokes who have got through and they've set themselves up and they say, look at me, you too can be a guru like me.
That's right.
Or you can 10 times your performance. Mate, everyday heroes are the things. There are blokes out there who have never had anyone hand them a prize or ask them that.
Correct.
And yet they have done more for for their fellow Aussies than anyone I've ever met. These everyday heroes they just inspire me.
Yep.
They make me want to do more.
Yes.
Right? And they make me want to be a better bloke.
Absolutely. Totally agree.
That's great. Speaking of heroes, John, how do people? Kintsugi Heroes is your main project at the moment. That's.
Yeah. So there are a million ways to help blokes. I love to run groups and stuff, and there's a lot going on, right? But there's so much more that has to be done.
Yeah.
If we add it up, right, with every bloke out there who needs a chat, just a caring, listening, sort of non-judgmental chat.
Yeah.
We need to have 2 million of them a week, right?
I think so.
And we're a lot short of that. We've got great blokes doing great work. But we need lots more, and we need to get these champions from, from their lounge room into the community.
Yeah.
My vision is that a bloke who's having a bad day should only have to walk a block or two to find a man to have a chat with. If he's had a fight with his missus or a trouble with his kids, he needs backup then, where he is and when he is.
Yeah.
And that's Kintsugi Heroes is about taking stories like that, everyday heroes, people who inspire, people who just show us how brave it is just to breathe, keep breathing sometimes, you know? And I love to have those conversations. I don't have a script. I just want to hear what they had. And hopefully we can ask the big questions. I've spoken to amazing people. We've got a lot of stories out there, and every story I'm so proud of. But even more important, I'm really excited about all the other stories I've yet to find out about. So, Kintsugi Heroes, the website .com.au. Just sign up and let's have a chat.
Great,
awesome.
Kintsugi, it's KINTSUGI Heroes. Yeah, beautiful.
It's the Japanese. We've heard broken crockery. It's the Japanese art of putting that crockery together with gold mortar.
Yeah.
And looking at the pot and realising with its...
He froze.
We've lost.
John froze.
He's frozen.
We lost him.
All right.
All right.
You're back.
Crikeys.
We got you back, John.
Are you there,
John?
John?
That was a moment, right? Someone's after me.
I think we got up to crockery.
Something
broke.
Yeah, I was just saying the crockery we put together with gold mortar, and it's that sense that when you look at the pot with all its scars, it's now more valuable and more beautiful than.
Love that.
Yeah, it's great.
That's
great. Well, everyone watching, check out Kintsugi Heroes, and thank you, John. Thank you for your.
Nate, I just want to say, mate, Dad for kids, you're doing the great work. You're holding the fort. I'm so excited that you've asked me on, and that I'm just so inspired by the work you guys do. Keep it up. All the best.
Thanks,
John.
mate. Thank you so much. Yeah, all the best,
mate.
Cheers.
Cheers, mate. All right, I think
what
we
a
have.
Legend.
Yeah, he's a legend.
Top bloke.
Yeah, Dad's known John for a while, I think, but I met John literally just a few weeks ago. Speaking of legends, I also met this legend a few weeks ago. This is Paul. Can you hear us, Paul?
G'day, Paul.
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we got you. We got you.
I have sound.
So Paul and I met at the same Men's Health Forum, and look, thank you, Paul, for joining us. It's great.
Thank you for having me. Yep.
Great to have you with us. You're coming to us from the beautiful Sunshine Coast, yeah?
That's correct. Yeah, we had about 15 men for International Men's Day breakfast this morning, and then down the beach for a swim, so a little bit salty, straight out of the tide.
Good on you, mate. Good on you. Well, you work with men's wellbeing, is that right?
That's correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you were in media for like 30 years or something too, yeah?
Yeah, but I had 36 years as a journalist in mainstream media.
Yep.
Started off in New Zealand, worked up as interesting story. I became senior crime reporter on the national newspaper in Auckland, and same time got into a bit of a spiritual path in my early 20s. So during the week I was working as crime reporter on the newspaper, and on the weekends sort of sneaking up and running workshops on intuition, intuitive development and life purpose and all that sort of carry on. So it's been a bit I got to the stage I had to make a choice.
Yeah, two very contrasting areas there, isn't that? So, yeah. Well, look, thank you, Paul. We had a great chat at the Men's Health Forum. We've been speaking today about the issues facing men and boys. There's some good things happening, but obviously there's still many challenges. I think our viewers would love to hear about. I also have a media background. Andrew does too. But you were telling me about, I would say that the mainstream media are often not helpful when it comes to, let's just say they've sort of been really taken over by that sort of a feminist or an anti-male ideology or bias. You were telling me a bit about, you probably saw those changes in your time in the media. You talked a bit about how it's really all driven by money, isn't it? So you talked about how they're really chasing that sort of female audience, and they've really alienated men, which probably contributes to their sort of slow decline. Am I reading the play right? Or?
Yeah, that's certainly how I read it. I kind of retired from media probably about 15, 16 years ago. And part of it because it was such a misandrist environment to work in. Like it was a struggle working there week in and week out. There were so many negative stories and stereotypes about men. We talk a lot. Misogyny has become one of the favourite catchphrases of recent times. If you read the media, there's misogyny under every stone, but there's just as much misandry in the world. I still monitor the media. I get the paper every day and go through and see what they're covering. It's an interesting thing. Just on a week-to-week basis, vast amount of crime. Most of the stories involving men are crime stories.
Yeah.
A lot of it's sexual crimes. At the same time as page after page of glamorized photos of women. It's all about women's fashion and beauty. So that women are very much glamorized in the media and held up as examples. But the only positive things we see in the media often are the sports stories.
Yeah.
And it's such an imbalance. Yeah. I quite often these days write letters to the editor and point out the imbalance, but it's a bit of a hopeless task.
Yeah. What would you say, Paul? I mean, we need to. We've also been speaking about speaking up, and speaking out. Apart from. I think probably a lot of men have just switched off from the mainstream media, rightly so. But you work with a lot of men. What would you say? What are some ways that we can correct that imbalance? What are some things that we should be thinking about here, both maybe here in Australia and around the world, to bring a bit of that balance back?
Sure, I think a big part of that is. A lot of men are a bit reluctant to write into the media because a lot of men aren't that articulate and quite have the language skills. But I tend to encourage men to write letters to the editor, but not do it in an angry way. Do it in a factual way. Find some good research, quote good research sources, and actually show the media that there's. Men are able to do their own fact-checking and actually challenge a lot of the narratives, the false narratives, that we're pretty good at doing our research and doing our own fact-checking. The big one is domestic violence.
Yeah.
What's being fed to the media is so biased and so one-sided. But you look at all the relevant government resources, Australian Bureau of Statistics, Boxar, sources like that, and the actual factual research tells a vastly different story than what's being fed to the media by the feminist support agencies.
Yeah,
and there again, that's all about dollars as well.
Yeah,
that's starting to open up. It's actually starting to get more women are speaking up now and speaking up on behalf of men, and the imbalance. They're seeing the damage done to their sons, their nephews, and grandparents. So it's a bit of a long battle, but treating it factually, not getting angry and not getting abusive, that's a big thing.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Good advice.
That's good advice, Paul. Good advice. I think that's a big message I'm taking away from today, from the live stream, is speaking up and speaking out. What else would you say? What else would you say to encourage men and boys, Paul?
I think that the big thing is not to be discouraged by the common narratives. I do a lot of work with men's spirituality now, as I run workshops around spirituality and purpose and things like that. Men are incredibly intuitive. Men go with their gut feelings a lot. There's this whole narrative that women are intuitive and men aren't. Men don't know how to express themselves. Absolute rubbish.
Exactly.
Yep. Men are incredibly intuitive. They follow their gut. and the whole thing, work a lot with the men to maintain that sense of inner self-worth.
Yeah.
It's a matter of realizing that it's just a stage the culture's going through. It's demonizing men, and it's in a way that the culture feels like it's supporting women by doing that, by putting men down. But we don't empower one gender by putting another gender down. That's
Correct.
false empowerment.
Yeah.
So the more men and boys stick with their inner courage, their knowing themselves, and not buying into the outer. Huge amount of work being done now with the boys' rites of passage work, which is phenomenal. It's such a good thing. We had Arna Rubenstein elected as Father of the Year for all the global work he's doing with boys' rites of passage. So it's good to take heart in things like that.
Yeah.
And realise there's a lot of good women actually supporting that men, the positive aspect of men
absolutely.
as well.
No, that's great, Paul. Thank you so much. I think our next guest is waiting, so we've got to keep moving along. But look, Paul, thank you for your time. Thank you for joining us, and keep up the great work.
Wonderful. Thanks so much. You two guys, fabulous thing.
Thanks,
that
Paul.
For kids, really wonderful.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Take
mate.
care.
All the best.
Bye-bye. You too.
Bye. So we've got Jacob. Jacob joining us.
Jacob is ready to go.
We're powering.
Welcome, Jacob.
We're powering along.
Can Jacob hear us?
Yes, I can
Yes,
hear
you
you.
can.
I can see you. Can you hear me and see me?
We can.
We've got you, Jacob.
Right.
So Jacob is the president of the Polish Association for Boys and Men. Have I got that right, Jacob?
Yes.
Yeah. And you're focused on promoting equality for men through law, policy, and public institutions. And you work in IT. Have I got that right, Jacob?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Good on you. Well, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm also a father of a boy and a girl.
Oh, good on you.
Excellent.
So you've got one of each too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's Andrew's world. My wife and I, we have 5 daughters, so they're wonderful. But having boys is foreign to me. When my nephews come over, they're very boisterous and they're wrestling, and that's I have to adjust to when they come over. So.
Yeah. I might lead off if I can with a question. I'm very curious to hear from you right off the top, Jacob. What is it specifically that you're doing in the arena of advocating with law and policy? I'm very keen to hear about that.
Yeah. So the law in Poland and more broadly in Europe is in many ways discriminating against men. In Poland remains to be the only country in Europe that does not have equal retirement age. Right. So men get retired at the age of 65, while women get retired at the age of 60. This puts significant inequality to men and in the society. There are more ways that men, more privileges that men cannot enjoy. We are neighbors to Ukraine. The threat of war is very material to us, and we have 18 years old boys being called to military qualifications. Women do not have that. And there are many more ways. So we are advocating for full gender equality. There are much more ways that are not mandated in the law, but yet very material. The education gap is maybe the most important one. We have only one man and 2 women graduating from master's studies. In Poland, and this is growing across the education, so it's a bit better at the level of high schools. But even at the age of 15, we see significant education gap. So we're trying to bring the attention of the institutions to those inequalities, and this gets tough because traditionally in Europe, gender equality is associated with women's rights. So whenever we see boys and men lagging behind or having their own problems, the institutions are saying, no, that's not our priority. Our priority is, on gender pay gap. And we say, yes, gender pay gap is a real problem. It is real, but there are other real problems, equally real problems that are important to men. And it's really hard to draw the institutions because there is some kind of mental barrier that every time you're doing something for boys, it may be something against girls, which is not, but they tend to think in that way.
Interesting. Well, look, thank you for all the work you're doing in that space. It's such important work, isn't it, Nat?
It is. And this is something we sort of has kept coming up today that, as soon as we advocate for men and boys, certain institutions or people think that it means we're automatically denigrating or trying to take away from women and girls, which is just not the case. So, I mean, have you had any success in Poland addressing that? I mean, maybe it's a two-part question. What do you think is the root cause of that, Jacob? And maybe what are some ways that we can? There must be a way to advocate for men and boys without seeming to pull down women and girls. Yeah.
Yeah, so first of all, I must say that there are many women who are sensitive and supportive to us. Our society, our association now is about 100 persons, about 100 members, about 8 of them are women. And those are young women with mindset around equal rights. And the second group is the mothers of boys who see them suffering in the current setup. How to bring attention? I think we should be using the language of gender equality and bringing public attention to boys while being the advocates of gender equality. And we should keep saying that this is not zero-sum game.
Yes.
That actually the well-being of girls is good for boys, and well-being of boys is good for girls and women and the society as a whole. One of the topics we've been very successful with is men's health. 3 years ago, when we started, the attention to men's health did not exist. Everybody said, "Yeah, the men are just living shorter lives, and this is all their fault. They should take care of them." Increasingly, we had some political figures, some celebrities, some renowned sportsmen coming up and saying, "Look, my health is important to me. I am taking vaccines. I am taking periodic examination. I had this and that condition in the past, and I survived. I'm a survivor because I took action. You should take action too." And it's especially visible now in November, when there is big November movement. And we see politicians and institutions coming up with that positive narrative on men's health.
That's fantastic.
Very good.
Yeah, that's great.
Love it.
It sounds like there's some good things happening there, Jacob.
Yes, but there is much more to go. We are the members of the European Union, so we see that actually in some ways we are going against EU policies that again associate gender equality with women's rights. And I can give you an example. Very recently, we've gone through the education program in one of the Polish cities where EU money is being used for funding extra education. Now you can get 5 extra points for being a girl in that program. Boys are lagging behind in education. They have lower achievement already at the age of 15, yet the EU program is increasing that inequality by preferential funding to girls. We are bringing that to attention of the public. We are bringing that to attention of institutions, but it will take time to take return from EU. We have many successes at the country level. We still need to gather more people from other EU countries to take action at the level of Brussels. And if anybody from Europe is listening to me today, please come to me. We are going to form the Alliance for Boys in Europe.
Beautiful.
Oh, that sounds amazing. How can people get in touch with you, Jacob? Is there a website they can go to, or?
Yes, there's a website. We have a very simple English page, but I'm actually putting to the chat
great. Hey.
Website, and if you click the British flag, you will see our values. They are 10 values. They are centered around inclusion and equality.
Great. I think that's in the Zoom chat, is it, Jacob?
Yes, it's in the Zoom chat.
We might have it already.
Yeah, we'll
get it in.
We'll get that in there. We'll get that in. So thank you for sharing that, Jacob.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Is there a final message you'd like to share with the men of Europe and the world on this International Men's Day?
Take care of one another. The only way we can thrive, the only way we can get up with the men's and boys agenda is to work together.
Yeah.
So get connected, get together. Take care of the men and boys around you. If you're a person from the middle class, from the healthy family, don't just stay and watch. Go out and take care of the men and boys less privileged than you. Form small and large communities. Have influence. Have your say. Speak up.
Excellent.
Oh, that's great. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you so much, and keep up the great work there in Poland, and we wish you all the very best.
Thanks, Jacob.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Keep the good work too. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All the best. Bye.
What a great guy.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I need to stretch my legs, mate. So sorry, everyone. I'm just... We're gonna go some videos.
We're going to video. Nat's going to do some stretches.
He's been denigrating men and boys for decades, undermining fatherhood, ignoring male disadvantage, and painting masculinity as a problem to be fixed. Boys are failing to launch, and young men aren't reaching manhood. The result is a crisis for males, and therefore a crisis for our communities. Will men and women continue to combat each other, or will we collaborate together? This book is for everyone who believes that when men and boys thrive, society also flourishes.
The Western world is facing a crisis of fatherlessness. In Australia, around 1 in 6 children live without their biological father at home. In the United States, approximately 1 in 4 children live in a household without their father. Studies show that fatherlessness contributes to nearly all the social issues facing the West today. The statistics are grim, but there is hope. Since 2002, Dads for Kids has worked tirelessly to turn the tide of fatherlessness. Each year, we reach millions of people with messages of excellence in fathering through our community service announcements on Australian free-to-air television, on social channels, radio and print media. Since Father's Day 2002, the weekly Dads for Kids email newsletter has reached tens of thousands. Dads for Kids has hosted hundreds of fatherhood success seminars, conferences and national summits. And twice yearly, we run the Courageous online fathering course to help Aussie dads be the best they can be. Thanks to the support of generous donors through Dads for Kids achievements, thousands of men and their families have been positively impacted. The tide is turning, but there is still so much more to do. The reality is, when manhood falters, so does fatherhood. When fatherhood falters, so does society. Dads for Kids needs help to continue the important, much-needed work of encouraging men and fathers, especially through International Men's Day. For the sake of the Western world's children, your support is needed. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit internationalmensday.com/donate to give what you can. Your partnership as we build men, grow fathers and change generations is certainly valued and deeply appreciated. Donate what you can today. Scan the QR code on your screen right now or visit internationalmensday.com/donate to give. Thank you for your support. Welcome back. Hey. Welcome back. And Andrew Gray has left, and we now have the great Warwick Marsh. So
he's a lot older, maybe more bolder, but certainly not wiser than Andrew, because he's such a wise man, and he's got a very sore bottom because he's been sitting on this hard chair, and he deserves 8 gold medals. And I mean that too. He's a really great guy. And listen, if you haven't tuned in to the men's show, you need to. Andrew Gray.
Yeah, The Man Show.
The Man Show. I've got to get it right.
What's the actual
show.
YouTube handle? Is it The Man Show with Andrew Gray? We'll say it together. Ready?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. The Man Show with Andrew Gray. So, yes, but we've got an amazing woman all the way from Nigeria. Hilami, is that how I've got your name correct?
Hello. That would be Halima.
Halima. Thank you so much, Halima. It's a great honour to talk to you, and you are highly recommended by Larry, and it's a great honour to have you speaking up on behalf of boys and men. Tell us your story.
Thank you so much for having me join in today. It's such a good privilege. My name is Halima Layani. I am the founding director of the Life After Abuse Foundation, a non-profit that provides free mental health services and supports for men and boys globally. So far, we have been able to successfully provide free mental health support to 10,000 boys across 13 countries in the world. Wow. The journey has been truly humbling. And we look forward to, achieving more impacts in the very near future.
So what actually, it's a big thing for men to do this sort of work, and usually they had some sort of experience, something that changed or something they realised. What is your story? What made you take up the advocacy for men and boys, and in Nigeria too? How did you do it? What's the story behind that?
In April 2017, I stood before young adolescent girls who have been sexually abused, to empower them and to educate them about life after abuse. It was a mixed school, and after my session, I had a boy pull me over to a corner to tell me that, how about boys? I too have been sexually abused. Who's going to speak for me? Who's going to, fight for me? And it was a shocker, because at that time I didn't even realize that sexual abuse among boys was a thing. And then it just made me reflect. on his story. And I guess our next outreach was to speak to boys in rural communities about abuse. And I guess that's pretty much how my story started. We stepped into the school that day, an only boys' school, and we heard stories of boys who had been sexually abused, who had suffered neglect, who had been physically abused as well. And I believe that has been the fall behind the passion to reach out to boys and men in Nigeria. And after that experience, we started to reach out to boys and men in rural communities, in school establishments, in religious establishments. And, I started to hear stories of domestic violence against men, and I started to hear stories of men being suicidal, of neglect. And I guess that, over the years, just hearing stories of men who have suffered in silence for so long has been the greatest driving force towards advocating for men's mental health. And for a climb here in Nigeria, where not even only in Nigeria, across nations, we can see that there isn't adequate help and accessible support for boys and men globally. And that is pretty much what I have been pushing for on a state level, on a national level, and on an international level. We're trying to push for a Ministry of Men Affairs to be established in Lagos State. We're also trying to push for a UN men establishment on the United Nations level through Davia, and we are making great progress with that.
I mean, that's pretty amazing, isn't it, Nathaniel?
That's great. I mean, look, that's something we've talked about. It would be wonderful to have UN recognition of International Men's Day. So
right.
Are you seeing some progress there, Halima, or...?
Yeah, so I belong to an association called Davia. That's where the recommendation came in from. And we have set up an association, a committee pretty much, to push for that. The association is filled with men from across nations. We also have diplomats from the United Nations as well. So sometime this year, we set up a committee to push for a UN men to have, representatives from, several countries. And I was privileged to be invited to the committee. So that is still in the works, and we're definitely working towards the establishment of a United Nations Men Agency.
That's great. Well, keep up the great work, and that would be wonderful. Yeah, thank you.
You talked about having a commission or an office for the status of men and boys, or the status of fathers in Nigeria. How is that going? Is there a progress in that area?
So I would say that the biggest shocker has been that men have been very vulnerable with their experiences, as opposed to the popularly held notion that men do not like to express themselves, or men do not like to tell their stories. I think that working with men has brought me firsthand with having them be vulnerable with me, and having them, express their experiences and talk about their experiences. And we've come to realize that when you create a safe space for any man at all, he would definitely be vulnerable. He would definitely, express himself and speak about his experiences. But I believe that there's a mental health gap, there's a support gap, not only in Lagos, Nigeria, across nations. We have thousands of NGOs that are offering support to women and girls. And when you compare that to the support that is available for boys and men, there's a very huge gap. And I strongly believe that when we begin to create accessible system and structures in place, when we put it in place for men and boys to freely access help, we begin to build more shelters for, male domestic violence victims. We begin to build shelters for, male sexual abuse victims. Pretty much a safe haven, just like we have built for women and girls over the years. When we have more funding for support for men and boys, I believe that we would begin to see more men and boys come out to speak about their experiences, and that would also in turn reduce the high rate of suicide among men globally.
Oh, it's so good, Halima, and that it's amazing that's your experience. Well, it shouldn't be surprising, but it's amazing to hear, because that's our experience here in Australia. We find with our work at Dads for Kids that when we create that safe space for men to speak, where they won't be judged, where they'll be heard, where what they share will be confidential as well, will be kept in confidence. Men will share. They will, mostly they will open up. Sometimes we can't stop them talking about their story. So it is amazing that when we create, when organisations, when NGOs create that safe environment for men to speak, they will share. And as you've so beautifully said, that's when they can actually receive help, talk through their issues, maybe find some solutions, and it's a wonderful thing. So yeah, it's great.
Yeah, thank you so much, Halima. I'm sure there's a lot of men listening to you share who are getting great encouragement to know that there's a woman. Not only women here, there's a number of women have spoken here in our country, and we're going to hear from others. But the bottom line is you're speaking out of beautiful Nigeria, speaking on behalf of men. You mentioned about men getting hurt when people attack them, and a lot of people just think that this sort of stuff just rolls off us, but we are human, and we do bleed, and we can get hurt. Why is it so important to encourage men and encourage boys?
I would say that this is a societal problem to a very large extent. I believe that boys have been raised to shut out their emotions right from childhood, and women have also kind of been raised to see men and boys as some form of robots or some form of human that don't feel emotions. And I think that we need to start reorienting society. Up until now, society still believes that, a man cannot suffer domestic violence, or a man cannot be physically abused or sexually abused. There's still this flawed mentality that we have, that society has, which makes it easy for them to judge men once they come out to talk about their experiences, to every time they come out to talk about the experiences, they're either judged, they're mocked, or they are dismissed. They are majorly dismissed. So I think that there just needs to be some sort of reorientation, societal reorientation towards women, even towards men as well. Because even for some men, when their friends call them to, to speak about their experiences, the response is always, "Oh, you're a man. You should just, toughen up. You should just be strong, and you should just deal with it." Men are not supposed to feel certain emotions. So I think that everyone literally needs to be reoriented and educated about, the pain that men go through, and how we can begin to create safe space for men and boys, and how we can begin to change our languages when, men come out to talk about their experiences. I think that is very important to men and boys and their experiences, and that will definitely help them, heal and express themselves more.
That's incredible. Anything else you want to ask?
I think,
Halima?
Well, two things. Where can people find out more about your work, Halima? Is there a way? Have you got a website or a social media channels that people can follow?
Yes, you could just visit www.laafng.org. That's laafng.org, and it has pretty much all our social media. You could just follow up all our social media from there.
Oh, great, fantastic, and I think we've run out of time, have we? Or
well, the thought I had, Nathaniel, was maybe Halima, you could stay with us. We'd just like to play a video, and it's off our work here in Australia, helping men. We get men together for a Men's Leadership Summit, which is actually a code for men's servanthood summit. Because if you want to be a leader, you have to first learn how to become a good servant. And a good husband and a good man is a servant to his family, a servant to his wife, a servant to the community. And out of that humility, good things happen. And we get men together for a weekend, a lot of different activities, a fair bit of fun, but also dealing with some deep heart issues, dealing with some spiritual issues as well. And we encourage men to speak up and to share their hearts. And as you said, you provide that sort of safe space. I'm just wondering if you want to hang with us and maybe you can pass a comment about this. And again, we really honour you. We appreciate you. We are actually quite in awe of you and your passion to help men and boys, and I find it quite humbling.
It's inspirational, Halima.
It's inspirational.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Are we ready to rock? Here we go. This is the Men's Leadership Summit, little 10-minute video seen on Channel 9 here in Australia.
Dads for Kids is a harm prevention charity, and it's really all about helping dads be the best dads they can be and being there for our friends and family. The summit runs from Friday night to Sunday afternoon. Men come from all over Australia and they travel here to really learn how to be better men, better dads, better husbands, partners, better leaders in their communities, in their businesses. It's all about bettering each other, being the best versions of ourselves that we can be.
I came from a broken home myself, and that pain drove me, with my wife, to begin Dads for Kids. Our core principle is building men, growing fathers, changing generations.
I grew up without a father figure, a male figure. For me to come to this men's summit is to relate with other men.
I came to the summit with my son to become a stronger man and hopefully a better father than I've been.
I chose to come to the summit to be around other like-minded men who are just positive and want to make the world a better place, want to help each other to do that.
Back in 2018, I attended my first Men's Leadership Summit, and that weekend changed my life.
I actually come to the Dads for Kids Summit last year, and the positives that you get out of this summit, money couldn't pay for.
This weekend can be life-transforming for so many men.
You know the old saying, I feel like there's two dogs, a black one and a white one, fighting inside of me. Well, which dog's winning? Well, the dog I feed the most.
This weekend I've been talking a lot about passion and purpose. It's so important for a man to have a sense of his purpose and identity and self, because everything we do ideally shouldn't just come out of our sense of responsibilities or guilt or what I should do, but really flow from who you are.
We have three guest speakers, Brett Davis, Dr. Alan Meyer and Pastor Scott Hansey. They all speak different sessions, but really the weekend's about the small groups. So we have the speakers will bring some encouragement to the men, and then the small groups discuss what they've learned.
In my small groups that I've been a part of, in those groups just chatting, have been very honest and open. I love that. I love the fact that guys can just share and be real.
Sometimes we struggle to talk about our feelings, but the guys here today are opening up and sharing their hearts with each other.
When you're sharing experiences with other men and what they've been through, it helps you to work on your own experiences in the future.
These men here are my brothers, and they're close, because it's not about what I look on the outside. It's what we share from the inside.
You can create passion, but you can't create character, because character is how you handle passions. Character is made on the basis of choices. Character is what you do when passions emerge.
Every statistic and every measure of human well-being would underline the fact that it is what men do in a relationship that's the critical factor.
There's a passion in you for greatness. There's a passion to do something that makes a difference.
By and large, men have had very little coaching, very little insight about the critical role they play, and I'll play my part this weekend in seeking to expand men and their understanding of how they can play that critical role that they play as husbands, as fathers, as friends, as dads, and all of the roles that men find themselves playing.
There's 5 letters. Thank you. Sometime in our summit, we always ask the men to write a letter. It could be their son, their daughter. It could be their father, their mother. Who they write to, it's up to them. It could just be a friend. So we're not specific about who to write the letter to, just to write a letter of appreciation, a letter of thanks and if necessary, a letter of apology.
I wrote a letter to my father. I began to write down all the things I could remember that I had benefited from because of my father's life. And I realised what a treasure he had been in my life.
We're talking about writing letters to home, and I was really touched on some areas. My dad recently passed away. There are things that I wish I'd said to him beforehand, but I'll get the opportunity to work through that now, and that's been pretty impactful.
I know that there'll be some who say my dad was absent, my dad was neglectful, my dad was unreliable, my dad damaged my life. I wouldn't trivialise that for a minute. But if you want your life to work, you need to resolve that. You need to climb the mountain of your hurt. You're going to have to learn the skill of forgiveness. When you don't or you can't, it's not going to be well with you, because you'll carry that hurt and that damage in ways that you don't even understand for the rest of your life.
We will ask those guys to sign the letter, and that envelope goes in a box, and I personally go down to the post office box with my wife and make sure this letter gets posted, and it will literally be on people's door Monday morning, Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning.
We are married 34 years. After 20 years that my husband's finally sat down and wrote his heart and wrote me a love letter. I will cherish this for a long, long time.
There's going to be tears, there's going to be joy, there's going to be maybe a little bit of heartache, but a whole lot of healing, a whole lot of encouragement, and a whole lot of joy coming to people because someone cared enough to write a letter.
Dads do many different jobs. Tradies and businessmen. Deep sea divers and high-flying pilots. Musicians and accountants. Miners and surf lifesavers. No matter what you do, remember to say, I love you.
Over the years, we've had the pleasure of working with many different parliamentarians. The former Deputy Prime Minister, John Anderson, we work closely with him, and he's come and spoken at one of our summits. We really appreciate their help.
So far, the summit has been really inspirational, genuinely inspirational, and I feel equipped. We're learning some great stuff, stuff that you can apply to life quickly, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the changes it's going to make.
The guys are having a go at some archery, taking their best shots and having a bit of fun. Doing this helps a lot of these relationships that have been built over the weekend to solidify. It's important to challenge ourselves sometimes. I think sometimes things are better caught than taught, and this is a good example of that.
My wife bought me a ticket, and it was a birthday gift, so yeah, next year I want to come and I want to bring a few guys with me.
By challenging yourself amongst mates, it can really be life-transforming for men, and you often don't realise till afterwards how much of an impact it's had on you.
I came along to the summit to make connections, meet people. It's really beneficial for my own growth, and to be able to take that away too and work with the guys that I work with back at home.
Nothing was going through my head when I was getting hunters up. I blocked it out. They started counting, and I quickly just pulled it straight away. The boys wouldn't have let me live it down if I didn't do it, so that's what pushed me to get up there. So yeah, because I never would have done that, say 6 months ago to a year ago. Proud of myself for it, yeah.
My son Dan's about to conquer the giant Goliath swing, 30 metres high, straight drop down. There's something about this that's risky, element of excitement which helps to bond us together. It's not just the swing that's going on here, it's building confidence to be able to take steps that are going to help him in his life. Positive steps. Well done, that's awesome. It's like the highlight of my fathering year, coming away with one of my children.
If
If someone was thinking about coming to a Dads for Kids event, I would say absolutely do it, because what it is it's something that equips you to be a better man and to be a better person. It's just a really positive experience that gives you practical things that make life better. So just do it. It's an awesome thing.
I've got great relationships with my kids. From last year's summit till now, my relationships grew phenomenally. Just you can see the happiness in them. So it's so positive.
It gives me the input how to be a father, how to be a grandfather. It's just amazing.
The most beneficial thing being here with James has been just being here together. You know, we'll have the shared experience, and it's something we can talk about, you know, until we come again next year.
Dads have incredible impact on their kids, on their families, and healthy masculinity can do great things for the community. We hear stories from past summits of a ripple effect through people's families, positive changes in their community, business lives, reconnecting, learning, growing, sharpening each other. The summit's been amazing.
Halima, what do you think about that?
That was very emotional, but I mean, amazing initiative. I would say that, many of us grew up knowing our fathers as just providers and not, nurturers. Many of us never even heard our father say, "I love you." And I tell people all the time that we cannot judge our parents. This is just a social conditioning that has been passed down from one generation to another. And most of our fathers did not just know how to love us. It's not like they did not love us, right? They did not just know how to love us. And many of them also carried, pain from their flawed relationship with their fathers as well, down to their current family. And it's actually important to have these conversations. We also had like a dad event as well last year. I love the fact that you invited a policymaker, because it's very important. Last year, we also had the governor of Lagos State at our dad event, where he advocated for men and fathers as well to be, more involved, and for men to be more vulnerable. And he also advocated for healthy masculinity. So I love that, policymakers are getting involved, because they are the ones, they are the decision makers first. They are the ones that are our voices, in governance. And I believe that if we can have powerful voices in governance, if we can have, policymakers attend more of these events, they're able to connect more with the experiences of men, and they're able to advocate more for men and boys initiatives on the governance level, which is very, very important. So well done to Dads for Kids for the great initiative.
Helena, thank you. And, it is quite emotional. These summits, I remember one time the summit actually comes from running these Good to Great 10-week fatherhood courses, and I asked guys to write letters. You saw us ask the men to write a letter to their wife and to put their feelings and their love and their attention for their wife into a letter. Now, some of these women have never, ever received a letter from their husband, and they'll often open the letter and just weep. And I've heard of women weeping for hours with joy, but also a certain bit of sadness there as well. And here they were, just touched by a simple letter. But I can always remember this man. He was a carpenter, he was a builder. He was quite, he loved his children, but he didn't really tell them that much, And we said, look, you have to write a letter. And he wrote a letter to his daughter. And he told her how much he loved her and how much he thought of her and how she was so, so special. 3 years later, he died of a heart attack at a relatively early age. And that young woman, who is now 20, 21 at that time, she got up and read that letter at the funeral. 500 or 600 people in this very big funeral, and there was not a dry eye in the place. And so that man's love letter to his daughter carried on, and I believe she's still got that letter today, and it will be read by subsequent generations. Your comment about that as we finish?
I think that when we tell men to shut out their emotions, I think that it affects pretty much every area of their life. It affects intimacy with their wives. It affects their relationship with their children. And I think that this initiative is important. Every single country, every single state should have this initiative, because when we are able to get men to express themselves, to first of all heal from the pain of the father-son flawed relationship and get them to heal, that would in turn impact every other relationship in their lives. You know, you mentioned something that is so important. The father died of a heart attack 3 years after. This is millions of men's stories. On Father's Day, we have more RIPs than on Mother's Days. You know, fathers die earlier than expected because they carry a lot of emotional pain and emotional baggage that they do not even get the opportunity to get help for, right? And men don't like to visit the hospital as well. I mean, it's different from women, obviously. That's why women live longer. Women are able to express themselves, talk about their experiences, talk about their trauma, and more importantly, get help and support for it. So I think that these initiatives are very important. If we're able to get men to heal from their flawed father-son relationships, it would in turn, you know, impact their relationship with their children, with their wives. You know, they're able to express themselves more, and women are able to feel more loved. Children are able to feel that connection between they and their fathers.
Halima, I know you're a woman of faith, and I am the same. And I'm just wondering, I was going to ask you to bring a greeting to the men and boys of the world. Would you like to say a prayer of blessing for the men and boys right around the world as we finish your section?
Father, we pray for all the men, you know, across the nations today who are hurting, who are carrying some form of pain, and who are fighting silent battles that we do not really know about. Father, your word says that you are the God who heals our wounds. You are the God who can heal us. And so, Father, Lord, we ask, oh God, that you put your hands upon every man across the nations right now who is hurting, who cannot even express themselves, who doesn't even have help or support. Father, we ask, oh God, that you rise up for them right now and you put your healing hands upon them, that you heal every heart, you heal every hurt. In the name of Jesus, we ask, oh God, for every family that has been torn apart because a father is hurting. Father, Lord, we ask, oh God, that you heal every family, you heal every community that is being torn apart as a result of a hurting man, every family that is suffering as a result of a hurting man. We ask, oh God, that you heal children that have gone astray, children that have left their homes, children that have gone into addiction, children that have missed their way because of the lack of a father figure, because they couldn't connect to their fathers. Father, we bring those children back now into their homes. We ask, oh God, for the wisdom for every father to be able to mend every wound that has been caused. Father, Lord, we know that you are the God of restoration, and we know that nothing is impossible for you. There's no pain that you cannot heal. There's no family that you cannot reunite. And so, Father, Lord, we ask by your power that you reunite every family and you heal every hurting heart. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen.
Amen. I thank you so much. We appreciate you. We honour you, and more power and blessings to you. And we pray to those same blessings to return to you. And thank you for your stand for men and boys. We're honoured, we're humbled, we're blessed. God bless you.
Thanks, Halima.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have an amazing guest coming up all the way from sunny London. Am I lying, Ali? Am I lying?
Well, you're getting me all the way from not very sunny Manchester, but it's close enough.
Well, that's almost an insult
England
to someone.
and the UK.
That's almost an insult to someone from Manchester, isn't it?
Yeah, you haven't got off to the best start in this interview, but we'll forgive you. It's International Men's Day, and we're one big happy family, so you are forgiven.
And I understand that in your bio you often refer to the fact you've got 2 sons, 2 dogs, 2 guitars, and 2 sons.
There's more than 2 guitars in the background.
There's more than 2 guitars there.
I'm happy to say that the number of guitars might have gone up, the number of sons hasn't as yet. Although the number of grandchildren has now gone up to 1. So I'm delighted to say we're continuing to extend the family, but mercifully a layer down, not with me. So yeah.
Good on you, yeah.
The 2 dogs are sitting happily by my feet. They're snoozing. If the postman knocks on the door, then they'll contribute to this conversation, but hopefully not yet.
Yeah. I just got asked the question: is that a red Strat that's on the wall up there on?
It is, yeah.
Your left-hand side.
The Hank Marvin classic, yeah.
Oh wow! Because I've got a '66 Strat, and it looks like you're a pretty devoted guitar player, correct?
I am. One of the things I do in a kind of low-key way is I run a men's mental health guitar club. So every couple of weeks, a bunch of guys get together, and it's mostly acoustic guitars, but we do jocularly refer to it as the men's shred, which is our little joke. But it's great because the charity that I do that with, called Mandem Meetup, it's a peer-to-peer support talking group, but it's mostly based around activities. So they had been doing, walks in the country, hikes, football, all sorts of sports, chess, Dungeons and Dragons, you name it, all kinds of activities. And I asked them if they'd be interested in having a guitar club as well, and it's been going well. So yeah, my worlds do all join up together occasionally.
That's quite beautiful. Ali, a lot of people wouldn't really know you here in Australia, but I've heard of your exploits for many, many years. You've been advocating for men and boys for, I think, well over 2 decades. You've also been involved in helping start Men and Fathers and Boys Coalition. You have been involved in the battle for men's health, and you're stepping up in that area with one of your organisations that you're actually, if you like, renewing and growing. You are a journalist, and again, you've been speaking up for men and fathers, and it's a bit of a lonely place at times, and a journalist to speak up on these issues. Have you got anything to tell us, any wisdom you can share with us about how to speak up for men and boys in a coherent way and make progress? Because you guys in England, I don't know if you understand this, but from the International Men's Day point of view, you are leading the charge. There's no country on the earth, everybody, there's no country on the earth per capita that's got more celebrations of International Men's Day, charities, churches, associations, big charities, small charities, all sorts of, even companies are getting behind it. And it's a huge success, and you've been part of that. Glenn Poole was too. But I do believe that Mark Brooks is the silent warrior there that's been chipping away at so long for so wonderfully, and he'll be coming on a bit later. Any comments about how you did that?
Well, it's a long story. I think the first lesson I would urge anyone to take on board is it takes a lot of patience and it takes a very thick skin. And we did go through many years of what we call the punchline years, where anytime you mention International Men's Day, the only thing you would hear back is, I thought every day was International Men's Day. And we... there was one point around about 10 years ago, probably, I made a vow that I was no longer going to argue about the need for or the existence of International Men's Day. International Men's Day is a thing. It happens every year, November 19th, whether people like it or not. Yep. We are now very well established. And so the one thing I don't want to be bringing into this is toxicity and arguments and squabbles, kind of really for the sake of it. There's a lot of people who are very keen to bring down International Men's Day. Or no, I'll rephrase that. A lot of people were very keen to bring down International Men's Day. We've gone a bit further with that. So first of all, it's about continuing to put forward a positive, constructive, really unarguable case for male health and well-being across the wide spectrum of what that can mean. For us, the reason you did a beautiful job of telling a little potted life story of what I've been up to for the last 20 years or so. But from my point of view, all of my charity work around men and boys issues grew out of an involvement with International Men's Day. A little group of us back in about 2010, 2011 formed a committee with the deliberate intention of promoting International Men's Day as a day to draw attention to the issues affecting men and boys, to raise money for the charities, and to promote a positive conversation about men and boys. That was the model, the idea that we had back nearly 15 years ago now. And out of that, we soon realised, first of all, that all of the issues we're talking about are connected. And one of the beauties of International Men's Day is it's not just about men's health, it's not just about suicide, it's not just about fatherhood, it's not just about boys' education. It is about joining the dots between all of those issues and saying that actually, if you care about boys growing up in fatherless families, then you have to care about educational underachievement, because those issues are absolutely connected. If you care about underachievement in education, you have to care about school exclusion. If you care about school exclusion, you have to care about the criminalisation of boys and the way that boys on the margins are dragged into the justice system and then prison. You have to look at how that is connected to mental health and homelessness and ultimately, tragically, too often suicide. And when you start to think about all of these issues, you realise that they're not a huge number of disparate issues. Actually, they're the same one. They're all about how men function and are accommodated and survive and thrive and live in the modern world and modern society. And it's really impossible to separate these out. And that if you like, that realisation, that insight, began with International Men's Day. We then carried it into when we realised that, in fact, every day was not International Men's Day and that there were another 364 days of the year that we needed to be having that conversation. We originally formed a Men and Boys Coalition. I think I've yet to update my Zoom profile, but it still says MBC down in the corner of my Zoom. That was the Men and Boys Coalition. But I'm delighted to tell you that as of, Monday next week, we will be relaunching again as the Association for Male Health and Wellbeing. And there are really three big innovations there. The first is a formal membership structure. So we've already secured most of in fact, almost all of the major blue chip charities and many less well-known ones, along with academics and professional practitioners, bringing them all into one network to mutually support each other and to develop the sector, to improve people's skills and give them education and information and resources they need to improve what they do, but also to collaborate and learn from each other and support each other, building what we call a membership community. And we did that in a kind of unofficial, informal way before, but it will now be formalised. On top of that, we have got a new charter which sets out very clearly what we believe, that we stand for constructive, positive dialogue. We believe that men's issues are connected, as I talked about before. We are not in conflict with the women's sector, and we believe that the health and well-being of men and boys is intricately and inextricably connected to the health and well-being of women and girls, and we can't set one against the other. Yeah. We have to be there for everyone, and rallying around that sector is taking us forward. So we have now become the Association of Male Health and Wellbeing. We have our official launch on Monday, which we're very excited about. Trying to do our promotion for International Men's Day today, while I've got a to-do list about the size of my arms and your arms combined. But it's 9:13 in the morning here in Manchester now. I've got a good 12 hours of work today to get through before we can put International Men's Day 2025 to bed, and I'll get back to planning for Monday.
Well, good on you. You're just talking about how this International Men's Day has pushed forward the cause of men and boys in England and arguably right around the world. Get your comment on this. I've been working, I didn't realise this, but I actually joined the men's movement way back when I joined a businessmen's association back in the early 80s. And then I kept on working with Indigenous people, especially Indigenous men. Done a lot of work in prisons across Australia, playing music. So that's why I can sort of dig your instruments there. In fact, my son's a drummer, and we used to play as a family.
Some argue that drummers aren't real musicians, but I
was going to say the old story. What do you call someone who hangs about with musicians?
Drummers. Yeah. Anyway. I've heard that one before, Ali.
Yeah,
so
I thought you might.
Ali,
you should hear my jokes about bass players.
Well, you've got a bass guitar there too, so
No jokes about bass players here. Ali, your comment on this. So we've been doing a lot of different things. If the men's leadership summits, we do teaching and so on. But as far as one thing that we've ever done that's advanced the cause of men and boys for the amount of effort, the amount of dollars, the amount of passion that we put into it, I'd have to say International Men's Day I believe it's saved hundreds of thousands of men's lives right around the world. Your comment about this in 2 seconds. I believe it's raised the level of men's health generally around the world. Obviously, some countries more than others. Obviously, England's a classic example. We are seeing progress here in Australia. Glenn Poole's doing a great job, and others doing a great job here in our country. There's just been so many. You heard that great story from a Nigerian sister who's standing up for men and boys in Africa, and that's a tough gig. Your comment about the power of International Men's Day to help advance the cause of men and boys in the world in a positive way, and again, in an inclusive way from the point of view, we're not against anybody. We're not against this, against that. We're with the women. We want to stand with them because when men thrive, communities thrive. Over to you.
Absolutely, that and your last few words there are something that we echo very, very strongly. That the health and well-being of men is essential to a healthy, happy, functioning society. I think probably the most crucial point here is that policy doesn't emerge out of a vacuum, and whether we're talking health policy, social policy, prisons policy, whatever it might be, it's implemented by politicians. There are all sorts of tedious bureaucrats that have to be negotiated. Often it's a very hard, long road getting through that. But once you can attain a status of, I guess, respectability and be taken seriously, and make your points with evidence and logic and strong argument, then you quickly find you're pushing at an open door. Politicians want to improve men's health for the very reasons you gave, that when we've got a healthy male population, they put less demands on the NHS, they're less likely to missing time off work. They're obviously families and communities and societies and the country is in a better place, and politicians do get that. So some of the biggest achievements we've had, and you talked about how much of a big deal International Men's Day now is in the UK, which we're very proud of, and we're not solely responsible, but we kind of set the boulder rolling down the hill, and we're very happy that we did, and it then became a snowball, if you like, and grew. I can mix my metaphors. And one of the ways that's come through is it began in the media. We successfully got TV stations to take us seriously or at least show an interest. Yeah, we're not solely responsible. We kind of set the boulder rolling down the hill. Yep. There's a very well-respected or popular daytime TV show here called Loose Women that's been going for many, many, many years. And every year on International Men's Day, it's taken over by the men and becomes Loose Men. And we're doing that again today, which has been Loose Women is a very kind of gossipy chat show, if you like. Loose Men, they do an absolutely brilliant job of conveying some really important, serious issues that we are talking about in a very accessible format to a very general audience. But most importantly, it's got through to the politicians. And we are now, I think, on the 6th or 7th year of having an International Men's Day debate in Parliament, which, when it began, I think in 2019 was the first one, 2018 possibly, there were about 4 politicians came. They used the smallest room of Parliament called Westminster Hall. There were about 4 MPs turned up, 2 of which were having a go and 2 of which contributed to the event. Last year, it was closer to 100. And the fascinating thing from our point of view is the overwhelming majority of them were from the Labour Party on the left, or centre-left, rather than traditionally it had been the Conservatives who would be the only people that would turn up to the day. And these centre and left-leaning MPs were coming along to talk about men's health, to talk about suicide, to talk about the issues that were affecting their own constituents. And there was no political point, or very little political point scoring about it. It was actually about politicians on left and right coming together to solve these issues together. So we have our annual International Men's Day debate in Parliament tomorrow, and it will one, because I'm sure you've already discussed. It's a momentous day for us today here, because we have the launch of the first national men's health strategy for England. You were ahead of us in Australia here. We're very, very grateful to the way that you shone a light and led a path there. But we have now got a national men's health strategy. We're still looking at the details. We haven't seen every paragraph yet, so we're trying to observe. I should be reading it now instead of talking it to you. It was literally only published this morning. But the headlines, it involves £3 million, call it Australian dollars, £3 million of new funding mostly for grassroots men's health and mental health projects, which is a huge deal for us in the sector. All sorts of really interesting announcements about prostate cancer care, mental health, suicide prevention, a big partnership with Premier League football, the Premier League, which obviously is the major sporting hub in the UK. And this evening, I'm not respectful enough to get an invitation to this, but many of my colleagues, including Mark, will be attending an official reception at 10 Downing Street with the Prime Minister for International Men's Day on the evening of November 19th, which if you'd asked us 10, 15 years ago when we were going through the punchline years, as we called it, that we could be there by 2025, we would have bitten your hand off. It's a wonderful occasion, and it's been a huge success for us, and we're doing a lot of celebrating today. It's lots of good news.
I tell you what, Ali, it's just incredible. And again, congratulations. A lot of hard work, a lot of blood, sweat and tears, a lot of sacrifice. And thank God for you. Thank God for Mark. Thank God for your big team across there. And we've got George. He'll be coming on the show a bit later. He's also putting his weight in there. Unfortunately, time has elapsed, and we just want to say a huge, huge thank you. Is that right, Nathaniel?
Thank you. Thank you, Ali. Thank you for sharing your story, and it's so good to hear of the great things that are happening. So it gives us hope here in the land down under. So, yeah, thank you.
Straight back at you. Thanks for the invitation. It's been lovely to join you. I will go on with my day now, and congratulations for all that you have done too. We'll talk again soon.
Right. Talk again soon. All the best. Ali. Thank you. Bye. Wow, that's amazing, isn't it, Nathaniel?
It is. It is. There's some great things happening over there.
They're leaving us behind, aren't they? The Poms they're going to run with beat us in the ashes and going to wipe the floor with us. We have got an amazing woman all the way from India. Yes, India. International Men's Day, by the way, Deepika, is celebrated here in Australia because of an Indian woman named Uma Challa. Uma Challa, in 2007, I was on the phone to her. She's a advocate for men and boys. She said to me, Warwick, you should celebrate International Men's Day. I said, what's that? She said, that's a day we celebrate. It's on the 19th of November. I said, where did it start? She said, I don't know, but we just do it here in India, and it's got very, very big, and it's very great. It's very successful. You should do it too. And sure enough, she said to me, look, you've got to link in with a bit of history. And the HMS Sydney, I think, went down in 1941, and we lost 645 men, the biggest loss of life in the Second World War in one day, and that was on the 19th of November. And so we celebrated the first International Men's Day 2008, registered at the .com site, and it went to England. And now, of course, you guys are still leading us to India's a huge place where International Men's Day is celebrated. Tell us the story, Deepika.
Hi, thank you so much for having me on this live webcast, first of all. And I've known Uma Challa, and she was a part of my documentary film as well. That's where I actually started my journey in the space of men's issues. We have been fighting this very, very hard battle in India for last 2 decades now, more than 2.5 decades actually. And Uma Challa is one of the, people who did extraordinary work in India on men and boys issues. And she was one of the one of the activists who started this all and took it out beautifully well. There are now celebrations of this day across the country, of course, by men's rights group, but the corporates are also now picking it up. For example, yesterday I saw on Twitter a lot of brands congratulating. There are a lot of corporates that are now organizing mental health programs on International Men's Day. Of course, it's not as big as Women's Day, but it's slowly catching up. I'm just coming back from a team meeting where we cut the cake and we told everybody around us that it's International Men's Day today, and everybody was very pleased. Yes. Yeah. And we are just post historic conference, I would say, Nat and Warwick. I'm so pleased and honored to share with you that we organized the first ever conference of my non-profit organization, which is Ekam Nyay Foundation. Ekam Nyay means one justice, and we are championing and we are asking for gender neutral laws and prohibition of false accusations and saving men from false accusations. That's a very, very large part of our work. The keynote address in our conference, something that has never happened ever before in India, was a former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of India, the person who is the head of our legal system in the country. He came forward and gave the keynote address, and he recognized the work we do. He recognized the importance of work we do. And he said that men who are falsely implicated in false allegations of rape, dowry, cruelty, domestic violence, they deserve justice, and that asking for justice for them is not being anti-women. And there was a thunderous applause. We had almost 500 people attending the conference.
500 people?
Yes.
That's incredible.
Yes,
that's incredible.
Thank you so much. It was an on-ground event. We have 500 participants. We have 35 speakers. We had sessions on false accusations of rape, parental alienation, which is becoming a very, very big problem in India now. We had a session on mental health challenges faced by men and the rising rates of suicide. We had session on some very problematic laws in India. We had a session where we released research on intimate partner violence. We did a study interviewing 500 men in the last 1 year, and we would be releasing this report very soon. So as an organization, we are focusing a lot on research. We are just a year old and trying to do as much as possible for men and boys.
Please, well, congratulations, massive congratulations. Please give my love to Umachala and tell her that her good work is continuing on. Her good work is continuing on, and huge thanks. So what is the future, do you think? How do you see things growing in advocacy for men and boys in India?
So one of the major issues right now that I see in the country is that our politics is extremely, extremely influenced by feminist organizations, women's rights activists, and there's a lot of fear and hesitation to openly speak about men and boys issues in the parliament in India. I think in the last 2 decades, not more than 3 times some question related to men's issues has been raised in the parliament. And it has not led to any concrete result on ground. Now things are changing. One of the reasons for that also is, and if I may share, I don't know what the number is in $1 billion, but an extremely big amount of money is now spent on freebies to women by political parties to, get their votes in India. And women have emerged as the largest vote bank now. We used to have a lot of politics going around and, accumulation of votes on the basis of religion. We had it on the basis of caste. But now we have one of the biggest vote bank now is women vote bank. And everybody is trying to woo the women vote bank. So any party is no party is willing to speak up on these issues in the parliament. I have personally met a lot of members of parliament, and they say, ma'am, we cannot say something in open. We will be criticized, and we understand that there's a problem. We definitely understand that there are a lot of men who are going through hell, but we are sorry that we cannot raise a voice for them in the parliament. There was one member of parliament recently who expressed some concern over suicides of men that are happening because of false matrimonial litigations. And he requested the lawmakers to take a look at the issues. One of the things that I personally wish to share with you is that this year has been one of the most important years in India in terms of issues surrounding men and boys. Because a gentleman whose name is Atul Subhash, he died by suicide in December 2024. He left a 1-hour video. It went viral, extremely viral. It reached every household in India because here we were seeing a man who is extremely well educated, working in a very, very nice organization, and he had to make some 47 rounds to the courts in the last 3 years, fighting 9 litigations filed by his wife. And he was not able to see his son. And he said that I have prepared everything to, finally take this last step because the system does not listen to men at all. And there was a lot of connect that people across the country had with the way he spoke. He was very normal. It didn't look like he had any issues, and he chose to still end his life. So an enormous amount of debate on mainstream media, national media happened this year in India, which is unprecedented. And after that, we have had a couple of extremely brutal murder cases where a husband was basically killed by his wife and her lover. And those cases were so brutal that the media picked up these cases and they were discussing this for days. So this year has been quite a transformational year when it comes to issues concerning men and boys. And I hope as we go forward, there'll be more conferences like the Ekam Nyay conference. There'll be more discussion. More people, across the spectrum of society would like to associate and speak up on these issues because now people are understanding that there is a problem and people need to speak up about it because we are not talking anti-women here. We are talking pro-justice here.
Oh, look, there's so many issues out there, isn't there, Pika? And look, we're encouraged to hear what's happening in India. What would your message be as a woman, but this applies to men too, what would your encouragement be to men and women about speaking up about these issues? Sometimes it feels, it's hard to know what to do. Sometimes it just feels hopeless. But, how would you encourage our viewers when, maybe some of them are facing false allegations? Maybe some of them aren't able to see their children. I know here at Dads for Kids weekly we hear from dads that can't see their children. We cry together on the phone. When I speak with these fathers. But what would you say to our viewers to encourage them?
So there are 2 sets of audiences here who I would like to address. One is people who want to do something for men and boys actively, and 2 is a generic audience. So to the first set of audience who are doing some sort of activities for men and boys, I would just tell them that as long as we take this as a part-time commitment, we would not see substantial changes, whether it is in India or whether it is across the world. This is a full-time work. It needs immense amount of commitment. It needs immense amount of hard work, and it requires immense amount of persistence, I would say, because it's not easy. It's just not easy. It's been 13 years that have been in this space, and the initial years were extremely, extremely taxing, particularly financially, because, you don't really get any support being a men's rights activist or a men's issues organization. But I have held on. I continued doing what I was doing. And eventually you would see results. Today, there are more than 700,000 people who follow me on social media.
Yeah, wow.
There are immense number of people, both men and women, who acknowledge our work and who contribute to my organization, because of which we are able to sustain ourselves. We are a full-fledged organization now. We have an office. We have full-time team members who are working and who are salaried. So until and unless we do 24/7 work on these issues, part-time work would only lead to, sort of half-baked results. Second, to generic audience, I think there have been so many men who have stood up for women. I think it is only due on us women to stand up now for men who are facing extraordinary challenges across the world. And I think it is absolutely ridiculous to say that women have suffered for so many years and hence, let's just shut up about the problems that men are facing. The men who are living today have done nothing wrong, and they do not deserve to be punished for something that people think that men in the past have done. So it is, otherwise it's just a cycle. Then we would come at a point where again women will suffer so much because men would have gone through hell. So as human beings, we need to stand up against wrong and not against gender. And it doesn't require any extraordinary results. Even if you understand that there is a problem and acknowledge and not brush it aside, I think that's also a contribution to the issues that men and boys are facing.
No, thank you, Deepika. That's beautiful. Yeah.
Deepika, I'm just wondering if you could just hang around just for a little while longer. I'd like to play a couple of videos. What get you one comment as we finish with your section. I wish we had 2 hours with you, by the way. You're an absolute amazing woman. You've done documentaries and done a whole bunch of stuff. You're a journalist. You've done so many things, and now you are putting a massive effort in to advocate for men and boys. I'm going to ask these guys to play. First of all, we've got a greeting from Dr. Jerome Tilak Singh.
Hi, I am Jerome Tilak Singh, and I hope you are enjoying this webcast. It's the first webcast, of its kind. It will be for almost 9 hours. It'll be crossing time zones, and I'm really happy and overjoyed that you are part of this webcast. This historic journey, it's the first webcast. You're part of history of International Men's Day. It's a webcast dedicated to all those supporting International Men's Day. Hi, I am Jerome.
We've been denigrating men and boys for decades, undermining fatherhood, ignoring male disadvantage, and painting masculinity as a problem to be fixed. Boys are failing to launch, and young men aren't reaching manhood. The result is a crisis for males, and therefore a crisis for our communities. Will men and women continue to combat each other, or will we collaborate together? This book is for everyone who believes that when men and boys thrive, society also flourishes.
The Western world is facing a crisis of fatherlessness. In Australia, around 1 in 6 children live without their biological father at home. In the United States, approximately 1 in 4 children live in a household without their father. Studies show that fatherlessness contributes to nearly all the social issues facing the West today. The statistics are grim, but there is hope. Since 2002, Dads for Kids has worked tirelessly to turn the tide of fatherlessness. Each year, we reach millions of people with messages of excellence in fathering through our community service announcements on Australian free-to-air television, on social channels, radio and print media. Since Father's Day 2002, the weekly Dads for Kids email newsletter has reached tens of thousands. Dads for Kids has hosted hundreds of fatherhood success seminars, conferences and national summits, and twice yearly we run the Courageous Online Fathering course to help Aussie dads be the best they can be. Thanks to the support of generous donors through Dads for Kids achievements, thousands of men and their families have been positively impacted. The tide is turning, but there is still so much more to do. The reality is, when manhood falters, so does fatherhood. When fatherhood falters, so does society. Dads for Kids needs help to continue the important, much-needed work of encouraging men and fathers, especially through International Men's Day. For the sake of the Western world's children, your support is needed. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit internationalmensday.com/donate to give what you can. Your partnership as we build men, grow fathers and change generations is certainly valued and deeply appreciated. Donate what you can today. Scan the QR code on your screen right now or visit internationalmensday.com/donate to give. Thank you for your support.
Deepika, you run a charity in India. You know how important donations are. Why should people donate to Dads for Kids to help us keep running International Men's Day and keep promoting International Men's Day? But only 3 sentences.
Do it for humanity. This is one of the most important causes. And last but not the least, very, very few organizations or corporates or funding organizations fund any efforts around men's and boys' issues. It is individual donors who can really, really make a difference and keep this very important work alive. So please do it.
Deepika, we are so encouraged. We're so blessed. We really are honoured to talk to you. And a huge thank you. And again, give my love to Umachala.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me as a speaker. May I please request everyone to please go and look at the enormous amount of work that we are doing at Ekam Nyay. It is ekamnyay.org. We have got 37 people arrested last year. We have done more than 2,000 counselings. We have got more than 123 articles published in the mainstream media, and we just had the former Chief Justice of India speaking at our conference. Thank you so much. Namaskar from India, and would be lovely to keep in touch with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deepika.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have George
from the Tin Man,
who is coming in from UK. And as I said,
oh my God. I'm such a big fan. I'm such a big fan.
Likewise. Stop it.
I'm such
There's some people in India that love you.
Oh my God.
Hello.
Oh my God. I'm such a big fan.
It's embarrassing. I hate compliments.
I've told that to you in DMs on Instagram.
Well, I have a big Indian following, so it's lovely to meet you.
Well, you didn't know this, George, but you're deeply loved. You're deeply loved in India. Look at this. This woman loves you.
Absolutely. I've requested him to actually do some collaborations, but he said, no, I don't want to be so much of public until now, I guess, probably. That's why I've never seen you before.
Or send me a DM and we'll chat. I do want to learn more about the landscape in India, because it's just obviously a world away from me. So very interested to learn from you.
Well, Deepika is a filmmaker, George, and you're a filmmaker. You understand media, so you've got a bit in common, I think.
Yeah. I've got a broad skill set in creative industry.
I and Cassie J had a screening of both of our documentary films at the International Conference on Men's Issues in Australia. The Red Pill and Martyrs of Marriage were both screened there, and Martyrs of Marriage came on Netflix. It had a global release for 2 years.
Wow, that's good.
Congratulations.
That's very, very, very cool.
Much.
Now, George has got to get away. I think he's going to IMD celebration to Deepika, so we better let him go. And I will.
Thank you so much.
Don't let George go.
No, we better get on to him so he can actually share with us, because he's got to race off. So thanks so much, Deepika. Over to you, Nathaniel, because you love George, don't you?
I'm a big fan too, George. Maybe I'm not as big a fan as Deepika by the sound of it, but no, I'm a big fan too, mate. So thank you for joining us.
It was a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, no, What's the time there now in the UK?
Almost 9:45. Okay, 9:45. Right. But it's all kicking off already.
Oh, great. All good. Well, look, thank you so much, and it's great to meet you. And look, I know a bit about your work. I love your creative work, and I don't go on Instagram much, but I do go on Instagram to check out your posts. So, and I've got one post here that you shared a few months back that I just want to read out to everyone and just get your thoughts on it. But I mean, maybe for viewers, obviously Deepika knows all about your work. Could you tell us just briefly a bit about how you came to be doing this, and I guess that the the big thing is why do we need to speak up for men and boys? I know it's obvious to you and I, but to people watching, why is that so important?
It's a big question to give a little answer to. But about 5 years ago, during lockdown, during the coronavirus pandemic, I work in the creative industry. I have my own film studio, and I work a lot around branding and animation design and various other elements. And because of lockdown, there was no work, so I decided to scratch that creative itch in a different way, and I sort of dived headfirst into the men and boys issues area, which I'd always been interested in. And I was amazed at how incredible and heartbreaking these issues were, and how much evidence there was, especially. And for me, as even like a selfish way, as a creative content creator, I was like, there's so much important info here, so many massive issues. I feel like I can take these and use my creative skill set to reformulate and rebrand, I'd call it, the men and boys issues sector. And yeah, I've had some success, but at the same time, I've done a lot more with way less for my actual clients. And yet it's incredible how like domestic violence, for example, the data is extraordinary. And yet people are still really quite reluctant to buy into it. So that's where I come in. I'm not a researcher or an academic, but I am quite good at presenting information creatively. Yeah. So that's my niche. So yeah, I'm on Instagram, on X, and Reddit, YouTube now. And yeah, I'm a content creator.
Yeah, well, look, it's stats and information is one thing, but it's really the power of a story. That's what touches hearts and minds, and that's what's actually going to change things is creativity and that power of a storytelling. So, I mean, you've touched on it there, but I mean, why do you think people won't touch this issue? Is it because of prevailing ideologies, or is there something else at play here that we're not sort of seeing or catching?
Lots of things. I think a lot of people find it uncomfortable to talk about. I think when you think about the lens of social media, often it's about looking good rather than doing good, unfortunately. Yeah. And the issues we talk about, if I were to say, women are as violent as men in relationships, for which there's literally hundreds of papers substantiating that doesn't look good on your social media, does it? Yeah. And we all know why. And then it's also quite embarrassing. Like, as a former feminist myself, I felt a little bit embarrassed learning all the things I didn't know over the past 5 years, to the point where I don't consider myself a feminist anymore. And I think it's embarrassing to have built your entire political identity, your existence, your group of friends and community, sometimes even your job, around a set of ideas that are not the complete truth. So I understand people's apprehension. People might be embarrassed. People are obviously deeply uncomfortable, and to talk about these issues will alienate you. I mean, I've lost a lot of friends, and I've lost work, I've lost clients, and obviously there's the emotional toll. It's hard work, so I don't blame people for not wanting to do it. I understand completely, but it still needs to be done. Like, no amount of political discomfort is more important than a man's life. Yeah. So I remind myself of that. Like, no matter how hard it is for me, it's nothing in comparison to the men and boys I talk about. So I'm grateful that I only have to endure a small amount of discomfort in comparison to what others experience in this space.
Oh, it's spot on, George. And look, thank you. The post here that I loved it so much, I screenshotted it, and I've got it sitting on my desktop here of my little Mac. So, but I'll just read it out, and I just love your thoughts on this, because to me it's so self-obvious, but I just love the way you framed it. And I'm sorry if I get emotional reading it, because at Dads for Kids, that our work is advocating for dads, and weekly I hear from dads. I speak with dads on the phone, and some of the stuff these single dads go through, it just rips your heart out. And I'll often end up crying, that the other dad's crying on the phone, but I think anyway, I'm gonna read this. This is George the Tin Man. All I know for sure is that I receive two types of message more than any other. One is, we need more male role models, and the other is, I wish I could spend more time with my children. So isn't the solution quite obvious?
And that's a true story, yeah.
Yeah, I just love the way you frame that. So, I mean, number one, I couldn't agree more. But, I mean, how do we... What are your thoughts on that, George?
Yeah, that's the absolute truth. I get these messages all the time. I'm always asked for, who could you recommend as a role model to boys? And then I'm also asked, how do I spend more time? How do I find my boy? A lot of fathers that have lost contact completely. And those two problems are the two biggest problems I get told about, and they solve each other.
Yeah.
It was quite revealing last year where I did a panel on male suicide in London, and then at the end there's a Q&A, and then one, as always in panels, there's a dad who asked the question. He didn't know where his boy was, literally didn't know what school he was going to, hadn't seen him in years, desperately trying to find him and spend time with him. And then the next question was, the woman sat next to him actually said, well, can you recommend some role models to boys? And I was like, well, the man sat next to you is desperate to be the role model to his boy, so why didn't you ask him?
Yeah.
So that's I hear that every day. Like, people ask me, what can you give us some role models? And they want me to give them some sort of film recommendation of a movie star. And I'm like, how about dads?
Yeah.
How about teachers, sports coaches? But obviously fathers. Yeah. There's no movie star in the world or podcast host can replace a dad. So the answer is simple and painful, but the role models our boys need and girls are fathers.
Yeah,
of course.
Couldn't agree more. I think we've got to let you go, but just in closing, George, what would you say to the dads watching? I'm sure we have some single dads watching. What would you say to them to encourage them? Maybe some of them can't see their children. What would be your encouragement to the men and boys this International Men's Day?
I mean, there's no words I can offer to really take away that pain. I'm not a dad, but I can imagine how painful it must be to lose the thing most important to you. But things are slowly changing. There are more and more people talking about you and other dads every single day. Like, it's International Men's Day. It's a great time to look back and see the progress we've made. And I think we've made huge progress in the UK, at least. And elsewhere, I'm seeing more and more people standing up for fathers, especially. And like I said, there's nothing I can say to take away what you've lost or help that pain. But I would try to encourage you to stick around and give it a bit more time, because things are moving in the right direction. Like, I'm talking about on Instagram today, like, things are obviously bad in this space, but they are also getting better. Yeah. It's possible for things to be bad and getting better at the same time, and they are. So just keep going and hold out, and it is changing, and give it time.
Yeah. No, thank you, George. That's an encouragement. That's an encouragement to me. So I hope it's an encouragement to those watching. So look, I don't, unless Warwick's got any.
No, I think this guy he's got too much wisdom for me, Nathaniel. You're right. This guy is a genius, and he's a great communicator. And I've watched some of his other movies he's done for the corporate world, and they're really, really very clever. Yeah.
Well, my plan is to move into podcasting now. I produce some of the top podcasts in the world in this space, and I just really want to take my skills in the Tin Men, which with all this wisdom, thank you for that, and then my filmmaking, and bring them together and create amazing podcasts. That's what I'm doing actually in December. I got my first set of 6 in person, quite highly produced, and that's where I want to be, bringing my filmmaking and my advocacy skills together. That's the next stage. So looking forward to seeing how that turns out. And thank you for your time. It's been a pleasure. And thank you for all the kind words. It's quite overwhelming.
Well, no, thank you, George. Keep up the great work, and I'll be watching out for the podcast. And all the best.
Thank you. Thanks, guys, and happy National Men's Day to everyone.
You too. Yeah. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
We've got a very special guest on right now, all the way from Australia. Yes, we just moved from UK here back to Australia. Dr. Alan Meyer. He's done his doctorate in men's studies in the area of sexual health and sexual wholeness and sexual integrity. I regard him as one of Australia's best speakers on manhood. He's got courses that have, I said 23 countries to him the other day, and I found out that it's probably closer to 43, if not more than that. They've gone right through the Soviet Union bloc as well, Europe, America, and so he's done courses for manhood, marriage courses, relationship courses, finding yourself courses, and what's the amazing course is Valiant Man. Alan, tell us a bit about yourself. I've said a bit, but there's so much more to be heard.
Okay, mate. Well, I started out my life as a high school teacher, but had a call of God on my life from the age of 19. Taught for 7 years in a state high school, saw a revival amongst the students, became a youth pastor in a local church, and then led a Church of Christ in Australia for 27 years. It was while we were leading that church in Melbourne, Australia, that we became impressed of the need for churches to understand that they were intended to be restoring communities. Churches are evangelistic communities. They're also intended to be restoring communities, and we began to develop courses. Both my wife and I, by background, are trained as teachers, and so we think in terms of curriculum. They give you a bunch of new students at the beginning of a year, and if you want those students to be any different, by the end of the year, you need to lead them down a pathway from the unknown to the known. And we simply applied that to helping people walk with God in areas of their life that often churches don't necessarily focus on in terms of discipleship. And of course, over the years of my journey, I have seen so many men fail through sexual indiscretion, blow up a church, blow up their family, that because we were creating courses that were intended to help people with marriage and family and parenting and issues like shame and guilt and grief and all of the just the issues that life throws into the mix. I knew that there would be a day when I would devote time to the creating of a course that was devoted to male sexual discipleship. And I did that during my time with Denver Seminary and created the Valiant Man course. And I've now been coaching and encouraging churches to use that. It's been translated into Russian and Swahili and Indonesian and German, and so it's kind of spread around the planet a little bit. And that is simply helping men to live a decent life in a highly sexualized environment. And that's what Western civilization is. And I think the reality is this: human culture drifts towards that. And now with the proliferation of media and screens and smartphones, of course, pornography is just so much more accessible. And that's why I know I've focused on that, simply because if you care about people, if you care about women and you care about children, you've got to care about men.
Yeah.
Because I think John Gottman is the guy who has framed this thought perhaps most succinctly. When John Gottman and Julie Gottman are perhaps maybe the world's best known trainers of marriage counsellors in the world. John Gottman puts it this way. He said it's what men do in a relationship that is by a large margin the crucial factor that separates a great relationship from a failed one. This doesn't mean that a woman doesn't need to do her part, but the data proves that it's a man's actions that are the key variable that determines whether a relationship succeeds or fails. So if you care about family, if you care about church, if you care about business, if you care about society or community, you just have to care about coaching and encouraging men, because how men behave is the key factor that influences everything.
I can remember you telling a pretty sad story that actually really got you very strongly involved in this process of teaching about sexual integrity, helping men, direct their path in a very positive way for the sake of their family, for the sake of their children. What happened that time I think it was in your church, wasn't it? It was a very sad story.
Well, I'd have to scratch my head because I've heard so many of them. I'd be hard pressed to try to think through which one we were actually talking.
I think there was a guy literally, and he was coming to your church, and he'd been in your church for quite some time, and he was literally struggling with sexual addiction.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah,
yep.
This was the trigger.
Yeah,
the trigger for me. I'd been thinking about creating the course for years, and as a result, we had created a support group for sexual addiction, because I had a man in my congregation who emigrated from Holland, and when he did as a 15-year-old, he came out with a suitcase. Half of it was his clothes and the other half was pornography, and he was going to sell that when he got out here. So he had struggled with pornography. He had thoroughly dealt with it, and I had a good man in my church who understood the battle, and he was good at coaching guys. It was my first trip to the United States, and I was over there speaking on young people and out of the Search for Intimacy course that we created. And they phoned me to say that this man had come under investigation from the police because of behaviour that he had done previously in his life. And out of fear that he was going to go to prison, he committed suicide. Mm-hmm. And that was the trigger for me. I came home and I said to my staff, this isn't simply really just about men and their struggle with their own sex drive and the damage that does. This is an issue of life and death. Mm. Yep. And recognising that, men commit suicide at a rate of 4 to 1 when it comes to women. One of the reasons is because men struggle with things in ways that women don't. There are significant, unique pressures that men face, and by and large, when no one coaches or encourages or disciples in that area, men feel their failures. Men feel it. They feel the weight. And partly it's because men intuitively know that there's a great call on their life to be the head. And that's an offensive term. One of the challenges you face in doing men's ministry is that the whole feminist movement has made it difficult to say out loud that what men do is the most influential issue involved in the way relationships unfold. And people don't want you to say that because they don't want to think that men have that degree of influence. But the fact is they do.
They do, yeah.
And the whole of the Bible is the story of what happens when you delegate responsibility to a man and he fails in his calling.
Yep.
Adam was delegated the responsibility for the first woman, and he stood around while the enemy of her soul seduced her. Stood around watching.
Yep.
And because he failed in his calling, the entire world is in trouble. And the only reason the world has a saviour is because there was another man, and his name's Jesus, who so spectacularly fulfilled his headship and his calling that we all have a saviour. Everybody needs a saviour, and the only one you've got is Jesus Christ, because as a man he embraced his call to spiritual headship, died in our place, rose again from the dead, and he has become the head of a whole new family. The whole new creation flows out of the life of a man. And as the Bible puts it, by one man sin came into the world, by another man righteousness came into the world. What men do really matters. And so you coach men, it helped. You coach men, everybody experiences the benefit.
That's great, Alan. I know a lot of men who have been really blessed by the Valiant Man course, and it's been a great blessing and helped thousands. I mean, do you know? You probably wouldn't know the numbers, but it would be tens of thousands of men have been really helped by Valiant Man, isn't there?
I'd say indirectly hundreds of thousands, actually.
Yeah, we know that more than 200,000 in Australia and New Zealand have been through the course.
There you go.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Because what turns my crank at the moment is the need to now bring that down for boys, and that's why I was so glad to have an opportunity to talk to you tonight. Because what happens with men and boys, these are the future husbands, the future fathers. And one of the greatest needs, especially with manhood under assault, the way it is, all over the Western world, you become a man one day at a time. You don't become a man because you just suddenly decide to make some great leap of responsibility. If we don't deliberately coach men into their role and calling as husbands and fathers, what would we expect? Why would we expect them to flourish and take that responsibility and fulfill it well? And I'm taking the Valiant Man course. I'm now creating one called Raising Young Valiant Men, and it's aimed at boys 12 years and older, and it has a lot to do with fathering. It has a lot to do with helping fathers to be good coaches for their boys. And if you can't get it from your dad, you've got to be able to find someone in your world who can be like a father to you, because one of the key principles in the whole of the functioning universe is the power of the relationship of an eternal father to an eternal son. And now it's created fathers to created sons. It is the backbone of the entire kingdom of heaven. And if we don't appreciate that, then we miss one of the greatest dynamics that is at work in the way in which the world functions.
No, it's so true, Alan. Well, thank you. I think we've run out of time.
Yeah.
So
I could listen to this guy for hours. This man is a bit like Topeka.
Well, I'll do a plug here. Alan, you're joining us in August at the Men's Leadership Summit.
It's coming August. Yeah.
Head over to dadsforkids.org.au and the details are there. So we're looking forward to seeing you in August, mate. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, God bless you. Lovely to be with you tonight.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you.
We now have Rob Sutherland. Rob Sutherland, who is running Better Blokes project with some of his one of his mates and a whole bunch of volunteers, I'm guessing. And thank you for jumping in here to cover for a friend who wasn't able to make it tonight. I've heard about you guys, and I think we were both down 2 years ago at Parliament House, and we met the guys that kicked it off, I think, in the first place. So it's a grassroots organisation founded by Matty Rogers and Rob Sutherland in 2023. Relatability is their focus. Tell us more.
There's not too much more, though. I'm a bit shell-shocked after following on from two blokes of that stature speaking before me. So both George and Alan I've followed for a very long time. So seeing those two, I'm like, oh, okay. And this is just me, just regular old Rob jumping on and having a chat to you blokes. So it's hit me for six.
Yeah, well, let's be honest. I'm a pretty ordinary guy myself. In fact, I'm going to compete with you on the ordinary status. But hey, you're doing some incredible work. Tell us how it started. There must be some sort of ignition point, some sort of encouragement that kicked you forward.
There was. So for the best part of about 10 years almost, myself and a whole bunch of other boys have run a social group called Blokes Advice, which a lot of people know about. Yep. We saw so many guys. Sorry, the kids are just running wild. We saw so many guys just coming up to us at like 1 o'clock, 2 in the morning, and there was so many professionals out there, yet they were coming to us. And we were just regular guys. All they wanted to do was have a yarn, have a chat, and just speak to regular, ordinary people. So from that, we thought, okay, we've got somewhat of a calling now. Let's go and do the right things and start a registered not-for-profit charity.
Wow. And can you tell us one of those success stories that comes along every now and again? Sometimes they can be few and far between, but I guess a lot of them, the men don't actually tell you. I found a lot of men actually get really helped and they forget to tell you. Rob, I don't know if that happens to you. It happens to us.
They definitely do. A lot of the biggest thing that actually happens to us, it's not the men themselves saying thank you. It's actually like the wives or the mothers that'll send us emails or give us a call or see us in an event, and they will come up and just like hug us. Yeah. And we've had a few times where they've just been in tears and I was like, I wouldn't have my husband without you guys. Yeah, wow. So when you're getting the flow-on effect from like a family staying together and keeping everyone together, it's special.
That's huge, Nat.
No, that's amazing. No, it was great to hear. I think you guys spoke at the you're up at the Men's Health Forum, weren't you? I think, Rob?
Yes, we were. So Matty spoke at the Men's Health Forum.
Yeah.
I'll just sort the little one out. Sorry, guys.
No, that's all good. I think you were heckling him up the back a bit, so that's all good. But it was great to hear your story. And I mean, what I love about what you guys are doing is that's the beauty of it, is you are just everyday blokes. And I think actually I wrote down a quote from Matty. I don't have it in front of me, but basically it was something to the effect of that. You know, men don't want to be spoken down to; they just want to have a chat. You know, not be judged. And he said it much more eloquently than that. But I just love what you guys are doing, and I think there's a real need for it. And you know, I think the studies would show that, you know, well, you're seeing it anecdotally that men are reaching out to you guys. Often before they'll reach out to a so-called health professional, aren't they? So.
That's the biggest thing there. There is so many amazing professionals that are doing wonderful things, but I feel that there's that relatability missing.
Yeah.
And exactly like you said, that they'll have so much more comfortable conversations with someone that they feel aren't going to judge, aren't going to speak down to them, or just in that professional manner. Like, You guys would have seen it yourselves. You guys would have no issues in speaking to a mate over a beer or something like that. But as soon as it comes to that clinical, I guess, health professional, so to speak, trying to break down those walls without the relatability, even banter. Banter is such a big part in breaking down those walls and just enabling conversations to happen.
Yeah. Yeah. Where are you guys mainly working? Because are you Queensland based, Rob? Or
We are Queensland based, but we've been getting around pretty much all over the East Coast for maybe the best part of a year and a half.
Yeah, good on you. That's great. Well, no, it's just fantastic to see what you guys are doing, and yeah.
How do you survive? Just curious. I mean, we know it's pretty thin on the ground on our side of the fence, but how do you pay the bills? Yeah, how do you pay the bills? Yeah.
We struggle to pay the bills. So I still work full time. Matty still works full time. He's got a job.
So let me say this again. You're actually doing 2 full-time jobs, correct?
Yep. Yeah, it is. The Better Bloke project is purely a passion project. We don't tick enough of the boxes because we put so much emphasis and focus on relatability that a lot of people will be like, oh, well, you shouldn't say this, you shouldn't say that. That's what gets through to these guys.
Yeah.
And that's what has them coming to us, having these conversations, and we're that bridge to be able to push them through to the professionals because of, I guess, the rough around the edges, the unpolished talk that we have with them. It doesn't necessarily meet the criteria to be able to go out and get criteria. Yeah. But, while we're doing what we're doing, we're seeing, guys go home to their families and loved ones and kids growing up with parents. So,
yeah. Well, more power to you, mate. It's you're making a good impact, and we salute you, mate. Keep it up. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, and look, how can people find out more about Better Blokes, and where should they go, and how can they connect, Rob?
Just over to betterblokeproject.org. We've got all our events there. We utilise a podcast to get out there and sort of have chats with everyday people. Probably why I'm not too bad at talking. I find it much easier to talk to people face to face though. But yeah, we go around to multiple events throughout the year. We host our own. Yeah, betterblokeproject.org.
That's incredible, isn't it, Nathaniel?
Check it out, everyone. Yeah, thanks, Rob. Yeah.
Appreciate your time, guys, and keep pushing the good message of Dads for Kids. You guys are amazing.
Oh, thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Well, look, again, we are actually honoured to be in your presence because of the work that you're doing. And if I understand correctly, how many friends you got on Facebook? I heard it's a pretty big number.
On the Blokes Advice group, I think we've got 315,000 private members. So we are the largest all-male group within Australia. And that was sort of what stemmed the Better Bloke project was, you build a community like that. You make it pretty accessible to have conversations when you need to.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually, I'd say it's unprecedented what you are doing, and you are the biggest, male online group in the country, bar none. I can say that with pretty big confidence. I'm sure you can say the same. But it's a lot of work and a lot of a lot of effort and a lot of pain, a lot of sacrifice, and obviously you must have a pretty wonderful family that's supporting you to do this. Correct?
I do, yeah. Without the wife and everyone that's around, like it takes a village to raise a family. So it is very, very handy having a close knit family around me, which is good. So it allows me to fly off and gallivant around the country and have all these conversations with blokes at ridiculous times of the morning when they need to, because unfortunately there's no time period that has blokes calling out for help. It's not a 9 to 5 job, unfortunately.
We've got a lot of men listening today, and of course a lot of women who are supporting men and boys, but what would be the 3 bits of advice you'd give, 3 simple bits of advice to men, whatever they might be, whatever station in life, young, old, whatever situations and challenges they face, but what could you sum up in 3 key points? What would you say?
Well, the first one would be something that I've only just recently learnt myself, would be to celebrate the wins. So it is so easy as men to go, okay, we've done this, look forward to the next thing. Without actually celebrating what you've done and what you've achieved, you quickly forget how far you've come and you don't actually appreciate that. So that'd be the big thing for... I can't relate to women, but I'm sure it's a very important thing for women to do too. But, yeah, just with a lot of the blokes that we speak to, that's definitely something that's helped a lot. The second thing... find purpose. Purpose is like a bloke without purpose is lost. And yeah, I don't know where I'd be without purpose. Like this is my purpose, and it gives me drive to keep going every single day and be a better bloke for the kids, sort of in our name. So makes it nice and easy. And the third thing I think would be mainly for the boys, I reckon. So for anyone that's like raising boys, let them be boys. Like we can't shame boys into becoming good men.
100%. Yeah. We can't shame boys into becoming good men, and that's why I hate this phrase that's bandied around. I'm sure you do feel the same as I do. Get your last comment on this. Toxic masculinity. What do you think about the phrase?
I don't think there's anything as such toxic masculinity. There's toxic behaviours.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as toxic masculinity.
No.
There's only masculinity.
Yeah. And there's either bad masculinity in the sense that people do bad things who are men, or they do good things. But masculinity in itself is inert. It's like a cup. It carries something, and it's meant to serve and be a blessing and be a source of hope and encouragement, provision, etc., etc. Unfortunately, it can be turned because men go through their own hell. In the living years, as the song said, we go through these difficult situations, and as we go through those situations, as Deepika said, we carry that pain, and that pain then gets reproduced, and unfortunately can get reproduced in our families and our children and our wives. But, we can turn it around. Correct, Robert? Can?
Definitely correct. I think the biggest thing with masculinity is it requires role models, and it needs to happen from an early age. So if we're trying to promote all this positive masculinity, as everyone's trying to do, it's all well and good to do that, but without role models showing boys the right things to do, it quickly becomes a negative thing.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you,
Rob.
And we really appreciate you. Is that right, Nathaniel?
Keep up the great work, mate. So, yeah.
Thanks, fellas.
Yeah.
Happy International Men's Day.
Yeah, you too, mate. You too. All the best.
Cheers.
God
Thanks,
bless
mate.
you. Bye. We have an incredible person.
Yeah. Is that Barb?
Barb.
Hello, Barb.
Over to you, Nathaniel.
Hello. How are we tonight?
Thank you for your lovely email the other week. I'm so glad you could join us.
Me too. Thank you so much for asking. I was really honoured. Did a little happy dance. Like, oh, yay!
Well, I'm pretty sure I heard of your work at the Men's Health Forum, but
yes,
I think you kindly reached out, and you I think you said you've been following Dads for Kids for a while.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I sure have. So I think I first came across you guys about 2 or 3 years ago, and I've been doing this line of working with men for quite some time as a founding member of a men's mental health movement in the Mackay Whitsunday region. I'm actually in Australia, in North Queensland, currently out west at Claremont, actually. So forgive me for the internet seems not quite full.
We've got you. We can hear you well. It's not super good quality, but hey, we've got you.
Sounds like someone's reversing right now, so I'm just gotta love a mining camp. He'll stop in a minute. He must be getting pretty close.
It looks pretty good for a mining. It looks pretty good for a mining camp, Barb. So.
I'm at a motel, so I came out here to run I'm a cause suicide intervention facilitator as well. So I've come out here to Claremont to spread some cause love to the community out here. But I live and breathe men's mental health and wellness ultimately. So as a founding member of Real Mates Talk, I even have it branded on my arm in the form of a tattoo. And just working with men has been. It's one of those special places. You were at the Men's Health Forum, weren't you?
Yeah.
Were you present when I did this final day speech?
I heard your talk, and I'd love you to share how you got to work with men, because I'm sure it's a bit of a story. Can you tell us that story briefly?
Yes. So I was really quite moved at the Men's Health Forum. It actually is hands down one of my favourite conferences I've gone to. So shout out to Glenn and all his team for what he created with that. But what was evident for me as being in the minority at that conference with one of only several women and 300 odd men was that the respect, the fact that I, travelled with, ate with, dined with, had a few drinks with the fellas, and not once was there an agenda or was I made to feel unsafe. Obviously, the men in the room, they wouldn't do that anyway. But I did share that for me, it hasn't always been that way because men were actually at the centre of all my traumas, even from before birth. Yeah. And so for a long time, through my own journey, I lost a daughter, so then I lost myself, became self-medicated with drugs and alcohol, hence why I do the work I do these days. But one thing that became apparent was that, like, for me, I couldn't even be in a bus if it was a male bus driver or be in a room with a man. And through my journey then, somewhere along the way, the switch got flipped and I got asked to be part of a suicide intervention group's working group, and they were put into men, women, children and LGBTQIA, and I ended up in the men's group. And I remember thinking, gosh, why am I in the men's group for? I don't want to be here. And then Real Mates Talk was born from that group, which started from 5 women and 1 man. But I shared at the conference how that it saddens me that there's women out there who don't get to experience what I had at that time with being seen, supported and respected and valued by men just because of a minority group of men that had, left that, had those bad experiences. So, and in all honesty, the work that I do even entails working in the drug and alcohol space and the homeless. I do homeless street outreach. And even in that space, not once have I been made to feel unsafe or disrespected.
Yeah, wow. That's beautiful, Barb. Well, I wrote down, you shared a beautiful quote at the conference, and I'd love to just to get your thoughts on it. You said, "Too many men these days are hurting in silence," and sadly it's so true. But I just love to. I mean, we couldn't agree more. I mean, we often quote, who's the gentleman that
Thoreau, who said, "Many men lead lives of quiet desperation."
Yeah, and so sadly it's true. But I mean, I just wanted to get your thoughts, Barb. What you shared at the conference a bit more about that, but could you share with us here, with our viewers, what would you say to men watching? Maybe, what should they do if they are suffering in silence?
Reach out, connect to a mate. It doesn't have to be clinical. And, a lot of people, especially women, say men don't talk. But as we know, men do talk, but they talk in their own way. So it might look more like they're working side by side, for instance, on a car or on the farm, on the headland. And they don't necessarily sit down and have talks like women might, but go fishing together. And as you know, you guys are fellas, sometimes it's not about lots of words. It's just those simple words. And keep it simple. But reach out. You're not alone. And it's really sad. I could bang on all day about women and how they, I guess the whole equal rights thing, in that it breaks my heart when I work with fathers who are denied their children. And I needed to touch on that because I guess the topic of International Men's Day about our boys and men. And I see it time and time again, and it just breaks my heart because there's men out there that are hurting simply because they're denied their children. Yeah. And I think, come on, women, we can do better than this. Yeah. And I mean that. Like I have there's a local organisation who doesn't like me very much because I advocate for the men she throws under the bus. And there I just said it on International Webcast. But it's true. Yeah. And it's really sad because a lot of these guys, all they want is their rights, their simple rights. Be their father, because most of them are the ones that are really hurting. He's my unofficial big brother, but he's no longer here for that very reason as well. And he's my driver as to why I do all the things I do.
Yeah. Oh, that's beautiful.
And, women, let your men be men.
Well, we couldn't agree more, could we, Dad?
So. Sometimes it's actually hard, believe it or not. But, look, it's incredible how a woman say that on International Men's Day, and now you're speaking to hundreds, possibly thousands, ultimately, with the broadcast of this. Just say it one more time. We need to hear it, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
And I think a lot of men need to hear it.
It's music to
our ears. Women, just let your men be men. I'm blessed with a beautiful partner, but he works a lot, and he needs more man time. He really does. And then I come in there going, I just want to spend time with you.
It's scary.
But I love him dearly. But I think I come second or third to the tractors and the bulldozer and everything else. But, but no, it really is that simple.
That's great. No, it is. It's sometimes the simplest things are the hardest things to do well, aren't they, Barb? So, what would you? The theme this year is celebrating men and boys. What, as a woman, Barb, what would you say to all the men and boys watching to encourage them? What's your message to men and boys this International Men's Day?
I think you've already said it, by the way. And
find your voice. Use your voice. Like women tend to, and as a woman, and I see it every day, is women are keeping them. They want their man to be a man, but they also want to be the one that he has to do this and do this and do this. What she wants, let our men guide us. Be the king again, because when the king's the king, the queen rises as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and that's really, really important, and it just sadly doesn't happen a lot. So, I mean, I know I operate a lot in my masculine, probably much to the frustration of my partner. But I recognise that when I'm doing it too much, and I go, I'm doing that thing again, aren't I? But it's the way it is. But no, keep up the great work, men, and just honour your queen, and she will treat you more like a king.
Yeah, 100%.
It's
just say that one more time, to all the men out there. Come on.
Honour your queen, and she will treat you like a king.
Yeah.
That's great.
Absolutely.
It's true. Great. Well, we want to say huge thank you for joining us. And we have been talking about the work that we do. And I might even, with your permission, we're going to play a greeting.
I think we're playing a video, Barb. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I'd love you to have a look at this, Barb, and I'll ask you a question at the end, because you are involved in charity work. You know how important it is. And charities, the work that you do needs support. Now, you're actually involved in quite a few different things.
I am.
You coach. You also help people coach. You coach, mentoring and that sort of thing. But you work full-time for Drug Arm. And, there's these other side wonderful things you're doing as well. But, charities actually need support to keep going. Like Dads for Kids can't do this in a vacuum. If you can see us here in the studio, we've got there's 3 or 4 people here who are working to keep this show going, that it goes right around the world. And we'd like to do this again next year. We need people's help to do it. I'd like to roll that clip greeting from Jerome.
Hey, how you all going? It's Jerome again, and I just wanted to, find out that you all are still here. I know we have new people coming in, as the time zones differ. We have some new supporters coming in, some old supporters staying on. I just want to thank you all for, keeping us online, sharing this session with others, telling others about it. I'm really glad that you all are here. We are getting stronger every year. We have almost 90 countries, 90, observing National Men's Day today. It is something that is amazing, people from different languages, cultures, religions, gender, male and female supporting us. I'm really proud and excited, and I hope this webcast continues to make a major progress.
We've been denigrating men and boys for decades, undermining fatherhood, ignoring male disadvantage, and painting masculinity as a problem to be fixed. Boys are failing to launch, and young men aren't reaching manhood. The result is a crisis for males, and therefore a crisis for our communities. Will men and women continue to combat each other, or will we collaborate together? This book is for everyone who believes that when men and boys thrive, society also flourishes.
The Western world is facing a crisis of fatherlessness. In Australia, around 1 in 6 children live without their biological father at home. In the United States, approximately 1 in 4 children live in a household without their father. Studies show that fatherlessness contributes to nearly all the social issues facing the West today. The statistics are grim, but there is hope. Since 2002, Dads for Kids has worked tirelessly to turn the tide of fatherlessness. Each year, we reach millions of people with messages of excellence in fathering through our community service announcements on Australian free-to-air television, on social channels, radio and print media. Since Father's Day 2002, the weekly Dads for Kids email newsletter has reached tens of thousands. Dads for Kids has hosted hundreds of fatherhood success seminars, conferences and national summits. And twice yearly, we run the Courageous online fathering course to help Aussie dads be the best they can be. Thanks to the support of generous donors through Dads for Kids achievements, thousands of men and their families have been positively impacted. The tide is turning, but there is still so much more to do. The reality is, when manhood falters, so does fatherhood. When fatherhood falters, so does society. Dads for Kids needs help to continue the important, much-needed work of encouraging men and fathers, especially through International Men's Day. For the sake of the Western world's children, your support is needed. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit internationalmensday.com/donate to give what you can. Your partnership as we build men, grow fathers and change generations is certainly valued and deeply appreciated. Donate what you can today. Scan the QR code on your screen right now or visit internationalmensday.com/donate to give. Thank you for your support.
So, Barbara, why should people scan that code and support Dads for Kids to keep supporting International Men's Day? We've done it this year, but we'd like to do it again next year. But unless we get that support, we simply can't. What are your thoughts?
Why shouldn't they? And just do it. It's, we hear about it all the time. There's not enough for our men, but we've got a great organisation here that absolutely is there for men and for women. Yeah. And I can vouch for the newsletters. The newsletters are just for, subscribe to the email list for starters. Do that for starters. And then, the resources and even to the jokes and things like that are in there. There's so much in those newsletters, and keep up the great work. I just love it. I think, because, I lost my brother nearly 4 years ago to pretty much parental alienation. All he wanted to have was his children, and he's my big why. And I actually think it was not long after that I stumbled across your newsletter, to be honest. So it might be longer than that 3 years that I was following you. But just do it, because you're connected with so many other great organisations in the men's space as well. So because it's not just for International Men's Day that we hear from you. We hear from you all year. So, which is great. It's not just something that you're only once a year for. Yep. Yeah. You're here all the time. So please support it. Absolutely do. It's a no-brainer.
Yeah. Thanks, Barb. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, Barbara, thank you so much.
Great work.
Thank you so much. We honour you. We said there's a number of amazing, courageous women that have come on this very historic webcast, first of its kind around the world, 9 hours. We honour you for your work, and we honour you too for your brother. God bless you.
Oh, magic. Thank you so much, guys. We'll chat again soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Barb.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Next guest, he comes from Israel, and he's been working with men for quite some time. And I have to say shalom, correct? Which, if I understand, in the Hebrew language means peace be with you, correct?
Very much so. Correct, and shalom to all of you.
Tell us what you do in Israel, because what you're doing is pretty amazing. You've got a national men's health line, the only one of its kind in Israel, and you're helping men, particularly those going through the trials associated with the whole family law systems, which seem to actually, unfortunately, it's been a Western disease which is now exported right around the world. We heard from India. We're hearing from Nigeria. What's it like in Israel, Benny?
Well, it's more or less the same. It's a tough issue to get people to acknowledge and persuade. It's a kind of a counterintuitive story, I think, when men have it tough and when men are in distress and need support, and either of the systems or just the general public. And I've started working with men who are abusive and violent towards their spouse almost 30 years ago, and I've done that for 10 years. But I constantly heard from them when I was doing anger management groups as a clinical social worker. I was constantly hearing that, Benny, it's okay that the judge has sent me here, but why isn't my wife in the next room? I mean, she was also, before I pushed her, she threw her cell phone at me, and she just needs anger management as I do. Why is my wife never called in? And I thought that's a kind of a concrete question. And when I was young in the career, I used to bring it to supervision, and I was told, Benny, no, tell him not to talk about his wife. Tell him to talk about himself. It's a projection. But after I've heard that about 50, 100, 150 times, I started digging more into it. And my PhD was my first academic research in Israel about women's abuse and violence towards a male partner. And then that was 10 years ago, I founded together with other women social workers, By Your Side, which is the organization that you're talking about, where we help men who find themselves under parental disputes, parental alienation, the bias of the welfare and the court system. And so it's been already over 10 years that we've been doing this work in Israel. And I'm in my position, both as a psychotherapist and an academic researcher. I know the situation, and we're trying also to influence policy, but it's very difficult. It's always an uphill climb.
Yeah, no, look, Benny, that's it sounds like you're doing some great work there. Can you tell us a bit more about the organisation that I'm just looking here? It's so you've written a book, The Other Side of the Pain,
right?
And
the other side of the yes, go ahead.
Oh, and then the organisation is By Your Side, yeah.
Correct.
By Your Side, yeah. Maybe tell us a bit about both of those. You pick which one you want to go first with. So,
I'll just say about the organization. We're basically serving like 3,000 men a year.
Wow.
And we live off a few funders, but mainly men who pay for their services. It's also tough because the men who approach us are usually quite limited in their resources. We're fighting like hell for government resources and funding, not much success.
Yeah.
And in Israel, women's organizations that historically have been very strong. And we've just lately asked from the parliament and the government to give a kind of a transparent report of how much money goes to women's organization and how much goes to men's organization. I think it's a tough question for them to answer. And I won't be surprised if it's single digits, whatever goes to men's organization. So, like I said before, for the time being, we're over 10 years in our activity, and we find it very tough. And we are seen as a kind of what you call it, like a red sheet in the eyes of the policy makers, and we're usually treated with a lot of suspicion. And just as the same as my book, I mean, I've written my book called The Other Side of the Pain: Men Living with an Abusive Female Partner. It came out in Hebrew this year, and hopefully I'll have it done and translated to English by early summer. And first chapter was just 10 examples of men I've seen in my clinic, because most people, unless they know, like people like we do, unless they've came across a situation of a man in such a predicament and position, usually they would ask me, no, I don't get it. She hits him. What's the story? And they would start laughing and make, funny out of it. And so I've just basically started with 10 examples of what was it like, even when there's no physical violence, just emotional abuse that could, tear somebody's life apart, let alone false allegations or things like that could bury a decent father for 4 or 5 years until he comes out of it. So that's my book. And that my book is very critical because also a chapter about policemen, judges, and social workers that are systems who deal with men and fathers. And they're very biased, and it's known in the research, it's known empirically that men in the welfare systems are secondary clients. Basically, the whole system is usually positioned and in the mindset of women. And when men come up with issues, they usually don't know how to handle it. And the truth is that few therapists even know how to talk to men, because it's a different type of talk than talking to a woman, which is, because psychology is supposedly a more feminine kind of sphere. Men need help. Men feel no less than women, but very few therapists, unfortunately, know how to talk to men, because it's also a certain type of skill.
Yeah. I think we had an earlier guest, Rob from Better Blokes or Blokes Advice, and they say, men don't like to feel talked down to. I think often in a health setting, men maybe feel like they're being lectured to, whereas men they want solutions to their problems, but not necessarily to be judged. I mean, no one wants to be judged, really. Let's just be honest. But I think the way that health services sometimes let men down. Would you say that's the experience there in Israel?
Let down is the is the end situation, but even in the entrance, I think that the mindset of most of the systems is unempathic, and again, because it's a counterintuitive phenomena in a way, and unless people know such an incident from my brother, my father, a friend of mine, and then people who know such situations tell me immediately, Benny, we know exactly what your book is about. Good, you've written such a book. But most people are kind of suspicious. And with the welfare system, again, like social work, for instance, which is the main profession dealing with men in custody disputes or in allegations of violence, physical violence, emotional abuse, sexual abuse. There is an emotional bias because it's a women's sphere and territory. Most social workers are women social workers. And there's a lot of intuition and feminist ideology, like radical feminist ideology in the pool. And although the empirical research since the mid-70s in national surveys in the United States have shown that the prevalence of offending an intimate partner are not that different between men and women, depends on the survey and the questions and the questionnaire, etc. It's very difficult for professionals to cling and to hook up and to accept the empirical research and to change their mindset. So obviously men many times are disappointed or feel pushed away or feel unempathic. And again, I've just lately I've came across a father who's not a good enough father. He's a very good father. And he wrote a booklet about 5 meetings he had with a social worker here in Israel. And he says that in the third out of 5 meetings, he started telling her about the serious emotional abuse that he's been exposed to in his marriage. The social worker didn't ask him one question, one clarifying question, didn't mention it in the report to the court. And we can all imagine that if you change the gender of this story, a woman coming to a social worker telling her about a serious emotional abuse from a father and it not getting one question, let alone being mentioned in a report to the court, is basically it's professional malpractice.
Yeah.
What's happening with men and fathers. So to your question, the answer is yes.
Yeah.
Benny, just getting back to this stats, I've done I'm happily married. My wife's put up with me for 50 years. She should get a gold medal. So I've got no axe to grind here, Benny, but I've looked at the stats and I've been looking at them for, this is 20 years now. And the actual empirical evidence, as you have pointed out, is that the horrible reality is that violence between men and women is actually very, very equal. And unfortunately, sometimes women start it, the man finishes it, whatever happens. But the bottom line is that there's often two sides to it. You've got to also allow that there's oftentimes there's drugs and alcohol involved in these situations. There's also situations where there's porn involved, etc., etc. So you've got these other situations that are, if you like, inflaming these aggravations and these situations. And, you know, in my own life, you talk about your own personal experience. So I grew up in a broken home, great mum, great dad. They just couldn't get on. But I never saw my dad. They're both passed on now. They're in a better place, thank God. And I love them dearly. I love my mum. I love my dad. But I've never saw my dad hit my mother. Never, ever, ever, never. And they had some loud exchanges. Had the police come down. But I have seen my mother draw blood on my father. And, you know, so I know that, domestic violence happens to men because I saw it happen to my dad. And so when men ring me up and say, look, and Nathaniel talks about taking the calls. Nathaniel's running Dads for Kids these days, and I'm not taking as many of those calls. But like him, many times I've just wept with men as they tell me the story. No one listens to them. No one hears them. They're almost invisible to the court system. They're certainly invisible in the judiciary and the criminal world. And they're treated as if they're guilty. There's not innocent till proven guilty. You're guilty, and then you have to fight to prove your innocence, which is a very big handicap. And that only seems to occur to men. In my mind, I mean, obviously there's swings and roundabouts, and I have heard of a woman who killed herself in the middle of a terrible divorce. So, I mean, bad things happen. Bad things happen when people break up, and everyone suffers. The children suffer the most. But certainly what we've got to do is we've got to introduce some sort of equity, some sort of fairness, and treat men and women the same. Let's encourage them to work it out. Let's encourage them rather than pit themselves against each other. Let's work towards to support them. Your comment?
I agree. I would like to say one thing about the surveys and the empirical research, and not supposedly, or maybe supposedly, the equal numbers, etc. Many people ask me, especially when I'm lecturing about my book, if my basic argument is that men's violence and women's violence is the same phenomena or identical phenomena. And the answer is no, for the reason that aggressive behavior is a spectrum from passive aggressive to murdering somebody, and at the very harsh end of the spectrum, men are known to be more murderous, more frightening, and more physically injurious. But, and it's a big and important but, most parental disputes are not at the harsh end of the spectrum. They're usually emotional and verbal, and if there's any physical violence, it's usually moderate of pushing and shoving, and not anything threatening and alarming. And this is where the most of the characteristics of men's and women's violence are pretty similar in the predictors of what will make a child behave in an aggressive or become a victim in a romantic relationship in adulthood, the motivations, the personality disorders that predict it. So there's much more similarities than differences, but it's not an identical issue. And there's also obviously more macro social issues with women. For instance, in the Jewish Orthodox community or the Arab community in Israel, it's tougher for a woman to come out of an abusive relationship than it is for a secular woman in Tel Aviv, for instance. So culture can make barriers harder and tougher for women still, but in the home and behind closed doors, it's usually much of it is pretty similar, and we should treat a man who report living in an abusive or in high intensity relationships with seriousness, with respect, and there's much more room for being way more assertive with women who are abusive, both in courts and in welfare systems, because it's basically when we're ignoring this phenomena of women's abuse and violence, we're not helping the healing of a family, and we're definitely keeping the harm where children, as you said, suffer a great deal emotionally, cognitively, socially. It's all seriously proven. So there must be a change of mindset and acknowledging, and that's the work that you do, we do, and so many men and women who are activists in this regard in so many countries. And thank you for holding this day, and thank you for having me today.
Well, Benny, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time. We honour your work in Israel, and shalom.
Yeah, thank you.
Kol tov, all the best. Take care, guys.
Thank you.
Well, we've got a very good friend coming on
Darren.
the call now.
Hey, coming in from northern Queensland.
And this is a man who has a lot of adventure in his life.
He does, yeah.
Over to you, Nathaniel.
We're big fans, Darren, as you know, and we've got Darren Lewis from Fathering Adventures here, and I mean, I'm sure he gets his feedback all the time, but look, one of our board members at Dads for Kids, I think all his kids have gone on a fathering adventure with you guys now, and he just speaks really highly of it and just loves it, raves about it. So look, mate, thank you for joining us.
It's an honour to be here with you all.
Yeah, thank you. We've got a little video we'll show later, but I mean, Dad's known you longer than I have, Darren. So I mean, I don't know. Do you want to? He passed the ball to me there, but
okay. Well, look.
You tell us a bit about what you do, Darren.
Yeah, go for it.
Tell us a bit about what inspired you to start Fathering Adventures.
Okay, so first of all, I want to say that I'm a husband of one wife. Not married as long as Warwick has, but coming up to 35 years now. We have 4 sons. They're all adults now, and 2 grandchildren. One grandchild to another son is going to be an early Christmas gift. So they're my greatest achievements, to be honest. But in regards to your question, Fathering Adventures and how it came about, is that right?
Yeah.
Look, I think that is such a multi-layered question. It's really, it's a challenge to try and kind of, bottle that up, But the reality is I'm a son, and I had to overcome my own father wound. Thankfully, I had good men in my life, and one happened to give me a book that was called Raising a Modern Day Knight. The author was named Dr. Robert Lewis.
Had a very good name, didn't he?
Same surname. He's about 21. He's about my dad's age, if my dad was still alive. And just an amazing man, and he really fathered me. It's amazing the opportunities, like you guys discover all the time. There are so many men and women out there who are looking for help, and sadly, what's available. Certainly back in 1999, when people started approaching me first, it was very little, and what did exist through non-government agencies and so on, organisations were just insufficient, and so we found ourselves counselling men and women and couples and families, and from about 1999 through to 2007, and it got to the point where we were so ridiculously busy, and we couldn't squeeze anyone else in. But of course, it was getting bigger and bigger as people were saying, "Oh, you need to speak to this guy," and he saved our marriage. He saved our family, and so that I received these calls. You don't know me, but you help such and such. You help such and such, and anyway. So what I did then was I kind of pulled back for a bit, and I think that's really important to be able to retreat and kind of ask the question. Reflect. What had I discovered over the last 8 years? So this is between 1999 and 2007, and what I came to discover. You can't see the forest for the trees, right? When I was counselling people, they were my priority. The person in front of me was my priority. But what I came to discover was that, we know that prevention's better than cure, and there were just the need, the demand was so huge. So, okay, how do we prevent, things from happening? How can we reverse what we were seeing? And so I didn't even know what we were seeing, to be honest. I just kind of was so busy kind of working with different people. And by pulling back, I realised, oh my goodness, I would have said 99.9% of people, men and women, had what we refer to as a father wound. And so there was this And so again, prevention better than cure. Who is out there preventing father wounding from happening? And the reality was, these early days of the internet, it was like very few organizations were doing it. Very few individuals were doing it. And so really Fathering Adventures was founded out of that. How can we prevent father wounding from happening? And so of course I sort of thought, do I write a book? Do I do tours and conferences and workshops and all of those kinds of things? And look, I've done all of those things, maybe with the exception of writing the book. There's so many other incredible authors out there. But there's this African proverb that says, I hear, I forget, I see, I remember, I do, I understand. And that just resonated with me. And I know men, I am a man and was a boy. And the reality is boys and men learn best experientially. Yep. And so, okay, let's put together these experiences that are multifaceted. I'm actually not so much an outdoor adventurer. I'm really not. That tag kind of doesn't sit well with me. I think that there are far greater adventures than the outdoor stuff. But certainly the outdoor stuff, doing things with fathers and sons and fathers and daughters. I mean, what that opens up, that's the real adventure, is going after the hearts of our children. And so that's kind of how it started. Does that sort of answer your question?
That's great. That's a great answer, Darren. Thank you.
Brings me to our next point. We might get that video queued up if it's okay.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect point to show the
This
video.
is old footage, but it's still great footage, and it's just only a couple of minutes, but it gives you an insight into the sort of things that Darren is talking about. He's not talking about a classroom and just sterile talking in a room somewhere.
PowerPoint deck.
This is actually about real life and the real world, experiencing dads and their sons, young and older, and dads and daughters. Over to the man in the video screen.
Not every successful man is a good father, but every good father is a successful man. Your role as dad is so much more significant than you've been led to believe. You are the benchmark for your children when it comes to what a real man is, what a real man does, and how a real man treats others. How are you investing into your child's life and future? What will your children leave home with? What legacy will you one day leave behind? Remember these 3 words. Dad is destiny. You will experience fun and adventure and create powerful memories that will remain with you for a lifetime. But you will experience so much more. The relationship you share with your child will never be the same.
So there we have it. Yeah. Fathering Adventures. You saw, all you got to do is Google Fathering Adventures. They're in North Queensland, specifically Townsville. And that's where you see that whitewater rafting taking place, the Tully River, I believe. And they go out in the islands.
There's no crocs in that river, is there, Darren?
There's not too many. I think they shot the last one last week.
Don't worry about that.
Small details.
But
not where we raft.
Everyone listen to this. This man is not just a world, like a Australian hero in this area. He's a world leader in rites of passage for young boys and young girls. And he is literally, people come from all over the world to North Queensland. He does some of his camps in Brisbane, some even in New South Wales and down in Victoria. But most of it is in beautiful tropical Queensland. And why not? It's such a beautiful place to be. Tell us, some of the stories you get back from the dads and the kids. Just tell us one or two stories. Over to you.
Oh, geez.
Like success stories, something happens that's good.
Absolutely. There are so many, Warwick. You've been, you guys do what you do, and there's so many. How do you choose? I remember this one dad who came along to just one of our weekends for the younger age group, and he kind of enjoyed it, and he works with men's stuff too. He's involved with the Centre for Men Australia, and so anyway, he left on the Sunday afternoon. Monday went by. I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday. He gave me a call and he just said, "Hey, Darren, I didn't want to phone you and sort of tell you that about this earlier, beforehand, or even just after. But my son hadn't been going to school for 6 months. And what had happened was that mum and dad had tried to force him to go to school. He wouldn't go. It was causing all kinds of concerns in their relationships, and just it was awful. I can't. He didn't even elaborate whether it was whether it was bullying or what to me. Obviously, he would have known. But anyhow, so Monday morning, Dad's about 6 a.m. The son is standing at the end of his bed, fully dressed in his school uniform. So this is the day after he returns home. Wow. And he said, Dad, Dad, would you be able to take me to school today? And Dad's kind of like waking up and he's like, yeah, sure. Wow. Really? Wow. And so he said, I didn't want to phone you up on the Monday because it may have just been a one-off, but Tuesday, same thing, ready for school, didn't look back, There's things like that. There's things like, mums sending off their husbands and teenage sons, and there's all sorts of turmoil, in their home, when fathers and teenage sons kind of, when you haven't had it build a strong foundation in the lead up to it, you lock antlers, they're locking horns, they're just going at it. And this is the way this family was operating. And anyway, it was just so wonderful to see Mum sent through her feedback after, maybe a couple of months after they'd come home, and just said it's totally changed the way that things are, the way they operate. There's now respect where there was, hatred and rage and all of that, mutual respect on both sides. So that was really beautiful. But I think the richest ones for me are when the kids get older. I've had. I'm trying not to give too much away here, but look, I think the biggest ones are where dads say, listen, we've taken what we've learned. It wasn't just an experience for us. We kind of built our family around this. The language that we learnt through Fathering Adventures is we've applied to our family, and it's made such a difference. Now with adult kids, they look back and they go, oh wow, Fathering Adventures is a godsend and all of that sort of stuff. And I'm just humbled to kind of really, be able to do what we do, and have done it now for 17 and a half years. Wow. And it's just constant work. We get amazing reports sort of all of the time. And so, yeah. But hearing from grown-up sons, attending their weddings, being invited to their weddings, being invited to the daughters' weddings. I had one daughter phone me up. She was, 21 or something, and she said, "Hi, my name's." I won't mention her name just in case somebody's watching. But anyway, she introduced herself, and I said, "What are you doing?" And she said, "Oh, you may not remember me." And I said, "I do remember you." I said, "You're on our website. Your photo's there." And it's not there now, by the way, guys. But she just sort of said, you played this song, this music video, right at the end of our rite of passage daughter and father adventure. And she said, I'm getting married. And I was like, congratulations. And she said, I was just wanting the details of that song because I want that to be the father-daughter dance at our wedding, because that was the most significant day of my life, you know.
Wow.
So just you get that all the time. Yeah,
that's so beautiful. Well, we love what you're doing, mate, and keep up the great work. And I'll reach out to you in the new year because I've got a few ideas I want to talk to you about, Darren. So, but yeah, look, just like I said, we love your work, and just keep it up, mate. And we're big fans.
We're big fans, Darren.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you for what you do.
Big fans of you guys too, and all that you do. Thank you for what you do for International Men's Day, but also, of course, Dad to the Kids. And really appreciate you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
We're a team, right? We're kind of all fighting on the same battlefront here, you know, for fighting for the hearts and lives of men, for women, for families,
for children,
you know, for the children, right? So it's so important.
100%.
And it's a battle of love. I believe it's a love battle, and
Absolutely.
what we've got to do is show love and walk in love, and that's why I'm so excited about International Men's Day, because Dr. Jerome Tilak Singh is a man of love, a man of grace, a man of care. It's not just about men; it's about men and women and children and families. Darren, thank you. God bless you, and we'll be talking soon.
Thanks,
all right,
mate.
Guys. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, the next guest is all the way from Sri Lanka, but actually, he's actually in Canada now. But I think we can.
It's a long way from Sri Lanka to Canada.
Well, you know, he's got that background, so I think we can sort of say, well, we've got two nationalities here represented. We've got Sri Lanka and we've got Canada. This man is a big proponent and a big fan of International Men's Day. In fact, if you go to his website, that's the Voice of Man 360 in Canada. And they've been going for many years. And you'll see the 6 pillars there. Is that right? You want to tell us about those 6 pillars and how they inspired you to set up 360 Voice for Men?
Well, first of all, I want to thank both of you guys, and also congratulations, to Warwick and all the team and to the team. I want to take you back 2018 when I had an opportunity to meet Jerome at the International Men's Day. I never come across, or I never heard about International Men's Day, such a thing. And then one day I had somebody handed out invitation. Oh, come to this International Men's Day. I look at it and then, what is this? I was surprised, and then I went there, and then even I didn't want to go. I don't know what's going on. So I went there, and then by the time he went to the podium and I started speaking, and then I started going back to my own childhood and lifehood, and then analyzing, and then thinking everything. And then I said, wow, so many things I come across, and then I really want to do something. So then we just had a quick conversation with Jerome, and then later on we started working with him. And then, during COVID, I had a couple of talks with Jerome, and then that's how we started this. And then, of course, I was so attracted to his, down-to-earth behavior and things like that. And Voice of Man 360 born, and then the 6 pillars. Every 6 pillars is aligned with our values, and also mine too. So that's how it's not only men, like you said earlier, it's also children, family, the whole entire community. Some people, whenever they heard about Voice of Man 360, right away their impression is, oh, you guys, fighting for men's rights. No, it's not. So we want to change the impression, and also it's even our board. We have very diverse board, and we come across every gender, even in our talk show podcast. So we had over 600 episodes in the last couple of years, and then everywhere. So it's getting bigger and bigger, and then message is getting out there. So we are so happy. I'm so happy.
That's incredible. And so how is International Men's Day going in Canada? I think it's sort of, if I understand correctly, it's sort of probably a bit like that, but it's still probably overall it's getting stronger. Is that right? Tell us.
Yes, absolutely. And every year more and more people are getting the word out. And we are, as an organization, we are trying to reach out to individuals and also organizations, particularly businesses, corporations, so they can have the just a little bit celebration or some sort of a celebration at their place. And it's very surprising, and also it's not surprising. People started to take initiatives, whether they heard directly or indirectly in the last number of years, especially in South India. I see a number of growing awareness. It's phenomenal. Especially this year, they are taking some events on their own and in public places like schools and other places, in radio station, and even in Canada, some health units and some of the companies, some individuals are actually taking, some sort of initiative, celebrating and having a conversation like this. So it's growing, I would say. They are getting the message, and then genuinely they are putting effort to bring the awareness, and then they are seeing, because in the last number of years, the death toll it's growing and growing. So we had to stop there. So that's why people are taking initiatives. So they are doing fantastic work. So
it's incredible. And have you gotten any sort of particular? You heard some of the people earlier talking about certain stories where men have been helped or families have been helped through your work with Voice for Men 360 in Canada. Has anyone told you some good news?
There are many stories, even myself, while we are airing a podcast, our Open Up weekly podcast, a while back. And then there's one young man, and then he was going through a very tough time, and then he was about to, do something very, different way, and then suddenly he was watching the episode, live podcast, and then messaging back and forth, and then, try to, I could get help. That's one story. And then also people, especially in our monthly men's group meeting. So we do have a peer support group meeting. So people are getting the help. At the same time, I am personally directly helping a couple of people too. So they are going very, very tough time. So they are however, wherever we can do any help, even let's say personally or connecting with other resources or potential any kind of like a help we are doing with that too. Yeah.
Yeah. Sivam, just want to make a comment that it's quite. I think you'll just love your comment about this. So many people think International Men's Day started in Australia, maybe started in America, maybe it started in England, but it started in Trinidad, Tobago, and it was started by a man of Indian descent. Of course, he's a Trinidadian, if there's such a word, which is a very interesting sort of group of cultures. Black culture from America, Indian culture, and the sort of the original indigenous cultures of that region. So it's quite a melting pot. But essentially, this International Men's Day did not come from the first world. Arguably, it came out of the third world, right? Now, we know Trinidad's a wonderful country, and it's growing and it's getting more prosperous. But I think that's exciting. Wouldn't you say yes to that? And we ourselves owe a debt to India. India gave us International Men's Day. So, yes, Phil Golding started it off in 2003, but I did not know Phil Golding at that stage. He had a celebration in Canberra. He deserves the title of the founder of International Men's Day, or the guy that really kicked it off in Australia. But then it just sort of went nowhere. We found out about International Men's Day from Umachala, who's an Indian woman working for Save the Indian Family Foundation, 2007. And, of course, I'm talking to you to right now it's late at night. Somewhere in the world it's probably early morning. But the bottom line, I'm talking to you because of an Indian woman who believes in fighting for boys and men and having them a better deal. And ultimately, you and I have been really blessed and encouraged and inspired by Jerome. Don't you find that fascinating that this has come not from where you'd usually think?
I would say, thank you for the question, Warwick. I think there are a lot of things, or you had to connect a lot of dots here, because the thing is, like, whatever we are searching for, it is also searching us, right? Because let's say, for example, until 2018 November, somewhere, I never never heard the word International Men's Day. So it's not it's not my fault, or it's not like I was searching for, I was looking for, So it's both ways, right? Whenever the time comes, you have to be patient, or it will come to the right position or right time. Until November 2018, I never heard. Once I heard it, as soon as I heard it, I really wanted to do, especially after I met Jerome. Just a 5 minutes talk. I never had a 1 hour talk or anything, but I really want to do something with that. So that's how it depends on the people too. Whatever we are searching for, and then it will take you, and then whatever it's coming to you. It's both ways, connecting the dot, right? Searching for the meaningful work, right? Whatever you want to do. Even nowadays, like after 25, 26 years, a lot of people, they don't aware of International Men's Day, though, or even somehow they heard it, but they don't want to accept it, especially men, because I heard some of the people I talked to me, and then they said, you know what, whenever we say International Men's Day, what is it, why we should have International Men's Day, things like that, right? So we are not as a men, we are not accepting first, and then second thing is they don't care, or they don't want to really do anything about it, right? So we are in the shift of a changing mindset, and also the time is right now. And we are seeing the changes. So they started to recognize it, accept it, and then they started to do some sort of works or some sort of because they are suffering. So the suffering is there, right? It doesn't matter which culture, which ethnic group. Every man in the world, they are suffering. So let's put that way, right? So they had to accept it. First. So that's how, even when I look at Jerome, it's incredible that I met such a guy. I'm not sure if somebody else, and then if our values or we don't connect easily, then I may not know whether I continue or not, right? So it's everything connect into the pod, right? Yeah.
Well, listen, Sivam, thank you for talking to us. We honour you. Thank God for your work in Canada. And we cheer you on here from down under in Australia. And I'm sure there's people all around the world cheering you on today and tonight. And wherever you might be watching this, it could be early morning, it could be late at night. Is that right, Nathaniel?
That's it. Yeah. Thank you, Sivam. Thank you so much for joining us. And as Warwick said, keep up the great work there in Canada.
Absolutely. It's 6 o'clock in the morning, but I woke up at 5 o'clock to be here. Thanks a lot, guys. Thank you, everybody. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank
All
you.
the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, it's a wonderful man. Tom Golden.
Tom Golden.
Yeah, Tom Golden.
Hey.
Hey, good to see you in this early morning.
Yeah, so what's the time there for you, Tom?
It's 6:17.
Okay.
which is early for me.
So
but
Tom,
I'll do it for you.
Oh, that's good. You're not just doing it for us. You're doing this for India, for Canada, for UK, America, Australia.
That's exactly right.
The whole thing.
You guys are doing great work, man. I just my hat is off to you. I love what you're doing.
Well,
so thank you.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you.
Our good friend David Maywald actually introduced, I think I've probably heard of you just here and there over the years. You know what it's like. There's a lot of different people working in the men's movement. But you've written some pretty amazing books. You've been banging the drum for men and boys for a long, long time. You're on the commission, I think, for the Maryland, state of Maryland for men. And you saw the disappointments in the political world. I've certainly seen my fair share of them as well.
Yes.
But like you, I think the best way to change the culture is one person at a time. I remember the story of the little boy on the shore, and there's all these starfish washed up on the shore, and this little boy is picking, thousands and tens of thousands of starfish, and he's picking up one starfish and throwing them in the water and taking it, putting it back in the sea to try to make the starfish live. A man comes along and says, well, "You're a silly boy. What are you doing? There's all these starfish. It's only one starfish at a time. What does it matter?" And the little boy holds up the starfish to the man and says, "Well, this starfish, it matters to him," and throws the starfish in. So I think a lot of the work that you're doing as a counsellor, as a therapist, as a advocate, it's one starfish at a time. Your comment?
Yep. I think that's exactly right. The video comes out. It's just come out, actually, with David Maywald and 3 others and myself, talking about his new book that's coming out today. And check that one out. There it is, right there. And that's one of the things we talked about was, you've got to change culture first before you change politics.
Yeah.
And if you can change culture, one voice at a time, it flows down, and the politicians will jump then. Otherwise, you're sunk, because we're stuck in a world that's gynocentric.
Yeah.
Most people don't even have a clue about that.
Just say that word again, Tom.
We're stuck in a world that's gynocentric. Gynocentrism is the idea that people are likely to put women's needs first, women's wants first. Think of the term, women and children first.
Yeah.
No one blinks when you say that, right?
No one.
But if you said men and children first, people get, no, you can't say that, because we all have a bias that says, let's put women first. Let's look at women's needs first. And the politicians, of course, have this bias. I've written a long series of essays on what this gynocentrism is and how it impacts men's work. It's very critical and very important. In fact, we could do a 30-second exercise if you want. Imagine you're going into your favorite restaurant. And as you're walking into your favorite restaurant, you go in and there's a woman crying at the corner table. She's crying and crying and crying. And what comes to your mind? What does it make you want to do as you're being seated? Okay, now erase that image. It's gone. Go back to the same restaurant. You walk into the restaurant. There's a man at the corner table who's crying. What's your first instinct about him? What do you do? I give workshops to mental health professionals on men and how they heal. And I use this little exercise with them. And guess what they say? Oh, the woman, I'd go and say, honey, how can I help? What can I do for you? How are you feeling? Blah, 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 right?
Yeah.
But the man, what do they say? They say, oh, steer clear of him. There's something wrong with him. Avoid him. He may be drunk, right? Yeah. That's gynocentrism. And they all are going, oh my God, that's what I think. I thought the same thing when I first made the exercise up. I thought, oh, well, I want to help the woman, and the man, well, leave him alone, right?
Yeah.
This is something that sits in all of us. I have a saying, gynocentrism runs silent and it runs deep. It's something that sits in all of us. We need to learn about this gynocentrism thing so that we can address men's issues in a powerful way.
Mind you, there's a part of it, Tom, that is the noble side of a man to sacrifice. I mean, Titanic,
we're built for
women
that.
And children first. I mean, a lot of women and children were saved on the Titanic, and I think most of the men on the Titanic lost their lives, saving the women and children. So it's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword. One side of it's good. One side's good, but the other side is not so good, correct?
When women are pregnant, they really need to be taken care of, But not all women are pregnant, and not all women are ever going to get pregnant. Who knows? But the important thing is that as men, when we learn about this, we learn why it is that women's get domestic violence services and men don't. We learn why it is that men don't fight back when they see things like this. Because this gynocentrism is inside of us.
100%, yeah. Nathaniel.
And pardon me for going on and on about that. I just see it as such a central piece of men's issues and men's work to understand this gynocentric thing. And if you go to my Substack, menaregood.substack.com, you'll see, you search for gynocentrism, you'll see like 6 or 7 articles that are on it, explain it from the first to the end. Really interesting thing. The first article says, ask ChatGPT, tell me what gynocentrism is. It's like 6 paragraphs, but it explains it just clear as a bell. It's fantastic. This is AI. This is not a men's rights guy talking. This is AI saying what gynocentrism is. So critical.
I think it's certainly in the West, it's so pervasive that we probably, like the exercise you explained, we don't even realise that we're living in that world. So
we do not realise it. That's exactly right. And that's why people, when they say men's suicide, 80% of the time, they're not moved by that.
No.
They're not moved by it. Yeah. Where if you said women are 80% of suicides, oh my God, we got to, when I first started working with men as a therapist, I came up with a phrase. The phrase is, a woman's pain is a call to action and a man's pain is taboo. People don't want to touch it. And even men, even myself, I find myself leery when I see men in pain, It's like this is natural. It's a part of us that we've got to understand if we're going to move forward with men's stuff.
Do you think we were discussing earlier in the webcast, Tom? Do you think it does feel like there's a shift? I mean, you're there in the States. Maybe there's a bit of a shift there in the States. Are you seeing that at all, or in?
Yeah. I've seen a little shift for the last 30 years. Every year I hope, this is the year things are going to shift. And, and this is gynocentrism again. But yeah, things are getting a little bit better. They're a little bit better. I mean, the politicians are starting to wake up a little bit. I mean, even if they're doing it for the wrong reasons, which I think they are, at least they're starting to wake up and see what's going on.
Yeah.
So that's a big step right there. You're right. There's a change.
Yeah, I think younger generations of men tend to be more comfortable. I'm thinking, they're more comfortable speaking about their feelings and these things. So
yes,
yeah,
and the internet has really helped that. The internet has helped because what is it doing? They call it the manosphere, but what does the manosphere do? The manosphere tells men they have value in being. They have value just because they're men, whereas their schools, their advertisements, their everything says you're toxic, future's female, forget about it. So why are young men flocking to the internet, to what they call the manosphere? Because that's where people care about them. That's where people see they have value. What's wrong with that? Don't get me started.
I want to know about the drums in the background there, because Ali was on earlier. He had guitars. I'm a drummer, Tom. So I'm excited to see some drums in the background there.
Oh, geez. So I've been a percussionist for my whole life, basically, and played everything you can imagine, from timpani to snares to orchestras and bands and whatever, and rock bands, of course, but. Lately, in the last 10 years or so, most of my drumming now is hand drums.
Okay.
The ones you see back there, and I just love them. Drumming has a wonderful capacity to change your consciousness. When you drum, you get into a rhythm, a very different kind of rhythm. And when you drum in a group of men, I don't know if you guys were involved in any mythopoetic stuff before, but I was. And we'd have 150 men in a circle drumming.
Yeah, wow.
And that's an experience.
Yeah.
Men being men together and having fun together.
I've always thought of drumming as quite therapeutic, because you are really in this sort of rhythmic zone. So, I find it relaxing.
It does good things to the biochemistry.
Yeah, for sure.
No question.
I mean, singing too, we did in these summits, we've got music, Tom. You'd be very proud of us, and we've got a drummer. You can't have music without a rhythm, correct? You've got to have rhythm.
Gotta have it.
You got to have it. And so, I agree with you. There's a healing power in music, whether it's drumming or orchestral music or, sort of good old-fashioned rock and roll. There is a healing power in the music. And, when that is actually, if you like, pushed towards the divine, there's something that comes and gets released. So, look, I think we're on the same page when it comes to that sort of thing. If you could give a message, if you could give a message to the men of this world, 3 points, 3 things you'd say to them for International Men's Day to encourage them, whatever it is, advice, tips, 3 things, what would you say?
Oh, the first thing is to know you have value as being a man. This is the first thing, the most important thing. When men start to know they have value, good things happen. And we've been taught for 30 or 40 years now that you do not have value, that you're an oppressor, that you're toxic, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the first thing, is to know you have value. The second thing would be to speak your truth. Get out there and say what you think is the truth. And the third thing is to study a little bit. Study up on what's going on. There's a lot out there. Go to my Substack, menaregood.substack.com. There's so much you can learn about all the issues, the gynocentrism, the way men heal. We didn't even talk about the way men heal because men heal in such a different way. And it's shamed sometimes. Men are pushed to heal like women. That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. I wrote a little book called The Way Men Heal that is 60 pages long that tells the story about how men heal. And boy, when men read that, they go, holy crap, I've been healing for a long time. Because when men come to me for therapy and they say, I can't grieve, and it takes me a session to say, wait a minute, here's how you're doing it, here's how you're doing it, and here's how you're doing it. And they go out scratching their head saying, damn, I'm doing it already. And men naturally will heal. Just like women naturally heal by talking about it and by crying, men naturally heal by using honoring and their action into the future. And it's a long story, but men do this automatically. They do it without thinking. And bless their hearts, men are good. Men are good just as they are and have value.
Yeah, so look, if you want to connect with Tom, all you got to do is, if the name's easy to remember, Tom Golden, and Men Are Good. Say it with me. 1, 2, 3. Men are good. And so you've got to remember those words. Google that. You'll find Tom's Substack. You'll find his books. You'll find his website. He's on the East Coast of the USA. He's doing great work. And I understand that David here has been very inspired by your wonderful work. So thank you, Tom. Thanks for talking tonight.
I'm inspired by David.
Yeah, well, we are too. And thank you. And all the best, and have a good morning, and have a great, happy International Men's Day.
Thank you, and same to you.
Yeah, thank you,
We'll
Tom.
see you then.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
All the best. We're going to hear from Jerome Tilak Singh now, so thank you, guys.
Hi, I hope you all are enjoying the webcast. I'm wondering who you feel might be your favorite speaker. I have already decided who might be my favorite speaker. There's so many good speakers, and there are more to come. So I want you all to stay on. All these speakers are all advocates for men and boys. Men and boys, we have so many challenges. Yes, we have made achievements. We have made contributions. There's so many difficulties, challenges ahead. We need your support. We need you on the ground. We need more ground troops there fighting for us, helping us. We can't do it alone. And these speakers are just part of the solution. We need you all to also be part of the solution. Thank you all for, being part of this historic webcast.
We've been denigrating men and boys for decades, undermining fatherhood, ignoring male disadvantage, and painting masculinity as a problem to be fixed. Boys are failing to launch, and young men aren't reaching manhood. The result is a crisis for males, and therefore a crisis for our communities. Will men and women continue to combat each other, or will we collaborate together? This book is for everyone who believes that when men and boys thrive, society also flourishes.
The Western world is facing a crisis of fatherlessness. In Australia, around 1 in 6 children live without their biological father at home. In the United States, approximately 1 in 4 children live in a household without their father. Studies show that fatherlessness contributes to nearly all the social issues facing the West today. The statistics are grim, but there is hope. Since 2002, Dads for Kids has worked tirelessly to turn the tide of fatherlessness. Each year, we reach millions of people with messages of excellence in fathering through our community service announcements on Australian free-to-air television, on social channels, radio and print media. Since Father's Day 2002, the weekly Dads for Kids email newsletter has reached tens of thousands. Dads for Kids has hosted hundreds of fatherhood success seminars, conferences and national summits, and twice yearly we run the Courageous Online Fathering course to help Aussie dads be the best they can be. Thanks to the support of generous donors through Dads for Kids achievements, thousands of men and their families have been positively impacted. The tide is turning, but there is still so much more to do. The reality is, when manhood falters, so does fatherhood. When fatherhood falters, so does society. Dads for Kids needs help to continue the important, much-needed work of encouraging men and fathers, especially through International Men's Day. For the sake of the Western world's children, your support is needed. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit internationalmensday.com/donate to give what you can. Your partnership as we build men, grow fathers and change generations is certainly valued and deeply appreciated. Donate what you can today. Scan the QR code on your screen right now or visit internationalmensday.com/donate to give. Thank you for your support.
Is Gavin with us? Yeah. All right, we're back.
You go.
And Gavin, can you hear us?
I can hear you,
Hey,
absolutely.
There he is. How are you,
Man,
mate?
I'm fantastic and improving.
The man from Malta, quite literally. So this man is not necessarily from Malta. He's a true blue Aussie from the Gold Coast. You can't get any more Aussie than Gold Coast, can you,
Yeah,
Gavin?
that's right.
And he is now in Malta. So we can add Malta to the list. We've probably gone up to 13, 14 countries, correct?
Amazing.
Yeah, well, thanks for joining us. Malta's actually pretty special in the International Men's Day history, isn't it? So.
Yeah, well, Malta, a bit of trivia for you. A guy, a Kansas City University professor, Ron Osler, he started International Men's Day in February back in 95, 96, maybe 93, thereabouts, 94. And it went for a few years. The people in Malta heard about it and they kept going for the next 20 years. And we came across International Men's Day 2007, 2008, and we heard about this Malta Day and we brought it together because it was the only place that was celebrating that day. We said, how about we work towards the 19th? Because India's doing it, other countries are doing it. Let's all work together and keep it unified. And here we are today. But Malta is a special place. Tell us your story. Tell us your story, Gavin, because you're a boxer. You were a champion boxer here in Australia in a number of categories. And, you actually help men in through rites of passage actually become men, even as they're older men, because they never had that rite of passage. Tell us about what you do.
Yeah, well, I suppose in short, I've been able. I believe there's a dream inside every man, put there by God, and it takes courage, determination, tenacity, and it takes other men for that actually dream, that mission to come to the surface. So, and that's what I've done. Leveraging my boxing career. I mean, that's what God said. Well, God saved me, man, in the dressing rooms, getting ready for a Commonwealth title fight. It was very inconvenient at the time. He's timing his way of it. God knows best, of course. but I've been able to leverage that boxing side of things, and creating a boxing program that I did for about 10, 11 years that would get everyday men and train them to have a boxing match. Generally would be at the Gold Coast Casino, but the qualifier was that they'd never had a fight. So in the DNA of every man is a warrior, is a fighter, but there's trained and untrained. So, of course, that's just an aspect of a rite of passage, but that's kind of what that turned into. And particularly what's happening now, since I've got a couple of e-books out and we've developed online programs since 2019, man, we're impacting men. Literally, I got off the Zoom 25 minutes ago from men from the UK, from certain parts of America, New Zealand, Australia, everywhere. It's amazing what's actually happening. But now it's more about, when you said, what do I do? It's more about men finding their purpose, their mission, and then becoming that man to fulfill on it. So really around building a culture, etc., that supports them.
And what, so you actually had this transformational experience. It was a spiritual experience, but you also realised that your masculinity was something to be prized. It was something precious, and you basically set about doing good as a man. You're not trying to be something you're not, but as a man, and working those things out and teaching other men. Can you tell us any particular stories that stand out to you from families or wives or children or situations where people have done your boxing course or even attended these online meetings, read your books, that they've come back to you and told what has happened to them?
Oh, yeah, man. There's so many stories, but I suppose every man's story, I think, like what I talk about, I've always been fortunate. God has looked after me forever, before I even knew him. But a mentor, one of the turning points, which happens to a lot of men with our programs, is like what happened to me was a mentor encouragingly poked his finger in my chest and said, there's something in you that only you can fulfill. There's a purpose, there's a mission, So that's kind of what happens. What is that thing? Well, they say the two most important times in a man's life is the first one's when he's born, and the second one is when he finds out what he's been born for. And then, of course, pursuing that, who does a man need to become? So as I've done that, and even one of the programs that we're doing now is called Become a Better Man Challenge, okay? And it's a 4-day challenge, an hour a day. And we've seen men, basically what it's about is about levelling up in your family, levelling up in your business, and levelling up in your faith. And we're literally, I'm doing it, the last challenge I did was about 6 weeks ago. Throughout the challenge, because I talk about all different biblical stories, and every time we do it, men come back to Christ, or they find Christ for the first time. And one particular guy, Andrew, his name is, by the end of it, I ended up praying for him, baptising him in tongues, literally, and he went on to do another program. But in the first 3 weeks of doing that program, he's been able to create some ideas, God-given ideas, I believe, and it's actually impacted in such a way it's pulled an extra $300,000 into his business in 3 weeks. Wow. Not to mention the relationship that what it's done for his wife and his 2 sons. So, man, there's so many stories of men just having the courage to ask themselves the hard questions to level up.
Gavin, you talk about rites of passage a lot. Can you explain to our viewers what's the idea behind rites of passage? Why are they so important and so needed?
Yeah, great. And well, it's where identity is built for one thing, and it's one of the things I've been teaching literally in the last hour is, I'll go to my page here, is actually the stages. And I told this story basically of Indigenous tribe in Queensland that I got hold of years ago. And basically, without going through the whole lot, there's that time where we've got to spend time with our mothers and our fathers, but more so our mothers, to really feel that nurturing. I love John Eldry. He articulates it quite well. But then we've got to get into that building stage. We must learn how to make things with our hands. And I suppose with what's happening a lot these days with all these fatherless children, and they just go onto their phones. They're not actually physically getting dirty, getting tough, making mistakes even, doing it wrong. It's an important part of, I believe, what we do is when we learn to hunt. There's days when we learn to develop that warrior, particularly when it comes to identity around if that warrior is not developed. And when I say warrior, and probably where I leveraged the boxing program for a long time, it was not teaching men necessarily how to win. It was more teaching men how to get up again.
Yeah.
That you got what it takes.
Yeah.
But if we live in this digital world, and I love digital, right now I love the digital so much. We've got men doing our programs and reading our books literally from New Zealand to Alaska. I love the digital world, can reach men we could never reach.
Yeah.
But our identity can't be on that easy, soft, push-a-button way.
Yeah.
We've got to get tough, And of course, that time, that Indigenous time where it talks about walkabout, we've got to learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I'm not talking about being a lone wolf. I'm talking about being released to a greater level of becoming a better man, But if that identity is not, and that belief is not there, I even love 2 Peter 1 John where it talks about, 1:3 where it talks about, I think it talks about identity, I love the Passion Version. Everything we ever needed in life and godliness has already been deposited in us, where it's not on the surface. It's in us, I talk about in my Rite of Passage book, there's 3 men. There's the man I tell you I am, the man I think I am, and then the guy who lives on the inside, where I believe that stuff has been deposited by God.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, so in Rite of Passage, if you don't do it, you're going to spend your whole life looking for false validation and material possessions. I love material possessions, but I've got to get a new car. I've got to get the latest this. I've got to get the latest that so I look good and forget the bloke on the inside, the real guy.
Yeah, so true. So true.
You've got to invest. Well, you've got to invest in heaven, but you've also got to invest in yourself, correct, Gavin? And,
yes.
With our Men's Leadership Summit, I don't tell men this, but the actual weekend is I'd call it a suburban, low-key rite of passage. It's not like everyone's going to have a fight. Also, you did come to our Men's Leadership Summit, and we had this little Sunday morning church service.
Impromptu fight.
And he had his gloves there on the table, and he had 2 sets of gloves. He said, okay, pull back the chairs, right? And
I think when you first said it, everyone was like, oh, hang on,
are you serious?
Actually going to do this?
We're actually going to do this? And so Gavin said, okay, I want 3 volunteers. You come and fight me. Now, you're a professional fighter. I saw you. You didn't hit too hard. But these blokes, they were up against it. And I can remember Frenchie, he got knocked down. He was a really thin sort of fella.
Yeah.
And he needed encouragement. And he was knocked down. Like it was the 2nd or 3rd time he'd been knocked down. And you got the guys to start cheering. And you said, come on, we've got to get this guy up and we're going to encourage him. We're going to speak well of him. We're going to cheer him on. And Frenchie's like, he'd been knocked down by a professional fighter, thank you very much. And, a man who's got to register his hands as lethal weapons, yeah? And so, you got the guys to cheer him and he got up. And he got stuck into you, and I think you even actually you were taken aback by his ability as a warrior. And I could see what you were doing that morning. It really touched me, Nathaniel. It really touched me. It was very profound. It was actually moved me to tears because what you were doing, you were reaching into this inner man. You can do it. You've got what it takes. And if the other men believe in you, they can call it out of you. And that's why we need each other, correct? A comment about the need,
Amen.
that men need each other to keep on keeping on. Over to you.
And what you're saying, yes, we need to invest time in each other. We need to invest energy, like we need to step out in faith and do these things. Because you know what? That's risky. I'm calling 3 blokes out. I don't know. I'm relying on God to make sure I get the right one so I can impact everyone. You know, even you. You know, I want to bring every man to tears with love. You know, that agape love, that love of sacrifice, that sacrificial love. But I think what you're saying is 100% right. You know, we must invest that time. We must invest our resources. Like even myself, 3 times this year I've flown from Europe to Florida, Malta, 3 times to seek out what I believe is the best mentor in the world for me. You know, he's bringing stuff out of me that mate, I didn't even realise it was in there. Like when I say blind spots, stuff that have been holding me back. So, mate, yeah, 100%.
So, Gavin, how do people connect with you? What would they Google to pick up on Gavin, our dear brother Gavin, who is doing rites of passage for men?
Yeah. I think there's probably 2 ways. The second way I want to give you something, but the first way is the Gavin Top, double P, Gavin Top YouTube channel. That's probably the easiest. There's about 850 videos on there. There's a bit. The second way is if all you men, I want to give it to you, if you go to Gavin Top, double P, gavintop.com, and what I've got some teachings there on the 8 biggest mistakes successful men are making. That's free, complimentary. Just type your email, you'll get those teachings. And I've never heard a man say, oh, I've got it all nailed. Because there could be 1 or 2 of those mistakes you're making and guarantee you're not realising. You know, and of course, you know, you only got to be off 1 degree.
It's a
year
long way.
later, you're way off track. So Gavin Top with the double P, gavintop.com, and I'll give that free teaching to you. It's yours.
Thanks, Gavin.
Gavin.
It's good to see you, mate. I love your enthusiasm. It's infectious, buddy.
It's infectious, and we love it. Yeah. And so, look, just Google Gavin Top.
2 Ps.
2 Ps. Make sure it's 2 Ps, not 1 P. Gavin Top with 2 Ps, double P, and also Gavin Top YouTube channel. And there's some great videos there, some great teaching, and there's some stuff there on your website, gavintop.com, that is for free. Thank you for talking to us. Happy International Men's Day in Malta.
Bless you, mate. You guys are awesome. I love you. Keep going. You're going to make it.
We are.
Thanks, mate.
We've got an incredible man coming all the way from the UK, Mark Brooks. Mark is an amazing guy, but every time I say it to him, he says, look, Warwick, I'm just an ordinary bloke. I'm just an ordinary guy doing stuff. And Mark, you are the prime mover. I know you say, no, I'm not, Warwick. It's all my friends. It's George the Tin Man, and it's Ali Fogg, and it's others. But I happen to know that you do a lot of work to make International Men's Day the success it is in UK, and you can't hide it from me, buddy. I'm sorry.
I think he's ignoring you, Dad, is he? Or
I think he might.
Thank you, guys, and I am ignoring you. So it is very much a team game, and you know, I know you've heard from George, and you've heard from Ali today as well, and it is a big event, and it isn't just a team, you know, of us behind the scenes, you know, promoting this, and you know, we've got a charity that's underpinning the whole of International Men's Day in the UK, but also it's a nationwide effort. And, you know, my estimation just today in the UK, well, it's really today and also last week and also the following week. There's around 800 organisations that are doing something for International Men's Day. And we've had some big policy announcements today. So we've now got a men's health strategy in England for the first time. There's been some policy announcements on men's mental health in London, and also the House of Commons, our big, obviously in Parliament, has got another International Men's Day debate tomorrow, where MPs from all different political parties come together and talk about the challenges that men and boys face in the UK. But often some of the MPs also broaden that to talk about some of the problems that men and boys face in the whole world. So it continues to be a big thing, and it's supported by women and girls, and also it's about men and boys and all their shapes, sizes and guises. So that's really important. It's very inclusive.
That's great. And look, again, you guys, I often say to people who mightn't really believe me, but International Men's Day per capita is bigger in the UK than any country on the earth. The only other country that's probably, trying to take that first place position would be India, but then again, India's got a lot more people. So per capita, the reality is that what you're doing in the UK is world breaking, and I'm hoping and praying and believing that people watching this 9-hour broadcast, telecast, webcast will get inspired in their own country and stand up and rise up and do what you guys have been doing in England. Can you give them any advice? What's the 3 big tips you reckon?
Well, the first big tip is basically go on our website, which is ukmensday.org.uk, and it's got everything there, what we do. It's got images, it's got lists of events. So for any colleagues anywhere around the world, if you're thinking, well, where do I start? Just simply go on our website and take whatever you need. I know there's obviously, good website, elsewhere as well, but feel free to do that, and feel free to email me, phone me, WhatsApp me, whatever. That's not a problem. Secondly, it's about being as broad as possible. So in the UK, we've got 3 broad themes, which is around making a difference to men and boys, supporting the charities that support men and boys, and also having this positive conversation about men and boys, and also around role models. And by doing that, it means that we've got a clear framework that gives people ideas about what it's about, but also allows them to do whatever they want. So as I said, we got massive policy announcements today, but we've got local bars doing prostate cancer quizzes. We've got universities doing lectures. We've also got mental health groups doing things with sports clubs. Even today, I found out yesterday there's some people handing out biscuits in the shopping centre in one of our big cities. Encouraging men to contact any local support agencies if they want support. So it's about building that community platform where everyone and anyone can get involved in any way that suits them. So that's the second thing. And I think third is, the point about it's being inclusive. So many of the events, especially those run by companies, and we've got a big list on our website, are actually set up and organised by women, especially in HR roles, safeguarding roles, mental health roles in companies. So, inclusivity, take what information that's already out there and making it as broad as possible so that everybody can get involved.
Well, congratulations. You're certainly doing incredible stuff. And there's a lot of corporations now out there in England who are literally jumping on the bandwagon, which is not such a bad bandwagon, which is, of course, advocating for men and boys, advocating for men and boys' health, and, giving them trying to give them a fair go, trying to open up doors for men and boys, trying to, as you said, public policy. I think you started off with, Ali Fogg was saying that the first big debate in the House of Commons there was 4 people there, 2 for men and boys, and 2 were trying to attack the people that were standing up for men and boys. And now there's 100, and a lot of them are from left of centre politicians who are suddenly realising that there's votes in this. Goodness me, there's men that vote, and so they are jumping in there and stepping up. And I've watched some of those debates. They're quite extraordinary. What do you think? They're incredible, aren't they?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think this is the thing. I mean, it's not a non-party political issue. And the votes is one thing, but I think it's broader. I mean, I think that, parties from all sides of the fence are realising that, if they're going to improve their communities, if they're going to deal with the challenges that men and boys face, and also the fact that, if we want women and girls to flourish, we need to have men and boys flourishing as well. It's no good having men and boys floundering, because that's no good for them. It's not good for women and girls either. But also it's some of those broader challenges, political and economic challenges, is because we need more men to be in work, because we need to grow our economies, and work is obviously gives men a real sense of purpose. We also want men to be healthier, because that means there's less pressure on their friends, family, community, but also their health system. And also we need, we need less men being involved in the criminal justice system. I mean, and, we need less men being involved in crime. And so I think all parties can see those 3 key areas as being of complete benefit to everybody, irrelevant of where you sit on the political spectrum. So, I mean, votes is one thing, but it's far, far wider than that.
Indeed. Well, look, we really appreciate you, Mark. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your inspiration. We've been on the phone talking, and you've been helping me and encouraging me, and we get together and talk about the themes each year. And we'll be seeing what happens as things unfold. And this is the beginning of International Men's Day. It's the end here in Australia, but it's the beginning in the UK, so there's a lot of good things still to happen. And we wish you the best, and thank you for your incredible work.
Thank you, everyone. It's a team game and here to help. Anyone wants to email me over the coming year for next year, just get in touch. Never a problem at all.
All the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, guys. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, we go right across to the USA, the East Coast, and we jump into Edward Bartlett.
Hey, there he is.
Edward Bartlett. What a warrior. This guy's a warrior. He's a bit like Mark, softly spoken, very kind, very gracious, but goodness me, doesn't he get through a lot of work, doesn't he?
He does. And it's great because we started the webcast with Larry, Ed, so Larry DeMarco. So he kicked us off. I'm just thinking that was 8 hours ago now. So I'm still awake. But you just prod me if I'm not going to nod off with Ed. So great to have you with us, Ed.
We're very honoured. Ed, what are the sort of things, you do so many things. Your organisation has really sponsored and encouraged and supported International Council for Men and Boys. Larry is running that, and you are raising finance to see that succeed. But you also run a number of other initiatives. You want to just tell us a bit about what you do and why you do it?
Yeah, well, great to see you guys, and good morning from the United States. And I know you're on it. Obviously, you all have a marathon event here. Thanks for organizing this. Our activities go back all the way back to 2010 and 2011, when the Obama administration in the United States implemented a new policy that was designed to address what feminists were claiming was an epidemic of sexual assault on college campuses. I don't think that claim was ever verified. But anyway, so a new policy was issued that served to remove due process rights for accused men. and it was so egregious. Even just the procedurally in terms of the policy was issued without the proper, vetting and public input. So we wrote a letter to the Department of Education saying this is a bunch of crap. Now, not surprisingly, they didn't respond to our letter, but we didn't stop. We continued our campaign, and that campaign led to bigger campaigns. That was actually one of our very biggest successes, is that in 2020, a new regulation that implemented due process protections was approved, finalized 2020, and I'll just say we played a pretty big role in having that approved.
Incredible. Amazing. A few more stories because, again, what you do, and I was on one of the calls at 2 o'clock in the morning with David Maywald, and you had people from Bulgaria, from Poland, from India,
Brazil,
Africa, Brazil, Australia, obviously, England, and they were advancing the cause of men and boys in very practical ways. Tell us about that.
Well, you mean in terms of the global reach of International Men's Day? Is that what you're saying?
I'm thinking of Divya and what you do in that, and bringing men together and bringing, women. There were several wonderful women on that call too who were supporting men and boys.
Well, so of course, your group, Warwick, has played a really groundbreaking role in this whole event, and I want to thank you, and in particular, for carrying the torch and continuing to carry the torch. Of course, International Men's Day started in 1999, and you all have, made that go bigger and bigger every year. But bottom line, the International Council for Men and Boys have promoted that very aggressively because there are so many negative forces that are promoting negative stereotypes, and I'm willing to take a criticism when it's verified and justified. But many of these criticisms are just lack any credibility. They're just thrown out there to ruffle people's feathers, I guess. So anyway, we just decided we needed to take a more, to strengthen the international approach. And so the International Council for Men and Boys has what we call influencers from all around the world, including Australia. And we have monthly meetings, Zoom calls, and we had a conference just 2 weeks ago here in Washington, D.C. It was a historic conference, I should say, because for the first time ever, leaders of the key fathers' rights, men's rights, groups came together in that same conference. We're giving presentations at the conference, and then the next day we were all doing lobbying on Capitol Hill in D.C. So, we made some history 2 weeks ago.
Wow, that's incredible. And, you had, I think last year you had a gathering at the United Nations, and things started really happening at the United Nations, or maybe I should say they certainly, the things moved forward, correct? Things moved forward in the United Nations because you took a group there and you actually got the ear of many, many diplomats from many different countries, correct?
Well, that's right. So, of course, you're referring to the conference we had in March earlier. And at that conference, we released what was called the New York Declaration for Men and Boys. It's similar to the Beijing Declaration for Women's Rights. So this was designed to mirror and complement the Beijing Declaration for Women's Rights. So yes, we released that New York Declaration that spells out fairly concisely and comprehensively, these are the rights that all men and boys around the world are entitled to. So, and then, yes, we have met with many missions. We've met with over 25 ambassadors and or staffers from UN missions talking about this, and the response has been generally quite positive. We've had I don't think we've had any negative response. I mean, some people are more enthusiastic than others, but the United Nations, let's be honest, has become very feminized, has become very wedded to feminist ideology, and not just the UN Women Agency, but World Health Organization, Human Rights Council, the Security Council. All of these UN agencies have become, I'm going to use the word infiltrated by feminist ideology. So there is a definite behemoth at the UN.
But it's not just any feminist ideology. It's actually a lot of it's, I'd describe it as extreme feminist ideology, which is not just advancing the cause of women, which you and I would applaud 100%, but it's like a toxic hate for men, and it's expressed in that horrific phrase, toxic masculinity, which of course is just totally crazy. It doesn't make sense. A masculinity is just like that. It's a bottle. It carries something good, carries something bad, but in and of itself, it's inert. And it would be just, you can imagine if I started talking about toxic femininity, I'd get laughed out of existence. I'd be laughed off the planet. And so, unfortunately, we have a lot of people in the UN who actually believe these sort of crazy notions, which are just completely irrational. Correct?
Yeah, what you said is very true. UN Women claims to be working for gender equality and women's empowerment. But by definition, gender equality is a two-way street. It has to address equality of rights for men as well as women. That's what the word means. But somehow the male part has been ignored, literally for decades. So we're here to say, hey, that's not fair. That's not right. It's called the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It's one of the founding documents of the UN. Clearly says you can't discriminate on the basis of sex. So we're saying, hey, we're waving that declaration in people's faces, figuratively, of course, not literally. But we're saying, everybody agrees with the United Nations Declaration. Why are we ignoring the rights of men? So all around the world, Australia and elsewhere.
Yeah. And Nat's been saying that maybe there's just a little bit of a shift happening. Can you see any glimmers of light? Certainly in our own country, it's a bit sad. Has been so for several years. It's been actually ramping up the wrong way, and there's been sort of a lot of really what I describe as just very anti-male legislation coming through, not just passively anti-male, but quite actively. But are you seeing maybe some changes here?
Well, absolutely. And if I may, I'd like to highlight one that I just learned about literally just half an hour ago. So in the United States, we have one of the leading women's magazines. It's called Evie Magazine, EVIE. And they actually issued a statement, and I'm going to read it if I may. Evie Magazine has published a message for International Men's Day. I believe we are the only women's outlet to ever do such a thing. At Evie, we believe, as Warren always says, if you only root for one sex to win, both sexes lose. And as I always say, we need more women to step up and speak out for boys and men. So anyway, I just saw this literally half an hour ago. And this is really a momentous declaration from this women's magazine.
That is amazing, Ed. That's so great because we actually had Lisa Britton on earlier in the webcast, and she mentioned that this might be happening, and then here we are hearing about it. So that's fantastic. So thank you for sharing that. And it is. I think it is the statistics for men and boys are certainly in Australia, but across many Western countries, they're depressingly bad. But we're hearing, it's great to hear these good reports because it gives us hope. And there is always hope, but it's great to hear of these glimmers of green grass or light coming through. As I often say, hopefully the light at the end of the tunnel isn't a train heading towards us, but I think in this instance there is definitely some light at the end of the tunnel. So,
No, we are an unstoppable force. It's just a matter of whether it's in the short term or the long term.
Yeah.
But I do want to give our website address, www.menandboys.net, menandboys.net. Everything there is science-based, is factual. We're not making any claims that are just made up. So everything is scientifically verifiable.
Yeah. No, that's great. Well, no, definitely everyone check that out. And also it is Men's Equality Month in November too, isn't it, Ed? Can you tell us a bit about Men's Equality Month?
Well, yes, certainly. So International Men's Day, of course, met with so much success. We thought, well, why limit this to just one day? Partly because, remember, there's Women's History Month in March. We thought, hey, we need an event to complement Women's History Month and make it a month in length. Hey, November is the most logical time to do it, to complement and reinforce International Men's Day. So that's exactly what we did. So we first started Men's Equality Month last year, 2024. This year is bigger and stronger than before. So again, we're thrilled to see the progress.
Oh, great.
Yeah. And look, thanks to Ed and thanks to Larry, because for those who heard Lisa, we had Warren Farrell on, we had Lisa Britton on, but who told me about Lisa Britton? Well, it was this incredible man here, Edward Bartlett, incredible Larry DeMarco, who's the director for the Men and Boys Council, International Council for Men and Boys, and they said, look, both these guys said, you've got to get Lisa. And aren't we glad we did?
She was great. She was fantastic. And
she's a next level lady. And, we've got to sort of find a way to support this lady because she's probably, I'd say she's been doing this for 7 years for nothing. She runs a small business which supports her enough, I think, to do this work. And I do think we in the men's movement should try to get behind her and help her because she's a very effective communicator. She's a very a great presenter, and she's passionate for men and boys. And like as you know, one wonderful woman like Lisa is sort of equivalent of 10 of us. Is that right, Edward?
Yeah, Lisa has been a great addition. I've gotten to know her personally. She's just a very nice, really one of the nicest persons I've ever met. So yeah, that's been a very nice collaboration. And, again, we're just excited to see the growth of International Men's Day, Men's Equality Month all around the world.
Yeah, look, it's great to see it. And, again, a huge shout out for what you guys are doing through Divya. Have you explained Divya? Davia, I should say.
I think you spoke a bit about Davia earlier, Ed, but maybe just tell us how can viewers get involved, connect with Davia. You have the monthly Zoom calls, but maybe
and that's open to everybody, isn't it? Correct, Edward?
So for DAVIA, which stands for the Domestic Abuse and Violence International Alliance, which has a focus on domestic abuse and domestic violence. So. And the members of that are all organizations, and organizations that are listening to this call can send an email to info@end2dv.org, end2dv.org, and get more information that way.
Yeah, so you guys actually working against domestic violence, whether it's male or female, you are trying to deal with it, you're trying to reduce it, you're coming up with plans, with strategies, and to bring equilibrium to make it so that we're not blaming just one gender for everything. As all the stats show, the horrible reality is that this is something that both men and women engage in, and I myself have experienced it growing up as a young boy. I said earlier, and to one of the people who was sharing, actually it was a gentleman from Israel, Benny, and in my situation, I had a beautiful mum, beautiful dad, but they couldn't get on, and they'd often sort of shout and things would go a bit pear-shaped. But I've never seen my dad ever hit my mother, but I've seen my mother actually draw blood with my father. And so that's a pretty sort of scary thing for a sort of a 10, 11, 12-year-old boy to see. And a lot of young children have seen that. Now, yes, they're also seen it too with the man causing that sort of situation, which is absolutely reprehensible. But equally so, it's reprehensible for either male or female violence. And what we've got to do is campaign to end domestic violence, period. And I think that's exactly what you're doing. Tell us about it.
Yeah, well, let me answer your question by starting at the very personal level. So I've been asked a lot of times, well, how did you get into this whole issue? Why are you so involved in this? And it's a very personal story that I don't hesitate to share now. I grew up in a very abusive household as a child, and the primary abuser was my mother. My mother was the primary abuser in our family. And so when I got older and I started seeing, advertisements or whatever about domestic violence, always portraying men as the abuser and women as the victim, I thought, wait, there's something wrong with that information. I know that because from my own experience, I was on the receiving end for a long time. So bottom line is my activism is driven by my personal experience. I also have been blessed by what I call warrior energy or warrior spirit. That warrior spirit carries me through thick and thin. So, yeah, it's been quite an experience.
Well, listen, Ed, we just want to say thank you for talking to us. Thank you for sharing with us. We really, really appreciate your help. We appreciate your partnership, and we'll certainly do whatever we can to support you as best we can. And let's work together with all the different men's groups and fatherhood groups and all the different groups that are working to help men and boys, rites of passage guys, people that are helping in marriages and relationship and trying to bring healing and wholeness there. Any last comment from yourself, Nat?
No, look, I just want to thank you as well, Edward, for all your amazing work and your advocacy for men and boys. And yeah, keep up the great work. And thank you for your time today. We're honoured to have you. Thank you.
United we stand, divided we fall.
Yeah.
Great to see you guys.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to share a video, if we can. I've got a friend of mine coming in, I believe, and he's not here just yet. He's been delayed, but I was going to play this video but get him to introduce it. But this man's a dear friend of mine. Many people around the world would not know that Australia was first inhabited by Indigenous people. And these Indigenous people, some refer as Aboriginals, some refer to them as Indigenous people. The comparison in America would be the Red Indians, who were the original tribal people of the USA. Aztec people would be the original tribal people of Mexico. Well, we had a whole, if you like, many nations, because they all saw themselves as not as one nation, but as many different tribes. And, dozens and dozens and hundreds of different language groups right across Australia. And myself and my son, we've done a lot of work in Aboriginal communities across Australia. So it's a great honour to work with Indigenous people. We've been doing this now for 35, 40 years, working with Indigenous people. But James Dargan is a dear friend of ours. He has got an incredible story, and his story also brings up some big challenges, and it's to do with forgiveness, and it's to do with the power of releasing love to people that hurt you, because out of that comes healing and out of that comes literally a release, a personal release. And I want you to hear James Dargan and his story. Take it away, James.
Hello, my name is James Dargan. I live in Wollongong. But, yes, my journey is to share forgiveness. Not only this whole nation, but I hope forgiveness reach the world. But, yes, how I became into forgiveness. Well, I've been through trauma, pain, loss for over, close to 50 years. But it started off in a Catholic institution where I was sexually, physically, mentally abused in that institution until the age of 6 years old. At the age of 6, my father came up because he found out we were in there by a family member, and he came and him and his wife come up and took us from out of that institution. I thought that everything was going to be right. I thought everything was going to be perfect. We're going to have a perfect family. There's going to be love in the family. But I was wrong. My dad and my stepmother, they had a door access to the kitchen, which she only had to have a key to get into that kitchen. We weren't allowed to go in there, and we're hungry, we have a feed. If we had a snack, we weren't even allowed to that. My brother was put on the stove because he was accidentally playing around with matches. I asked him, I said, "You got that mark of that stove thing on your ass?" He said, "Yes." I still got it, brother, and I still remember it. Me and my brother had to walk to school. We had to cop racism abuse. I got to a point I hated being black because I didn't want to receive them words, And so, after that, we just constantly just went through physical. My brother was tied under ours. We were tied to a bed. I knew I couldn't take it anymore. So at the age of 14, I went to my mother's, and she lived in Sydney. And I thought, well, I'm going to feel what love's like, because I never had it, never received it, neither my brothers. But then I found out my mother loved alcohol, going out, drinking, party. Everything in the world was coming against me. I was taken out in the bush by the police force for no reason. They said, "Take your shirt off, James." I said, "Why?" So we don't leave no blood on it. I started drugs and alcohol at the age of 14. I gave up alcohol at the age of 50. I had toxic relationships, children. My oldest son is 42. I was 15 years old when I had him. His mother passed on because she was murdered. She was chopped up in pieces and put in a suitcase by her boyfriend. And they found the boyfriend's wife in a garbage bag in the cupboard. So my son lost his mother. Not only that, my son lost a father because I was only young. And then from then on, the pain and the suffering just got worse and worse. When I was racially abused, I became racist. I hated the white man. I hated every culture that came to our country. I didn't understand till I got a bit older that, when forgiveness came in my heart. And the first forgiveness that came was, I forgave my mother. And I said to my brother, "Forgive Mum for what she has done." Then I forgave my father. I forgave my stepmother. My stepmother's still alive, and I love her, respect her. I forgive the police force. I'm not here to make a name of myself. I'm not here to score brownie points. I'm just here to speak the truth. And the truth will set you free. Because I have repented. I have asked God forgiveness for everything I've said, everything I've done. Even asked my children to forgive me for alcohol and drugs. Even the mother of my children, forgive me for what I have done in a relationship. I wasn't blaming her. I wasn't condemning her. I was looking at myself for forgiveness. I've been to Anglican Church. I've been to other churches. And I have asked for forgiveness for what I have said as a First Nation man. I'm accountable for what I've said. I'm accountable for the words that I have spoken against people in this nation, non-Aboriginal people, people from other countries, even religion, people from other religions. Watchman Nee, a Chinese evangelist, a Chinese Christian teacher, he said the biggest door we open up for Satan is unforgiveness. So forgiveness for me is for this nation to shut that door of unforgiveness. I mean, if it wasn't for this, I wouldn't be standing here asking for the nation and sharing forgiveness. I care about everybody. I don't care who they are or where they come from. Forgiveness has got to be shared. Let's start doing this in Australia and our nation to forgive each other. Let forgiveness be spread in the church. We are children of God. We got Jesus. Let's show the example of forgiveness in our brethren, in our churches, our leaders, our pastors. First Nation people, start forgiving. Look behind the flesh and the skin and look at the heart. Don't be frightened. It's not going to bite you. Because Jesus wants you to come. But unforgiveness, Satan is going to use everything for that door to stay open. But forgiveness is going to shut that door and set you free. Hello, my name is James Dargan. I live in Wollongong. But
amazing story, because you are, as an Indigenous man, you grew up and you had some pretty rough experiences, didn't you?
Yes, I had, most of my life. You know, I dealt with trauma for 50 years. I've dealt with trauma. And only when I gave my heart to the Lord, that forgiveness was, He showed me what forgiveness is. And, and sharing forgiveness removes that bag of trauma that you carry around for most of your life. And for me to give my heart to the Lord and His forgiveness, and then realise, I was carrying a bag of unforgiveness, hatred in my heart. And then when I gave my heart to the Lord, He showed me what forgiveness is, and I realised that the Lord can forgive me for the wrongs that I have done wrong. Yeah. And but first I had to forgive myself, because you've got to understand, He didn't condemn me. He saved me. And I think that's what, a lot of people carry. They carry trauma and unforgiveness. And that's pain. And then once you give your heart to the Lord and know that He's forgiven you for what you have done, because not all of us are perfect. We've all done something bad. We're not perfect. But forgiveness. And hopefully, I'm actually got a friend of mine. We're doing a book. I'm doing a book of unforgiveness and unity, and to help others that are going through the pain and the suffering and of unforgiveness. Because I tell you, when you forgive, you don't carry that anger, you don't carry that hurt, you don't carry the pain. And, and when you forgive, your heart changes. And I believe, the Lord changes that. It wasn't me. It was the Lord. But the Lord showed me to forgive myself and forgive others. And, we've got to stand up to come together as a nation. I'm still sharing forgiveness. And it's important that, especially with, because forgiveness to me with the Lord is bringing all tribes, all nations, all languages together as one. And so it's important. Sometimes it's hard, but it's important to forgive.
James's message is not something that is a light message, in the sense that he's been through some pretty tough times. You heard it in his story. We've travelled all over this nation, and right across our nation, there's places where Indigenous people round up and massacred. There's a place called Mile Creek, which is out in the northwest of New South Wales, about 700, 600 kilometres from where we are right now in Australia. And maybe the tribe was, killing a few sheep or whatever they were doing, because the sheep were driving off the kangaroos, so they had to eat something. And they got the men, the women and the children, and they lined them up, and they got a bunch of stockmen with swords and sabres, and they made these people walk through this, literally a wall of steel, and literally were killed, and it was called the Mile Creek Massacre. So this man is not just forgiving small things on behalf of his people, he's forgiving some terrible things that happened to him and his people, and he's realised the power. I think you said to me once that unforgiveness it's like you wanting to kill the rats, so you drink the rat poison to try to kill the rats, but the rat poison kills you. And we have to walk in forgiveness. We have to walk in forgiveness for our own sake, and that example, of course, is found in Jesus Christ. Now, we've got an interesting guy on, if we can segue to our friend Andrew. Is that possible? Because Andrew understands these things from a health point of view. He's a health specialist, so I do want him to talk about health, if it's okay, James.
Yep.
But I'd just like to get his thoughts about the importance of forgiving from a health point of view, because you're a specialist in health. You came on the show earlier, and this webcast, I should say, and you shared some very practical things. You told your own life experience, but you've written a book about health. Can you give us the title of the book? And I think you're going to get a laugh out of James here.
Well, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are in the world. I've written several books. First one is called Eat Chocolate, Drink Alcohol and Be Lean and Healthy is the first book I wrote.
Just say it slowly so we all get it.
Eat chocolate, drink alcohol, be lean and healthy. And I'm a living example that is the case. So you can do it. Anyway, look, that was, what a powerful, powerful message of forgiveness. And you're right. Forgiveness frees us in a lot of ways. And certainly, and most importantly, the emotional freedom we get, and to be able to live with that freedom, but physically, it does enormous damage. Unforgiveness. There's so much now research around the physiological impact of emotion on our body, both good, very, very good, and devastatingly bad. And unforgiveness, resentment, bitterness is killing people. It shuts down our immune system. It affects our DNA. It affects our brain health. It affects the choices we make. When you're angry, when you're bitter, there's more likelihood of alcohol. There's more likelihood of addiction. There's more likelihood of very dangerous activities. So, yeah, look, I'm just on board 100%. Forgiveness is a powerful thing in every area of your life, but certainly from a physical well-being point of view, yeah, absolutely.
Now, you've written this book, Drink Alcohol, Eat Chocolate, Stay Lean and Stay Healthy. I think it's meant to be sarcasm. It's meant to be a little bit of humour there, dark humour, no doubt. Can you
Actually,
give us...
no. Actually, no. No, it's not at all. I think, look, when I wrote that book, that was my first book. That was published over 20 years ago. And I'd come out of 7 years of professional sport. I'd come out of probably 10 years at that stage of being a personal trainer. And I was hardcore. I was in that mindset of, if you're going to be in shape, you got to give up alcohol, give up chocolate. You got to train like a crazy lunatic, which I did. And I finally realised, the penny dropped, that you don't have to give it up and you can indulge in moderation. The key is building good habits. And that's been a real focus of mine for a long time, is helping people create good habits around eating, exercise, around eating exercise. It's late at night for me. Eating breakfast, about exercise, about the right choices, about simple decisions. And you can indulge. I mean, I've been out for dinner tonight and I had a beer and I enjoyed it. And I didn't eat chocolate today, but I enjoy some chocolate. But I don't indulge, and it's not a craving and it's not an obsession. It's just something that I enjoy in moderation. And 95% of the time I look after myself, my health and mental, physical and emotional health and well-being.
So what are the top 3 tips, if you like, for men here who are listening to this webcast all over around the world? What would you say the top 3 tips to stay healthy, or maybe it's the top 4? I don't know. You tell me what you think.
Well, look, do you know what? I have been in this industry for 35 plus years, and I am bored senseless with telling people hot tips around what exercise they should do and what they should eat, because at the end of the day, men, we know it, right? So my top tip for men is stop making excuses. Stop justifying.
Now, wait a second. Now you're getting tough on us.
No, I am. I tell you what.
He's actually digging the hole for us, isn't he? He's onto us, isn't he?
No,
I'm on demand.
I was eating chocolate and alcohol for 36 years, but now I eat just chocolate.
Keep going.
Look, the bottom line is, we know that here's the top tip. Men and women, because I'm sure there's some women watching this as well, do what you know to do. You know, like, I don't think if we did a survey with all the people that are here watching, anyone that doesn't know they should eat breakfast every day, that doesn't know they should drink water, doesn't know they should eat healthy fruits and vegetables, doesn't know they should exercise regularly, doesn't know they should forgive. Like, forgiveness is not a new concept. Eating breakfast is not a new concept. The hard part for us all is to break free from the limiting beliefs we have, break free from the conditioning that we grow up in, break free from the examples of people around us. Here's the deal for men. This is what I want to say to men. When you look after you, when you make a decision to look after you, there is a ripple effect. And when you can start putting the right things into your body and making better choices and stop making excuses and about why you can't go for a walk or a run or go to the gym and stop justifying the choices you make, understand that your children are watching, that your friends are watching, that your partner's watching, that your colleagues are watching. We have this incredible opportunity as men to make a positive ripple in this world. And step 1 is not think about anyone else. Focus on being your best self. And that means, from a health point of view, if you don't look after your health, you can't do anything well. You can't be a great parent. You can't be a great leader. You can't have success in business or in a career. All the, whether it's golf or it's snow skiing or whether it's motorbike, whatever, I think you're getting where I'm coming from here. I could say, eat a healthy breakfast, and everyone's going, well, I've heard it all before. Drink water. Oh, really? But I don't like water. I'd rather not. Well, the secret here is find a reason that's more important to get you to do it than not. Find something that's so important to you deep in your heart. And I know, and one of the things I love about Indigenous people is the community and the love for each other, that loyalty for each other, and they want the community to be healthy. I've just been to a conference recently and there was quite a lot of New Zealanders, Indigenous New Zealanders there, and they're working. One guy stood up and he said, "I want to change the health of our community." So he started with himself, and now hundreds, thousands of people are changing their behaviour because of one person's passion to create a ripple effect. But it has to start. And I just want to challenge men to assess, look at the choices you're making, okay? And that in every area of nutrition and exercise and how you react to things and what are you putting into your brain, what are you reading, who are you associating with. Have a look at it and ask the question, if I continue to do these things, how is my life going to look like in the next 5 or 10 years? Am I going to be here? What are the people around me? What choices? If I knew and I believe that I'm creating a ripple effect and I'm going to influence the people around me, what impact will I have? What impact do I want to have if I continue to make the choices I'm making now? And then ask the question, well, if it's not where you want to be or we're heading in the direction you want to go, or if it's not the influence you want to have, what one thing could you change right now, right in this moment? What one thing? And that would be my tip. Change one thing. Would it be eating breakfast tomorrow? Would it be drinking an extra glass of water a day? Would it be reading 15 minutes of a great book like How to Eat Chocolate, Drink Alcohol, and Be Lean and Healthy? I don't know. What one thing? And that will create a ripple that will not only change your life, but it will start building a community of people that are making different choices.
Just throw something at you and get your comment, if I can, Andrew. There's a whole bunch of stats, and these are like statistics, verifiable scientific sort of studies that show if you just walk 15, 20 minutes a day, that's only 15, 20 minutes a day, you're going to live probably an extra 5 years on your life, so you don't have to think in terms of going to the gym and, lifting a ton of weights. You've just got to, as you said, I love where you're coming from, by the way, Andrew. It's about making small incremental changes. Have you read Atomic Habits?
Yeah, love that book.
It's a great book. For those who haven't ever read Atomic Habits, it's a great book, and it's all about incremental change. It's not saying, well, I'm going to go and run a marathon tomorrow, or I'm going to go on a triathlon next week. It's saying, well, what can I do tomorrow? This is what Andrew's getting at, and I'm going to get into comment on this. What can I do tomorrow to make myself more healthy than today? Well, move your body. If you don't move it, you're going to lose it. And as we get older, we just accumulate fat. I'm fighting this. I go to the gym 3 mornings a week with my wife, trying to keep myself sane, trying to keep myself healthy. Processed foods, stay away from processed foods. But just back to this, before I go to processed foods, this idea of just this incremental change, and this is what you're coming from, and just the idea of just walking instead of driving to the shop, walk to the shop.
Look, it's crazy how simple it is to make these choices that seem so insignificant. Like if you come to a flight of stairs, and I'm in Brisbane at the moment, come from Melbourne, and we're at the airport, and there's the escalator and there's the stairs, and people have a choice. You can either go up, stand there, switch your brain off, stand on, and now I've just offended a whole lot of people by saying that, but get on the escalator and waste an incredible opportunity to simply walk up a flight of stairs. And you might go, well, that's only one flight of stairs. That won't make a difference. Ooh, that's a dangerous mistake. That will make a massive difference, because it's not just the flight of stairs. It's the decision to walk up those stairs. The decision, it's the Atomic Habits. A habit is just a neural pathway in your brain. When you repeat a simple behavior over a period of time, it becomes a strong, unbreakable neural pathway in your brain, which is what is called a habit. Now, it's very easy for us to fall into bad habits. It takes deliberate attention to create habits that are going to enhance our health and well-being. But going back to what you were saying about the walking, absolutely, you just walk just move your body. It doesn't have to be anything mind-blowing. These tiny incremental choices, when you look at them over a lifetime, the compound effect is mind-blowing. That decision for most people who skip breakfast, right, which would be, I would say, at least 50% of the population. And when I say skip breakfast, and I'm going to catch quite a few people here, if you're not eating breakfast within half an hour getting out of bed, you're skipping breakfast as far as I'm concerned. So most people don't have breakfast. If that was a one decision you made, just, okay, I'm going to eat something when I get out of bed, maybe a bit of fruit, maybe some nuts, maybe some yogurt, whatever it might be, that one decision will have more energy. Your metabolism is going to work faster. You're going to be leaner. You're going to build your immune system. It's going to help you make better food choices and be more motivated to actually move your body later in the day. So these simple, tiny, almost, but they're not insignificant. They're powerfully significant choices. Will always compound. And you mentioned, I don't know what your stat was with the walking, whether it was 10 years extra. Well, add on to that eating breakfast. Add on to that extra glass of water a day. Add on to that natural food versus processed food, and you're adding potentially 10, 15, 20 years onto your life. My gosh. I mean, I want to live to 100. I don't know if anyone's with me. But I don't want to be rocking and dribbling. I want to be active and happy and still doing stuff at the age of 100 years old. And I know it's these decisions I make today, not when I feel like it, not when I'm motivated, not when it's not raining, because if that was the case, I'd be waiting a long time in Melbourne. Not when you know the sun and moon and the stars are in alignment. Today, I'm going to do it today, irrespective of how I feel. And when you create the habits, you don't have to worry about it anymore, because it's just what you do, you know. And that's the key, is turning these tiny little things into unconscious habits, so they become just part of who you are. Did I answer the question? I don't know. I think I rambled a bit then. Did I answer the question? It is late at night for me.
It is late at night for all of us. And no, but look, Andrew, your wisdom is incredibly succinct and easy. And I love the way you say, look, it's not about this, it's about this, and then it's about this, and then it's about this. And, I just love the Atomic Habits book. I mean, it's a worldwide bestseller, so it's not just me that likes it, not just you. And it's just a great book about how to improve men's health. And for me, men's health is a big thing because men are dying 5 years. You know the stats, don't you? They're dying 4.5 years younger than women. And a lot of it is a lot to do, it's self-inflicted.
Totally self-inflicted.
Or apathy, because of apathy. You know, we just don't take our health seriously. And again, just going to the doctor. Why not go to the doctor once a year? You know, even myself, I'm here talking to you about this, and I'm a bull artist because I don't go to the doctor as much as I should. But it's important. Get to the doctor as often as you're able. I have been a few times in the last 12 months, thank God. But at the same time, be preventative. You know, look after yourself. Stay away from the processed food. Stay away from sugar, please. Stay away from sugar, because you need to eat the natural foods, because natural foods are going to look after your body better. And any last comments before we go?
Yeah, look, you are 100% right, mate. You are totally right. But again, you are telling people stuff they know.
Yeah.
What we all have to do as men, as women, as kids, whatever, we have to work out why it's important to start to go to the doctor to get the check, to start taking these preventative and proactive actions. We have to sit and really reflect on, in my heart, because it's got to be something real. You know, until we tap in, there's always two things. You've got to know why you want to do something. Without that, nothing changes, right? Nothing will change. And the second thing you've got to do is you've got to monitor your self-talk around it. Because so many people will say, I really do need to get an exercise regime, but, you know, and if you find yourself throwing but into in any sentence when you're talking about what you're maybe aspiring to, I'm determined to be healthier, but I can't eat breakfast because I'm not hungry in the morning, or but that the gym's too far away, or but this, or but that. Everything that comes after the but is a limiting belief. And you'll never ever rise above the opinions that you have of yourself. You'll never ever rise above those limiting beliefs. So if you don't change the self-talk that's holding you back, then you might start eating breakfast for a couple of days and you'll give it up. You might start exercising for a little while, but then, it's all a bit too hard, because your head, this dialogue that's going on in your brain is talking you out of it because of previous. So you've got to be very deliberate about going, okay, what am I saying about this? When you hear yourself saying, I'm tired, cut it, stop. No. When the alarm goes off in the morning and you're about to get up and you go, oh yeah, but I'm tired. Just get up, just do it. You've got to retrain the self-talk. I'm strong, I'm healthy, I'm proactive. My health and well-being is important to me because of the people that I love and the people I get to inspire and the people I'm leading. So I am a proactive, healthy person. And we've got to start building this identity, this belief about ourselves, because if we don't, our action is always consistent with our belief system. So trying to change actions without changing beliefs goes nowhere. So that my real tip for people is to get clear on why and monitor your self-talk and change it so that it is consistent with the person you want to be, the life you want to live, the health you want to have, and the impact you want to have on people's lives.
Well, Andrew, thank you. Where will they get your information, to get your books? How do they connect with Andrew Jobling?
Just my website, Andrew Jobling, and that's jobling.com.au, andrewjobling.com.au.
And so you get resources there, you're going to get books, and this man can help you, and he can get you on the right road. And now, Andrew, we're going to go straight to a video, and I think we've got a message from our dear friend, Dr. Jerome Tilak Singh. Is that right?
Hi, I am Jerome Tilak Singh, and I hope you are enjoying this webcast. It's the first webcast, of its kind. It will be for almost 9 hours. It'll be crossing time zones, and I'm really happy and overjoyed that you are part of this webcast. This historic journey, it's the first webcast. You're part of history of International Men's Day. It's a webcast dedicated to all those supporting International Men's Day.
We've been denigrating men and boys for decades, undermining fatherhood, ignoring male disadvantage, and painting masculinity as a problem to be fixed. Boys are failing to launch, and young men aren't reaching manhood. The result is a crisis for males, and therefore a crisis for our communities. Will men and women continue to combat each other, or will we collaborate together? This book is for everyone who believes that when men and boys thrive, society also flourishes.
The Western world is facing a crisis of fatherlessness. In Australia, around 1 in 6 children live without their biological father at home. In the United States, approximately 1 in 4 children live in a household without their father. Studies show that fatherlessness contributes to nearly all the social issues facing the West today. The statistics are grim, but there is hope. Since 2002, Dads for Kids has worked tirelessly to turn the tide of fatherlessness. Each year, we reach millions of people with messages of excellence in fathering through our community service announcements on Australian free-to-air television, on social channels, radio and print media. Since Father's Day 2002, the weekly Dads for Kids email newsletter has reached tens of thousands. Dads for Kids has hosted hundreds of fatherhood success seminars, conferences and national summits, and twice yearly we run the Courageous Online Fathering course to help Aussie dads be the best they can be. Thanks to the support of generous donors through Dads for Kids achievements, thousands of men and their families have been positively impacted. The tide is turning, but there is still so much more to do. The reality is, when manhood falters, so does fatherhood. When fatherhood falters, so does society. Dads for Kids needs help to continue the important, much-needed work of encouraging men and fathers, especially through International Men's Day. For the sake of the Western world's children, your support is needed. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit internationalmensday.com/donate to give what you can. Your partnership as we build men, grow fathers and change generations is certainly valued and deeply appreciated. Donate what you can today. Scan the QR code on your screen right now or visit internationalmensday.com/donate to give. Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your support. We do need it. Yes, we've got through this International Men's Day. Will this happen again? Well, it's up to you. If you want to get behind us, to get behind International Men's Day, we want to do this. We want to keep on banging the drum for men and boys around the world. There's some great stories out there happening right across the world. And again, if you'd like to help us, the QR code's there. Go to the International Men's Day website, the donate section, and you can partner with us to bring some joy, some hope, some encouragement to the men and boys of this world. We've got an incredible guest. You saw his book there in that last video section. You want to tell us about this book, Nathaniel?
Oh, well, I'm hoping David can tell us a bit more about it, but it's a real honour to have David back with us. David appeared earlier in the live stream, but David is today It's about
today.
It's about to clock over. We're on the tail end of International Men's Day, but today this book is being released, so it's available wherever you get your books.
Amazon, all the major booksellers in America, Booktopia.
And here it is.
And it's quite thin, man. Like you won't. It's not going to kill you to read this book. It's nice and easy to read. It's very important to understand what's happening. There is a war, and it's a relentless war on masculinity, and we've got to change it. And the best way we've got to change that is to actually read something and understand what's happening, and then be part of the change. Over to you, David. Tell us about this incredible book.
So you guys inspired me, to write this. I loved going to the Men's Leadership Summit. I recommend it to everyone. It was a very powerful spiritual experience for me. I was thinking of all the guys out there, the hardworking guys, the fathers, the tradies, thinly stretched, not much time. So the ebook for this one, The Relentless War on Masculinity, it's $5.99 Australian. It's $3.99 US. So it's very, reasonably priced. 100 pages. You can read it I've read it in under 3 hours. If you're a fast reader, you'd probably read it in 3 hours, in 2 hours. So there's a pretty small commitment of time and money here, to get through 5 chapters. You can do it in a sitting. So I've made it as easy as possible. And I was influenced by you, Warwick, with your advice around the format and the length. So, we're all busy people, aren't we? We've got lots of things to do. There you go. It'll open your eyes. You'll see things. You'll see the world with, fresh eyes, after you read this. What a fantastic, series of conversations and people. Like, you've had the legends today. You've had Warren Farrell. You've had Mark Brooks. You've had Tom Golden. Like, the lineup was just sensational, guys. You've done a fantastic job today. What a way to mark International Men's Day, to support and celebrate the men.
Well, we couldn't have done it without you, David. So thank you for your support and your encouragement. Yeah. And the list of names that you originally gave us, David, was phenomenal. And, I said it earlier. I'm going to say it again. This man is incredible, and I'm inspired by him. And he's worked, him and Mum, I should say, because Alison has been working hard too. But he's basically been on the phone constantly the last 2 or 3 weeks. But pulling those people together is one of his superpowers. And it's been just an absolute smorgasbord of speakers and stories and ideas and inspiration. So thank you, Dad.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for pulling it all together. And it's been a fantastic 9 hours.
Yeah,
9 hours. I just said 8 hours. It's been 9 hours.
9 hours of people from all over the world, men and women, sharing. I mean, Deepika from India, she's insanely brilliant.
My favourite part was when she got so excited when George the Tin Man came on, and so
she was beside herself. I don't know if you saw that, David, but she was like, George the Tin Man, George the Tin Man.
That was fantastic. But it was so great. I've actually been, that's the book is powerful because it helps us be informed, and highly recommend it, guys. But today's also been great because it's been great to hear some of the good news stories, and to hear of some of the good things happening around the world as well. So look, congratulations again on this, David. It's fantastic, mate. So
thank you.
So yeah.
Hey, I was looking up that the editorial piece from Evie magazine that Ed and Lisa Britton both referred to. Wow, that is game changing. Like, this is language I've never seen anywhere in the media or government or universities in Australia. I reckon you should put it in your weekly newsletter, because it'll be like world changing when people see this.
When we were chatting to her, I thought, I think she's got some great articles we could use for the newsletter. So
yeah. I mean, there's been big announcements in England about men's health. They've actually discovered that men exist in men's health policy, and that's just been announced to the world, which is great. And there's announcements Deepika had a conference on Sunday, which was a sort of International Men's Day sort of prelude. And she had the former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court come along and say men need better attention in the legal system in India, which is, as you would say, very gynocentric, incredibly gynocentric. And the suicide rate amongst Indian men is just through the roof. And she told the story of a guy who was, an intelligent man, very intelligent man actually, and he was also, he was also well-to-do, but he was broken by the Indian family law system, where he couldn't see his child, and he went on and gave a big 1-hour video before he committed suicide, and then that went right through India, and it literally became a talking point for every house. He said every house in India was talking about this video. And then there was other stories that came through this last year of the suicide rate. And again, huge shout out to India, because without Umachella, who, it's amazing, but Deepika knows Umachella. She's an Indian woman who's an activist for men, rang me up and we're talking and chatting. We've got a relationship going. She said, you've got to start International Men's Day in Australia. So here we are today, and thank God for an Indian woman with a bit of fire in her belly who said, you can do it, Warwick, go for it. So it's great to have these. I thought some of these women were fantastic, weren't they?
They were great. They were great.
Who was your favourite speaker, David?
Well, you know that I love Tom Golden. I see him as a father figure, as I do you, Warwick. I do see you as a father figure. And I think in general, we don't give the esteem to elder males that they really deserve. They've seen, decades more than the young guys have. Tom, he signs off with men are good. And, it echoes positive psychology, but it also echoes the great religions. That having, hopefulness and optimistic orientation, it makes relationships better. It makes you a better parent. Yeah. It makes you more of a better role model. And I think we always need to think about that in the space of men and boys is we've got to take a strengths focus, not a deficits focus. Yeah. You don't inspire people by shaming them.
Yeah. You
don't change behaviour for the better by making them feel bad about themselves. And I just see that as the dividing line across men. There's some who see the deficits, there's some who see the strengths, and I love that Tom puts the emphasis on men are good, because that's the bar. He's saying, be good, act good, everyone is good, and I think it's a really inspiring message.
Well, it's calling out the godness, because the word good comes from God. It's an English derivative, and so what Tom is doing, he's calling that to the divine. See, we're all made in the image of our Father in heaven, and so he's saying there's something in you that comes from heaven, and he's releasing it by speaking it out, because words are very powerful. We can bring death through our words, or we can bring life. And I think we've heard a lot of words of life here. Anything you want to, any favourite speaker? You love Tom Golden. Anyone else stood out to you in this last 9 hours?
Oh, Warren Farrell. Yeah, he's great.
Yeah. He's an amazing guy, eh? He's writing a book called The Man Crisis. Did you hear that? He's writing a book. It's called The Man Crisis. So he is going to take this stuff head on. I wouldn't mind betting he probably quotes you a few times, probably. Who knows? But certainly he's passionate, and that's one of the reasons he came on so quickly. I think he's thought, well, wait a second, I'm writing this book about the man crisis. The guys from International Men's Day want me to come on, and I could see that he's trying to sort of seclude himself to write, but he took time out of his schedule to come on and share with us, because he knows men are in trouble. Yes, boys are in trouble. We've got the boy crisis, but we actually have, at the same time, running in parallel with that, a man crisis. We have to look after our men better, and as we look after our men better, we'll look after our boys. And if boys and men thrive, the whole community thrives. Any comments about that, David?
Well, yeah, I'm inspired by that. He's been trying to get a White House Council for Men and Boys, for 15 years. Mark Brooks, he's a legend. Mankind Initiative chair for a couple of decades. He's now at the Centre for Policy Research on Men and Boys. They've got a men's health strategy in England for the first time. It shows what can be achieved. We're probably going to have to work with the Labor government for the next 5 years. So there's the challenge for all men to come together around what can we achieve in the next 5 years? What can we improve for boys and young men in education? How can we make that a lot better than it is right now? What can we do to make men's health significantly better over the next 5 years? How can we reduce this crisis of male suicide? It's got to be targeted. I think we can achieve big things if we come together in the centre and really work around practical goals that can be achieved that a large group of people can agree to. And Mark's a huge inspiration in terms of that. He's a good communicator, but he works with other people. He collaborates, and he can move between different sides of politics and achieve things with either one.
No, he's definitely an incredible guy. As we close up today, I just want to say huge thanks to you again, as Nathaniel has said, and we appreciate your support and your inspiration, your help. I want a big shout out for an incredible team. You haven't seen them here. They're amazing. Yeah. They're about to sort of fall over and collapse. A huge thank you to Marcus Garvey. We really appreciate you, Marcus. Marcus has been switching, which is a technical term for getting the picture to you when you need to hear it and need to see it. We've got Samuel James, who's also a legendary switcher and cameraman and sort of mover and shaker, helping with the production. Like the superhero in the team, Glocko. Yep. Glocko Tomaz. He's amazing.
He's looking after the audio.
And we've got Darren Brampton here, who is just an amazing guy who's been helping us here. And a big shout out to the Fig Tree Church. I don't know if we can pan down here to this picture here, just below this on this table here. I don't know if that's possible.
It's okay.
It's okay.
I think these guys have worked hard enough.
They've worked hard
today,
enough.
So.
But this is actually, we're in a church, right? We're in a church. It costs thousands of dollars to get this sort of venue. It's a very secure venue. It's acoustically treated. It's beautifully set up, a great internet and so on and so forth. And again, it's Fig Tree Anglican Church. So, there's
thanks
a lot
to
of
them.
big thanks to the Fig Tree Anglican Church and Robin and Sarah and the team here. And this is actually the communion table. So it's quite interesting that we are running International Men's Day. We looked for a table, David, and this was the table. And of course, it's a very special table. It's the right height. And then we went to the powers that be. They could have said, no, you can't use the communion table. But they said yes because they believe in the cause of men and boys. So, again, huge thank you to all the listeners out there. We'd like to finish with a very special message from Dr. Jerome Tilak Singh. He's flying all over the Caribbean, so he couldn't be with us tonight or today, wherever you might be, International Men's Day. Make sure wherever you are, you keep saying Happy International Men's Day. Here in Australia, it's just finished. It's just clocked over. But we encourage you for the rest of the world, if you're in Europe, if you're in England, if you're in America, International Men's Day is ahead of you. Make sure you say thank you. Make sure you wish everybody you see Happy International Men's Day. Here is Dr. Jerome Tilak Singh to take us out.
Thank you.
I'm really glad that this webcast have, made such an impact. We have made a record here, and I know some of us stayed on for many hours. I hope that you all have, learned from it, and I hope you all could make a difference for men and boys across the world. I hope men and women will be able to come together to deal with some of these problems. I know that, we have so many challenges. It's not just suicide and drug addictions and mental health issues, but we also have the ongoing problem of war and conflict in countries, creating refugees. So I'm really hoping that we could try to find solutions to peace. I want everybody to go and, try to create peace in their own corner of the world. This year the theme was celebrating men and boys. We have much to celebrate. Men and boys have achieved much, but we also have some challenges ahead. And I'm sure in this webcast, we'll be able to see some of the disturbing statistics relating to boys and men. And these are some of the challenges that we will be dealing with in the future. We need to bring those statistics down to ensure that our men and boys live better lives and live longer lives. We are all for this till the end. It is not something that we could leave halfway and leave unfinished. We have to stay with our men and boys and be with them. Each one of us could make a difference. Don't believe that you have to belong to a group. Don't believe that only the president or prime minister or king could make this difference. Each one of us has a vital role to play in our country, to be that small light, to shine and prevent darkness that has engulfed so many of our boys and men for so many generations. Let us work together. Let us build together. Let us keep communicating. And let us ensure that our men and boys live happy and safe lives. I thank you all, and I really hope that this webcast has changed your life. Thank you all.